Hey guys. Well, as it turns out, the shit fucking bugged. So I guess King wins. With no competition. Like, what the fuck, man? What the shit is this? Okay. Yeah. So I'm let's just jump into this scene. Get on me. Yeah, give me a second. I forgot to do my login rewards. This fucking game. Totally not addicted, by the way. Totally not addicted. But yeah, today's gonna be a very interesting day. Oh, I got 2 weapons here. Ooh. Right. Let's park my boy over here then. Log out. Yes. Then you play Tibia? We actually play with the community. We have a bunch of people from the stream community that's actually playing together. Type exclamation by Tibia if you want to join us. Let me turn off that sound. All right, there we go. There we go. Anyways, what game is that? It's an old MMO game that came out half a year before RuneScape, actually, 1997. 100% pay to win? Well, not really. I see what you're saying, Patasi. I agree with you, don't get me wrong. But there's no ending. There's nothing to win in Tibia. It's a never-ending game. Highest level players are just above 2,500, which is fucking insane. But no, we what level are the people right now? We got about 30 or 40 people actively playing right now. I'm level 435. We got a handful of people between 400 and 500. We got a couple around 100 and a handful of people between 200 and 300 now. Yeah, Goraka. No, actually, Bobek and Goraka, they are the second and third highest level players. There's like a Brazilian, I think, that beat them now. Nah, it's the game of the GUI mod. It's an old game from 1997. Both Tibia and RuneScape were inspired by Ultima games back then.
Greetings, traveler.
Okay, this game is fucking fantastic. Absolutely love it. Trollolol coming in with the 7 months. Coming in. Thank you so much for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you. You turn down volume music a bit when you talk. Sorry, maybe it's just me who have these difficulties. Is the music too loud for you guys?
Welcome to the crew.
Lower it a little bit. Clovers 1171 with a 9 months prime. Thank you so much, Willman. Be 450 back in 2013, but today is not the same. Nah, it's not the same now. So a lot of things that's changed. I'm still like trying to learn and grasp the game myself. 1997, not 87. But no, I mean, if you guys want to join, you guys can type exclamation by Tibia. It's something I play with a lot of people from the community off stream, actually. Not something I stream. But I do try to keep up with my login. What server? Refugia. It's an old PvE server. And since the server is old, most of the lower level spawns are actually free. They have a Discord server to book spawns prior and whatnot. It's fun. It's very fun. And no one's expecting anyone to go crazy. It's like when there's a launch in a game, then I can't play. Like, I haven't played in a while. Haven't had the time. But when I do, I play. It's fun. Anyways, how you guys doing? Mr. King won the stream starting today because it's a shit bud. King Supreme Zark. GG, by the way. Is the music better for you now, Pot? Thank you. All right, good. But yeah, like I said, Patasi, if you guys want to join, just let me know. We have quite a few people. It's fun. I don't know what classes we need in the higher levels right now. I guess another Druid wouldn't be a bad thing. You have your 450 ED. Well, we actually could use another ED from time to time. Celeste, let's move him over if you want to play with us. What's up, GHAZZY in chat? And I hope you're all doing great. Hope your day is as amazing as you all are. Keep up the good work. Well, thanks so much, Bunny King and Mahara. Appreciate that. Thank you. So we got a lot of things to cover today. Let's see. Yeah, you see this? Patasi? This is just a quick math in Tibia. I calculated how much my total inview would cost, how much it costs per hour my character pulls with the Arcade Master Sigil and third Amulet plus the other parts. Is this weapon over? Good. All right, I can quit this game. I did pick up the login thingy, right? Yes, I did. Okay. This is my main character. It's fun. Actually, just it was just a double skill event. No. Ooh, nice. Actually, I'm hunting that. I just hit magic level 114 with the loyalty. It's nice. When during COVID, me and my friends started a new server. I think we spent about €400 each in Tibia coins. Yep. Where are you from, by the way? If you don't mind me asking. Sweden. Oh shit, we got a lot of Swedes playing actually. Now, but like I said, Patasi, if you're interested, send a message in the Discord server. There's a Tibia channel in there. So we'll see. I might. Yeah, let me know. Let's say I got arthritis and have some years developed depression. I'm sorry to hear that. So nowadays I started to listen when there's more than one sound source. Another face should also have been turning on the volume. I'm from Denmark. Welcome in, dude. Quick math, yes, sir. Absolutely, man. All right, let's see. Done maybe in an hour or so, Roger. Let me update the thumbnail on the YouTube stream real quick. Done. You guys seen the new Starforge PC, by the way? They have a limited edition Asher Oni. Look at this. That looks so cool. It actually looks fucking dope. And you can have these plate light acrylics as well. They're pretty cool, actually. And you can have them inside. It's actually really cool. Peter's logo PC looks interesting. I know, right? It looks dope as fuck, man. So this is a limited edition they just launched. That's available. It's pretty cool. All right, let's see what my editor is saying. There we go. All right, so how you guys doing? You guys ready for today? Is that the glass clouds I gotta listen to that, dude. So I was told apparently I say on 741. I say glass clouds.
They're creating gas clouds.
I don't say glass, I say gas.
You're using, such as one player creating gas clouds and the other player.
I'm even saying gas clouds so clearly that the AI generated subtitles is saying gas. Ignacy, you're lying to me. You gotta pay attention, man. It's the other. Next time you say, fuck me.
They're exploding said glass clouds with.
Fuck me! Oh no!
You're using, such as one player creating gas clouds and the other player exploding said glass clouds with fire.
Fuck me! Take it back, you're right. Do I even dare to go through the comments in this video, though?
Hey guys, guess.
Emotional, damn it!
A glass cloud. Do I dare to go through the comments in this video? Shallow friend. Completely, I think is a gamer. That's true. P is so good it even turned gassy joyfully excited. I have a question. Do I come off as like negative Andy? Because it like there was another comment. I will get to it. There were like people like surprised that I'm positive or something. I'm like, I'm passionate. If I have feedback or criticism, then I will deliver that. And if there's something good, I will deliver that. And I do pull sarcasm quite a lot. Other sarcasm blind. We get that POE 2 shirt. I need it. This one. I think I. Oh. ExileCon, I think. ExileCon, I think. I thought it was a fitting shirt to wear for today. Let's see. As I make a support build, and I build solo, bring up the menu and drag my support around the map. Yep. Yo, try. I should have picked up the bell on the minion build. That's what I should have done. Right? Everyone could have just picked up the fucking bell because it's so OP. I had to explain my wife your humor, sarcasm when you saw she was pregnant. You made a joke. She's like, "What the fuck was that?" What? You mean when we said hi and she was clearly pregnant and I made a joke saying, "Oh, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I'm assuming you're pregnant." What was that the joke? What do you mean? How can that be interpreted in any other way than a joke? Dude, she was like giga pregnant. You guys are expecting soon, right? Hannah was the same. It's awesome. It's a great thing. And I made a funny joke about it. 1.5 months away. There you go. Right? How is that not a funny joke? Well, do apologize to her for me then, if that's how she what the fuck? She thought it was funny after. She thought you were super nice. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Like, I'm Scandinavian. I have a dark and edgy humor. God damn it. I mean, we're judging people you don't know too well. That's why I was so careful with it. Fat jokes to women. I never said fat or anything like that. I was clearly indicating that I'm making fun of it. And then I was asking about it, congratulating both of them. I was being very, very polite.
Damn it.
All right, I was being very, very, very adamant about being polite and congratulating them on the pregnancy. All right. It's the necromancer horror. I was probably the most inclusive dude there, was bringing everyone together. Thank you. Thank you. It's the new class, the witch. Well, so here's the thing. So they had this. The thing is, people already realized that if you open this image, it literally says which teaser header here. Marauder in disguise. Well, I'm glad you thought that I was inclusive and nice. Thank you. I love those events where we get to meet up. I just want everybody to be like a big old happy group. Oh, I see the URL is just redacted. Countdown link somewhere. Where did my YouTube chat go? No, my YouTube chat's gone. Hold up. I need my YouTube chat back. There. No, I mean, Jesus Christ. I don't know what to say, dude. Big lore changes. There's likely to be your class at POE too. I mean, I'm going to play more than one class for sure. I'm going to play everything, most likely. But yes, I will mainly start with the minion stuff, which means I'll very like to start with the redacted class. Oh, POE 2 Chinese website has the witch character already on it. What the fuck? Streaming on 2 platforms. Is it confusing to read 2 chats, react to chat to other chat cannot see? That's why normally when I respond to YouTube comments, I make a statement that I'm reading a YouTube comment. I had a program that combined both chats for a while. Problem was that had a issue where it would bug out sometimes. And suddenly I was just reading messages that came half an hour ago. So now I'm actually splitting it. I am a little slow on the YouTube chat part, guys. So if you're watching on YouTube and you want your questions answered, I am going to have to ask you to come to Twitch to make sure that I don't miss them. Because Twitch is my main streaming platform. But I am trying my best to keep up with YouTube. So if you wait long enough, I am gonna catch up on the chat. Speaking of, podcast starts in 6 hours. Yes, that's correct, Silver. And when a bear and girl shape shifting, they haven't confirmed any of that, Augur. No. Anyways, I did it last night. It was rough. You know, people are hyped about POE 2 though, and the average of 275 for the full 4 hours of my measly channel. Measly channel. Yeah, Try, you've been fucking popping off, man. Like, actually popping off. Big time. Right, I forgot to send DM. There. Marauder reveal will be hype. You know, I tried. I tried everything I could to throw people off with the axe image. I did everything I could. I gave my friend all of the axes that we had looted, and he was using one. He actually was using one, so I wasn't lying about that. Um, all right. Let's see. Let's read the YouTube comments. Support gem skill for combos. Hit them on spell with support skill. Cause the combo deal more damage at bigger area. Not that I know of. Not that I know of, no. Yeah, I'm super excited for Druid as well. Sorry. I was attacked by a beastie this morning. Also known as my daughter. Oh, dude. I would love it if they had another event. That would be fucking dope. And away, good, yeah, to bring in a new Joan. It's the exact type of feedback they need. Correct. So if you're the one being dragged along and you need a break or something, we can not die. It can happen, yes. As for me, co-op is the best form of social gameplay PvE2. One of you can play couch co with a friend on the same PC. Well, that kind of defeats the purpose of couch. I look funny with a controller. I really hope they're gonna have one. I really hope they're gonna be one. Play minions, grow your cows. Guys, you got those thick boys. Yes. The internet, the only place where you can find wild, weird comments like this. So this looks beautiful from my saying it's fun to play. Absolutely amazing. It looks good. You need to be taking an OG Diablo 1 player. It's saying that you cannot use the same support of the gem but active skills. That's exactly what I said, and I even explained it. You never get into PO1, no matter how many times I try it. It looks a solid game I'm going to jump into. Yada yada yada, blah blah blah. Still offensive with WASD, better ruthless buff. That's a reveal in 6.5 hours. Yes, in June. First two side wife for campaign. You know, try. They never confirmed the removal of chromatics, nor the removal of like different colors, right? But the supports didn't have any indication of colors. Because I read this comment when I woke up, and I'm like, maybe they're adding colors for the remaining links, but that didn't make sense because I never saw any color distinctions on the gems that we chose to play with, right? Which makes me believe that they're going white sockets all the way and not using chromes. So maybe they're testing it. Because I really liked not having chromatics be part of it. It just added difficulty for no reason. There are no dumb questions, Rodrigo. There really are no dumb questions. Trust me. I'm not sure how other streamers treat you. I mean, I know Try can be very toxic towards people asking dumb questions. That's a joke, by the way. Sorry. No, there are no dumb questions. I don't know how other streamers treat you, but in this channel, and I know for Try's channel as well, for that matter, if you have a question, just fire away, and we'll always do our best to answer it. But no, we don't know, actually. It's a really good question. That's why I was asking Try if he heard anything or what his opinions are around it. But that chromatic you'd be used to select the colors of a specific socket, but that was a while ago. Well, the question was that the color schemes, right? We had white sockets, but when we chose the support gem, there was no distinct... there was no information on what the color of that support gem was, which makes me feel like, hey, maybe we're actually in full white sockets moving forward. That they scrapped the idea of chromes for it. Why are you not playing Valheim with Ciceron? For two reasons. One, I wasn't invited, and here's the thing: if you're not invited, don't ask to go, right? So if they wanted me to join, they would have invited me. And I wasn't invited. Secondly, I would very likely have not been able to play as much because I'm very busy with what's going on right now with the reveal class and the podcast and everything. But yeah, so Try. So I was asking, maybe they would have done something like you get 2 white sockets, and then every link above that you'd now need to use chromes. But then the support gems would have a color code, right? Yeah, I like the idea of the freedom, right? When it's podcast 6.5 hours. In 5.5, I'm going to talk to DM and prep it. Right? It really has new players, man? Oh, for sure. All right. What else was I? My wife understood it clearly. Yeah. Same thing with my friend as well. And you want type of support build during the interview and the side questions. Do we have a direct answer? What's full release or just now? I mean, they're testing things out. We have no idea what's going to be confirmed before the... We have no idea what's going to be confirmed for release or not.
Smile.
That's crazy, the Loopsix. Thanks so much for 30 months, man. Appreciate that. Thank you. So we know that the things that's happening in June is this class reveal and minion stuffs, right? That's all we know that's happening in June. Then nothing's really happening until we get the patch notes for Last Epoch, which is early July. So that's why we set up a pretty juicy sub goal. So if you haven't checked out the sub goal, you can type // sub goal, check it out. So thanks so much, Loopsix, for that. Appreciate it, man. All right, let's keep reading some comments. Awesome. But a girlfriend, I have one. Wow, this will be awesome. I'll be able to play with my girlfriend. I have one, by the way. Sure you do. Maybe I shouldn't comment like that as a streamer. Oh man, I have an amazing genius idea of a new shaker you can make and would sell like candy. Yeah. How about the custom GHAZZY TV limited edition shaker? There's still some left in the store or in stock. So we have a limited. For those of you who don't know what the fuck we're talking about, if you type exclamation mark gamer bulk Let me send that on YouTube because you guys don't get the command in there. There it is. We have a limited edition Summoner Shaker. Look at this. Look at that. Shipping out of Europe is pretty expensive on it, though, so be wary of that. But if you're in Europe, the shipping's more than fine. Yeah, just choose the most punchable face of yours to slam it on a shaker. That's funny. All right, so here's the comment, right? This is what I was talking about. GHAZZY only being positive. I'm like... Six and a half hours, Dragon. I'm like, am I really that negative all the time? I feel like I'm not. I've been nothing but positive. It's so weird. All right, talk to you later, Try. Thanks for stopping by, man. Sponsored part. Yo, Try. Are you still in the channel? You haven't left yet. Try. He left already. Okay. I want to know if the other guys got paid. I didn't get paid. Sponsored partner for POE, so no wonder. Game looks shit, just like Last Epoch. Wow. Wow. Your video titles and thumbnails are a tad clickbaity, rage-baity at times. You know, it's funny, Matiko. If you have complaints about that, you're going to have to talk to Kikis. He's my YouTube editor, and he's in 100% in charge of titles, the fucking thumbnails, the editing. Sometimes he asks me to do some sort of recording. That's it. He's actually coming to my place on Thursday. And like, if he needs thumbnails, like expressions from me, like a year ago or something, I sent him over 200 images of different facial expressions from me that he's using for thumbnails. So it's like, if people think that, talk to my editor. I don't even touch the shit. But it works. That's the sad part. It works. Right? It's super fun. Diablo 4 fanboy. That's YouTube meta, sadly is. Yes, I actually am really bad at telling people to subscribe to my channel early in the video, because I like to do it at the end so that people who actually watched all of it are being reminded that, hey, please subscribe, right? But if I ask early, you actually get a lot more subscribers. You know how close I am? Look at this. 88.4 thousand. In 11.6 thousand subscribers, I'm actually getting like a fucking play button and shit. That's so cool. This is after my channel got hacked a couple years back. So we actually have rebuilt the channel since I got hacked those years ago. You're responsible for people you hire? Yes, of course I am. And like I said, it works. So I have no intentions in telling him not to. That's why I said it works. This is like when Apple blames our one employee. Fucked up, so you can't blame us as a company. I mean, it depends to what extent you're talking about. But like, it's basically what Jack is saying. Like, if you're annoyed by the clickbaiting titles or thumbnails or whatnot, everyone's doing it. Like, I can literally go to any other channel. Let's go to DM, because we're friends, right? I played POE 2 and it's ... Okay, so if you want to know whether or not he liked it or not, you have to watch the video. 333,000 views. Jesus Christ. I tried Path of Exile 2 a console couch co-op and it's ... It's a prime example of like baiting people into clicking it, because we have to as content creators. We have no choice. It's the same thing, right? And the worst part is if we don't have our exaggerated facial expression in the thumbnail, it generates less views. in the past, actually, with my build guys, like about 7 years ago, 8 years ago, I had these fancy like wallpaper images of whatever it was, like a witch build or a necromancer. I would have like a fucking cool ass necromancer that I could use as a thumbnail. And then I changed it to my face being like, and it generated 5 times the views. I'm like, the click rate through was actually 5 times higher. I'm like, okay. Same build, by the way. And we also made tests where we had a video without something like that, posted the video, and then changed the thumbnail of the very same video, same title, and the click rate through just skyrocketed. So, it just is what it is. Snowbird with a Raider Rooney. Welcome in, everybody, boys, girls, and butterflies, and worms, maggots, and Apache attack helicopters, and also German submarines. Now, if you happen to identify as any of this, you're extra welcome in today's little show. If you don't identify as any of that, it's okay. If you want to hang around, just make sure you give the spotlight to the ones I mentioned. Welcome in. Sis, biggest POE on YouTube, definitely had those faces in his videos. He does, yeah. Everybody does. Identify as a bow player, yeah. Yep. They are absolutely not welcome, but, you know, you want to hang around, you're welcome to, Snoop. But, you know. Thanks for raid, man. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well, dude. You seem like bait, but I'll bite. Who was this? Was this the... Yeah, this was this guy. It's funny. I responded here. Yeah, I wrote, hey, I had some feedback in the video as well, god damn it. I had feedback, motherfucker. Was it all just fucking dance on roses? What do you call it? There's a Swedish expression that says like dance on roses. What's the English equivalent to dancing on roses? Which actually is fucking terrible. Because when you say dancing on roses, in Swedish, it's actually a reference to it being easy, right? But the thing is, roses have fucking thorns. You do not want to dance bare feet on a bunch of roses. Trust me on that. You do not want to do that. It's kind of contradictory. Quick speed run, 10 facial expression. Video thumbnails always make me laugh because he's so monotone and the expressions are so forced. Not a bad thing. Just makes me laugh. It's YouTube meta, man. What if I'm bow minion? Ooh. Ooh. Well, you got me there. Now you painted me in a corner here, Snoopy. Why are you not a VIP in this channel? Let me fix that, dude. Let me fix that. There you go. Path of Exile was easy to learn for a new player. This I gotta see. 6. What the fuck?
Now, a common thing in PoE 1 is that there will always be the best way to support X or Y ability, which is just taking whatever support gives the most.
Is he talking about like the cart here moving in the
X or Y
background?
ability.
I don't know. Might do Burning Arrow Golemancer. I would love to see that, actually. That actually sounds fun. Identify as a PoE 2 redacted player. Caucasian debris. What? How can you identify as Caucasian debris? Like, I understand, you know, Apache attack helicopters and German submarines, butterflies and worms and maggots and shit, but like debris? Give us your gameplay video. Oh, Kikis is actually using my channel. He's using my account to respond. Oh my god, I didn't write this. What did I say? Allegedly, I say. Couldn't show our gameplay yet, but tune into the stream this evening where we're revealing the new class with me and Joan's gameplay alongside it. Okay, I mean, that's fine. That's fine. That's okay. That's okay. Translate to English. I finally realized that this reminds me it's Alien Shooter. What? Huh? I'm gonna go ahead and assume that this is like some sort of weird translation happening. Summon Reaper in PV2. I don't know about that. Frolicking in Flowers. What the fuck? New class reveal live streams is supposedly today. Yes, it is. There was a top-down shooter called Alien Swarm or something. Oh, I did not know that. That made as much sense as the pre-translated text. True. True. There was a top-down shooter in the early 90s where you shoot aliens. DM did the same thing with an inexperienced friend. On PoE2 he's trying to market himself to newbies. I wonder if all streamers have same coincidence, or did GGG suggest or demand streamers to do this as a condition to play in LA? Come on, come clean, bro. I love when people try to get some gotchas on streamers. I actually responded to this. There's a reason me and DM are working together on a podcast. Great minds and all that. That's what I wrote. He brought a friend who's played PoE a little bit before, and now up to for someone who's barely touched any games whatsoever since D1 times. We were not told who to bring or recommend it. You're in on the conspiracy. Spill the beans. I will spill the beans when we hit 1,000 subs. All right? I will share my darkest secrets with you once we reach 1,000 subs. All right? I got bills to pay. Let's go. Get those primes running. So, whilst we're waiting for that to never happen, talking about how easy it is to learn, we have played 1,000 hours of it is not a fair argument. We want to see if it's a good game for a new player when it comes out. When you comment on a YouTube video, it is very helpful if you have actually watched the video in which I am saying it was easy to learn for a new player when I'm referring to my friend who's never touched a PoE game in his entire fucking life. Oh. I got some white knights, baby! Let's go! I should get a heart for that one. I have a white knight! Oh, my life is complete! Awesome. Now, has to give feedback about how chill effect the bosses looks like. A chill effect completely changes the boss's appearance. Make it tuning down somehow. Make it dynamic. I mean, sure. I mean, they're going to take feedback, and then we're going to get into an early access state, and then everyone can provide any sort of feedback that they would want. Is your lightest secrets? My lightest secrets? What is I don't know if I have light secrets. Mr. I grew up, so I don't use controllers anymore.
Welcome.
You know, this sounds like something I would say. This actually genuinely sounds like something I would actually say. Kraken Null with the 2 months. Thanks so much for the tier 1 sub, man. Appreciate that. Thank you. I'll play 3K hours of PoE1. I consider myself a newbie. I mean, you're not even done with the tutorial, so. Thought is I know we were told no crossplay. What? I know we were told no crossplay. It's literally the opposite. What? They've literally, I even say it in the video that it's crossplay, progression. I believe. Ruthless is now the core game. Path 2 were easy to learn. I hope this is correct, rather than Joan not really knowing that he only touched 5% of the game. PoE, level 1 to 4, easy before you. Yeah, I mean, I literally say in the video, granted, we did only have access to early campaign stages. I actually even prefaced that comment with that. Hit the gym, bro. You're gaining weight. Stay healthy. I currently weigh 112 kilos. Has 247 pounds. Motherfucker. Do I look fat? I'm getting a little bit of a belly. I mean, you can see it, right? I'm getting a little bit of a belly. It's coming. Like, the belly's coming. Oh, America said no. Shirt looks small. Bruh, I got these. They're not big anymore, but I mean, I still got them. God damn it. Do I need to flex? Is that it? God damn it. I haven't been to the gym in forever. He's right, though. I'm a dad. I'm allowed to have a dad bod, yes. You know, it's funny. I actually haven't gained any weight because I've been around 110, 112 kilos for a long time now. It's the donuts? Probably, yes. You're not wrong. It's very likely the donuts. The thrill is having 2P local co-op. Worried about always online. Not a fan of graphics, but I thought says POE they would vastly overhaul the graphics. They did vastly over. Yeah, they did vastly overhaul. What? Muscle turns into fat. Weight doesn't change. That's correct, but you will need a more fat to be equivalent to the weight of muscles because muscles weight more than fat. Timer not much to NDA lift. 6 hours and 7 minutes. They gave him pixelated version of Switch. He would still play. Still be. This is amazing. I think I would have complained quite a lot about the graphics if that was the case. Claim just looks slow and boring, but that's kind of the idea. The game is supposed to be slower. I realized how much fun it will be to have so many newcomers get into PoE and make their opinions and reviews and stuff without the content of PoE1 clinging behind them. Always a blast to watch and re-listen to. What weighs more, 1 kilo of muscles or 1 kilo of fat? Or you need a bigger bucket for the fat. That's about the only difference you have. This looks so good. I started noticing it mentioned in wider media too. I'm confident they're going to nail this one. Me too. Clear, well-communicated info. Thank you. That's why I wrote a rough script for the video to make sure that I telegraph the information without missing anything. I don't like using scripts, but for the videos like this, I do. Mercenary steps on one of the corrupted bird nests while moving and smash into pieces. Rough as Diablo 2, where we could step on the scorpions through the slugs in Duriel's arena. Oh, I remember that. Keep on rocking in the free world. Speed 2 going to be Nintendo Switch, not that I know of. And good luck having a Switch with all those control keybinds. Are you going to watch DM's interview stream? What? wait, what? It's the Tavern Talk podcast. Me and DM are the hosts. It's our podcast. I'll actually be live for this one.
Emotional, damn it!
Normally, I'm not live streaming it because the main channel it's hosted on is Twitch, and the main YouTube channel for the VOD is my channel. Will I join it? Wait, do people think that the Tavern Talk is DM's podcast? I was the one who reached out to him and set it up, and we made this happen. We started working on it. We were like, "This can work. We'll discuss this." And we had a meeting, and we came up with the idea that this can actually be something we can work on together. Because both me and DM, we have different ways of playing the game, but we're both very down to earth and very similar in many ways. And we decided that this will be a great fit for us to engage in a conversation with the community and or guests because of the different ways of us playing the games. That's how this started. If I'm gonna watch it, I gotta screenshot this. I sent it to the. I just saw the news in Steve O'Cluellan. Don't worry about it, man. We're just laughing. It's all good, man. It's all good. It even says here that the interview will be on his channel. The show will start, yada, yada. Don't worry if you're unable to join us, as GHAZZY will upload the interview to the YouTube channel. And it says tomorrow GHAZZY and DM will be joined by him on the Tavern Talk podcast. That's just funny. Video summary: after many years and a lot of experience in Diablo genre, the game finally became Diablo. Good job. Now the game is easy to sell. Okay, whatever someone says, see an inventory skill tree you open up, I didn't do, would trigger me no end for some reason. Yeah, but don't play couch co-op then. It's not about reading everything. It's about reading the very first sentence. Saturator, oh my God, GHAZZY, you're sexy today. I feel sexy, so thank you for pointing that out. I actually feel extra sexy today, so I'm very happy that you noticed. Thank you. POE 2 looks like... damn, Last Epoch 2 looks shit. What the fuck? GDD forcing PC gamers into using controllers is very concerning. They did not force us. There were actually quite a few streamers who turned down coming because it's on console. Feels like all streamers do a free market to POE2. Even if they don't like something about POE2, they cannot say it publicly because GGD would not allow it. It feels like GHAZZY is reading a script, not giving an opinion. GHAZZY TV was with me. I would share my rack of baby back ribs. I'm smoking right now. What the fuck? YouTube chat's actually worse than Twitch today. What the fuck? Okay, so first off, I had negative things to point out, which I did. I'm not going to complain about balance issues. There's no point in that, for the simple fact that the game's not even in early access, which I even made a statement saying that there were balance issues. There were, and I even explained them. And there were targeting issues. And I said I'm not going to complain about it, but I mentioned them. Simply because it's not in early access yet.
To the crew.
And I even said the Monk Bell was OP in one of the videos as well. Decalling, thank you so much for the 11 months. Appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you. And then he's saying, feels like GHAZZY is reading a script. I was reading a rough script because I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Not everything has to be negative. You could have gone about it, balancing it bad, but rather unfair, really relevant versus demo playtest. Making it more natural by having a list of things to talk instead of word by word script. This was scripted by ourselves. It completely GHAZZY's opinion, but the way it's scripted, the way he's reading it, it really does sound like a little like that. Because it was. Things they criticized before that were changed, like the life last. Yeah, I even mentioned the last thing is. And I talked about the keybinds, right? In one of the videos. GHAZZY's usual demeanor has rubbed off on some of his viewers, and they can't for the life of them decouple that behavior for a second. Imagine him being positive. He has kind of made the bed, but to resort to calling it a conspiracy. Wait, do I have a usual demeanor? Is that what people think?
I don't like it. It's shit.
Is it because of my sarcasm that makes people think that I'm like being rude or like be like having a usual demeanor? It's like what? Reddit acts like you're mega rude. I've seen that. Some people think that I'm a toxic piece of shit. Probably guys that only watching your viral clips on Reddit. Are you not? No, I would not say that I am. Something that I actually pride myself in being as a streamer is myself. I've always made sure that I'm going to maintain myself. And I don't want to turn my back on who I am because I'm streaming. And if people don't like that, they can go fuck themselves. And if they like it, they're more than welcome to hang around and continue building this amazing community that we have. See, I have one rule in this community. Be nice and respectful, and you will be treated in the same way. You know, treat others the way you want to be treated. It has nothing to do with religion or anything. It's just a simple way to go about life. That's it. If I have something to complain about, I will fucking complain about it. I have a pretty foul tongue or a foul language when I express myself sometimes. Sure. That's the way I talk. This is the way it is. But I'm never going to turn back on who I am and the way I behave. But to say that I have a usual demeanor, I don't know. It's the internet, yeah, obviously, but still, I don't know. Just usual demeanor. I don't know about that. Some people like me, some people don't. Can't please everybody. I'm not here to compete in some popularity contest. I know I'm not a streamer with 10,000 viewers on a daily basis. I'm a streamer that have built an amazing community with the help of you guys. We built this together. And I love what I do. And I'm going to be myself. That's how I'm going to be able to do this for the next 50 years. As long as you guys actually allow me to maintain the full time for 50 plus years, I will. That's just the way it is. Anyways. Yeah, hello, Rune. I hope you more wasps and mosquitoes bite that ass. Not the mosquitoes, man. God damn it.
Foul-mouthed sarcasm.
Yes, Castle, thanks so much for the 29 months. Appreciate that, man. You want to tell me not to be a dig, but my name is Richard, so I'm conflicted. How many hours the podcast? 5 hours and 56 minutes. And in 5 hours, or 4 hours and 56 minutes, we're going to get a call to a DM and we're going to set everything up. GHAZZY pushed back and shits on some POE 2 things previously to the point where we had a hate thread Reddit over it. Wait, how do I not remember a hate thread about me from POE 2? Oh, the previous interview. And I actually agree with that because I did come off. I didn't think of it at the time, but the first interview I did, I had to rewatch it 5 fucking times and listen to how people perceive me to see that, hey, I came off as abrasive. And that's why I've been working on that. I'm not afraid to be abrasive. I didn't think about how I was perceived because I talked to them on that interview the way I talked to them off stream, which was not the right place to do so. So that's obvious change, something I've been working on to improve as an interviewer, which is good. It's good. It's just led to good things. If he's unhappy with something, it's a level of professionalism that needs to be there, though. POE 2 looks slow, tedious, and boring. I hope I'm wrong. Diablo 4 looks way better than this. Doubt many will play this. Thank you, sir. I'll be waiting. Awesome, man. See, I'm catching up YouTube chat a little bit. You say you're like a photographer, you test items. They're paid ambassadors. Yeah, I get that, Chris. That's the point. But it's like, we're entitled to say what we want. I even brought up some negative feedback in my video as well. A new class left to announce POE 2 or all ones already revealed? Nope, there are more. Ray Charles, he's black. Okay. Unironically, paid Blizzard chill. His name checks out. Oh my god. So here's the thing. You guys are fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. I lost where I was going. Here's the thing. When the embargo lifts, a couple of things will happen. I paused the music. So a couple of things will happen when the embargo lifts. The embargo lifts in 5 hours and 53 minutes. And in 5 hours, we're going to jump in a call with DM and prep the interview. But when the embargo lifts, a couple of things will happen. Assuming Kikis is going to be done with it soon, so I could send that video for approval. If everything goes the way it should be, this is what's going to happen. GGG will have a reveal of the whatever class it may be. And then immediately during our podcast, which will be live when this happens, we're going to watch the video. And then directly after watching that video, we're bringing in Jonathan for an interview about the class. At the same time as the embargo lifts and they are revealing, my video will be posted on YouTube as well. So it will be available at the same time if everything goes the way it should be. So that's what's going to happen. Honestly, you cared what they say. It's a nothing burger. Oh, man, I'm so happy you mentioned burgers. Now I'm fucking starving. Oh, I would love a burger. Oh, man. Listen. All right. Double burger, dude. I would love a fucking burger right now. The berry guy over there, PoE2 looks too much slower and boring combat-wise compared to PoE1. I thought so at first as well. Like, granted, we only played the early campaign, though. Any guess as to when we might find out the price of the supporter pack that gives early access? I have no idea. The game is shit like PoE. Wildly crazy how you guys get fooled by them. And even more crazy, you don't know how a good hack and slay game. What's up with all the bait comments? Halo 4 fanboy spotted. Okay. This is exactly the problem that GGG has. Too much streamer feedback and none from actual casual players. Such events have no place. Either you're a streamer and you get pampered, or you're a pleb. And never play PoE2 until the players are back at priority number 1. Fuck GGG. What's up, businessman? So do people not understand how these things work? I'm curious. Like, do people actually not understand how these playtests actually works? So for those of you who are unaware or uneducated or just don't care, you're gonna learn now. So pay attention. This specific event, this very specific event is not for the sake of generating feedback. That is not their purpose of these playtests. They are inviting not streamers first. Streamers are like secondary thing in this. They're inviting game journalists, and then they're inviting content creators. Why? Because this is a marketing approach that they're doing. That is the purpose of these playtests that they're inviting people to do. They are, which I know for a fact, I spoke to Jonathan and a couple of other devs about this, they have consistent sections of invited, completely brand new, fresh gamers, anything from people who never played games, to people who never touched POE, to people who've only played POE 1, to come in and play test a game with NDA signed that has no marketing whatsoever. The only purpose of those playtests is to generate feedback for them to better design the game. This playtest is for marketing purposes, not feedback. So when he's talking about this, the feedback they're looking for, they already have tons of from actual casual players that has been at their office and played the game for these playtests. That's how it works. It's obvious if you think about it, but for you to be able to think about that, I'm gonna lean on my usual demeanor here. I'm gonna use that comment. You need at least half a functional goat's brain to come to that conclusion. This person seems to lack that, and I feel sorry for him. All right, that's about it. That's pretty good. Time for the podcast. 5 hours and 47 minutes till the podcast starts, and in about 5 hours we'll have a call with the and prep everything. So that means I have 5 hours to stall, talk shit, and at least spend a few hours collecting questions from you guys. Let me catch up on YouTube chat here. Diablo player farming hate in chat section. Yeah, farming at the very bottom being downvoted. I already have the built-in PoE player base. I need to market to people that have no idea PoE 1 exists to bounce it off of it and might like PoE 2. But that's what they're doing. Yeah, they have to do that because the main purpose of PoE 2, when it comes to the business approach of Path of Exile or grinding gear games, is actually new player acquisition. As watched your video, by the way. Do you know if the White Saga said not being able to use the same support in multiple skills was for the playtest only to make it easier? I don't know. I don't know, businessman. My thoughts around it is that they are going to they decided to keep it that way moving forward. But just because they did that does not mean that that might not change before we get early access rights. What is Chris Wilson doing these days at GGG? My understanding, this is not me saying what he does. This is my understanding. That is that Chris Wilson oversees the work that Mark and Jonathan is doing, to my understanding, to some degree. But for the most part, he seems to be taking a step back on the active work and actually taking some well-deserved fucking rest for once. Dude's been at it on a consistent basis for a decade. Jonathan is in lead charge for the PoE 2 section. Mark's working on PoE 1. That's it. So he's basically a managing director. Yeah, that's my understanding of it. I'm not saying that's the way it is. That's just the way I think it is. And if anyone deserves a break, Chris has been ham at it. YouTube chat saying Chris is sailing in his super yacht. So you heard me talk about how amazing Jonathan's house is when we've been there in New Zealand. I love that house. It is the coolest house I've ever been in. That is life goals right there, to have a house like that. It is so cool. Last time I met Chris, he was still living in an apartment. Because he's just been busy working. And never spending any time for himself, to my understanding. That's how I see it, at least. I don't know if that's true, but Honey, you are a savior. Lily, did you pick these for me? There's nicotine in this. There. Come here. Come here, baby. Hello. No. Oh. Really?
You were away from her.
Huh?
You were away from her.
For a few days?
Yeah, she doesn't trust you now.
She doesn't trust me?
Oh, look. Boop, boop. Bing. Oh, honey, you're so heavy.
No?
What's that?
You want to be on stream? Come here.
You hear? Wow.
Come in here a little bit.
Mommy's not on stream, so you're gonna have to sit with Daddy.
She hates me. She hates me. You hate me already?
She's tired.
Oh. All right. Sorry. I'm showing you off like a little trophy doll or something.
She doesn't want to be on the floor either.
No?
Nope.
You are so spoiled.
She's not.
I love you though. Hi.
Shut up, Daddy.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate this. Thank you.
Did you see what shirt I have?
Nice. She's wearing a Gas TV shirt. Love it.
It's really nice.
Appreciate this because I was completely dried out. Thank you. This is what she got me. This, I'm trying a new one. What's that? Oh, it's a dildo. If you use your imagination, it could be, I guess. This is snus. I'll put this in the fridge. I'll be back. Ugh. There we go. This shit. Oh, my camera's mirrored. You take one of these bad boys. You don't chew on them. You put it under your lip. Like this. That's what you do. All right, let me just get my drink and then we continue. I need Gamer Block to send me some more. I'm running out. God damn it. I'm running low, man. I'm running low, dude. Did I send them a message about that? I did, yes. Okay, good. You see this? Lip status pack. This is my custom limited edition GHAZZY TV Summoner Shaker from Gamer Bulk. So you can type exclamation by Gamer Bulk if you want to check it out. Then about Sisters, the white ones taste like candy. This shit, you guys can't see. So these are without tobacco. The nicotine pouches, but they're without tobacco. And actually, some of them taste like a lot like candy and shit like that. So the ones I have actually makes me a lot less candy because of that. GamerSubs sponsorship window. Gamer Bulk is actually selling GamerSubs products as well, ominous. And I'm sponsored by Gamer Bulk. Man, I have to use 2 hands for this thing. God damn, it's big. Oh. Woo. Oh, shit. This one is Wraith. Oh. Fucking 200 milligrams of caffeine. Oh. What are you shaking? My limited edition shaker, baby. That's the one I'm shaking. Nice work, Kikis. I just saw it. There we go. It took me a whole 2 seconds to do it because we already had Jonathan Tavern Talk. Sure. Good shit. Dan Dog even Pixie the Cinders and Hell Tides. Oh, that's not bad. How's your Tibia grind going? I am not been able to play a lot that much lately. I'm level... Oh, I had it here somewhere. I'm level 435. Yeah, pretty well, I'd say. How long till the trailer reveal? I should probably post that somewhere. There, that's when the podcast starts and the embargo lifts in 4 hours and 36 minutes. We'll have a call with DM to prep everything. All right. What else did I miss? Rum flavored? I wish. Anything can be a dildo if you're brave enough. True. Green screen doesn't do it justice. True. Can't you shave off a couple of hours? Dude, I wish, man. I wish I could shave off a couple of months so we can actually play the game. I'm super excited for this. All right, let me see what I missed in YouTube here for a second. Baby burnt GHAZZY stream. Yeah, no. Chris probably building a spaceship. Angry baby. She just want gameplay. True. Daughters rule. True. Not a fan of right streamer light. She usually loves being in here. Watching all the Starforge PC lights and everything. She usually just stares at it. Great video today, guys, about calls. I would love to know Joan's opinion on the game. Joan's opinion on the game was actually delivered in the video. Like, he specifically said it was easy to learn, and he had a good time. Like, those were the main parts of what he was talking about. We had some feedback. He had some troubles getting used to keybinds and learning the game. I tried to not handhold him too much and let him ask me questions instead as we were playing, which is why I was one of the slower streamers in progression. So I let my friend learn the game, and I just helped him navigate a bit. Like, I could be going towards the next zone, and basically I told him, you look at the mini map, you see that little red little door symbol. That's the next zone. We're gonna go there. And he's like, yeah, I'm coming. I'm just gonna beat these guys up a little bit. And he would run to another corner on the screen where there's like 2 monsters, normal fucking white monsters. He'd be fucking slapping them with his axe. Like, okay, I guess I'll just wait till you're done then. So there's a lot of that happening. So I let him play the way he wanted to, because I didn't want to impact his experience by making him feel like he was just running behind me, being carried. And I think that's the best way for him to get experience of the game, and I could get the feedback from that. And whilst he was doing that, I was going through my skills and testing out the minion stuff at the same time. So it actually worked out really well. And I have your Divine Music on YouTube. Is it because of copyrights? Not on your stream? Don't have it on Spotify. It's 14 years ago or 15 years ago. I think, no, less than that. No, sorry, it's 10 years ago. 10 or 11 years ago. Good song, though. Can you still growl? I can, but I have to be careful not to fuck my vocal cords over. I'd have to warm up for a few days. Get back to it. No, YouTube doesn't have any music now. I know it's supported back as the Flying Turtle. Actually, I don't know. It should be clearly telegraphed though. Yeah, YouTube can hear this song. It's because I own the rights to this one. I actually own the rights to this song. It's mine. The recording is just a guy that was recording us when we were rehearsing, so it's not perfectly synced though. But this is 10 or 11 years ago. 5.5 hours to go, boys. Good time. I wrote the lyrics and I did the growling. I had blue dread spectrum. That's me. Fucking years ago. So it's funny. I got it, Kikis. Thank you. Blue dreads back then. I was actually the very first streamer in Path of Exile to have blue hair before Sis did it. Top of POE 2 class already, or is it covered up? It's covered up. I sent it to them for approval, Kikis. But no, I can still growl. It's been a while. Been a while. I helped another friends of mine's band long time ago with when their vocalist had the vocalist in that band had what do you call it? Like a throat infection. Let me see if I can play one of those songs here. Sounds like this. I don't own the rights to this one, so YouTube can't hear it. Dread's back when? Bro. Oh, hold up. You guys remember this? When I had purple dreads? You guys remember this? I actually still have some. And I used to always wear I always used to wear bandanas back then. So I had these bandanas, and then I would have like a mohawk with the dreads. Look at times. Dread era clips. Maybe. Yeah. And they pretty much a lot of stuff is deleted or rip YouTube. Yeah, my old shit. I can't find the tent Spectre clip. GHAZZY, POE, tent Spectre. Twitch clip. Oh no, dude. It's gotta be somewhere. Why is there so many clips? Oh, right, because they actually get deleted after some time. This is 10 months ago. Is there really no clip of me? Maybe YouTube would be better than. How many years ago was it? Oh, you found something?
Next. Like, I would love Darth to have my babies.
Oh my god! Oh my god! What? From 8 years ago? I look like a baby!
Alright, let's go. Speed.
I can't have that music. I'll get DMCA'd. Holy shit. What was that here? I had a side cut then. Oh my god. Wow. And a tank top, yeah. Um, um, all right. The hair, oh right, I was vaping on stream back then as well. Oh, look at that hair. Yeah. I had a man bun and shit. How old is this clip? 8 years as well. So I was going to say what's funny is that the old band Haunted by Butterflies, that's why we have a moth as a logo, and why I have a moth tattooed on the flag on the Captain Fairgraves tattoo. All right, let me show you. So this is Fairgraves, right? And it goes over to a Kraken on the other side. But there's the stream logo is right there. And that's because of the band back then. Yeah, Currency Tab was a little easier back then for sure. There's a weird gap. There's a bunch of clips from 8 years ago, then it cuts to 4 years. That's so weird, dude. No, I know why that's it, Kikis. I know why. You remember the great DMCA purging? That's why the clips are gone. No. We used a shitload of us streamers used tools to have a program that literally purged clips from the channel because we had fuckload of clips with DMCA music. And to avoid getting fucked over by DMCA strikes, we had to do that to avoid getting any sort of consequences for us playing music all those years. That's actually why there's a huge gap of clips not being shown anymore. This is crazy. Yeah. Is it one of the helmet videos with the dreads, actually? What the fuck was that thumbnail? I saw... What is this? Wear boats. A bunch of orangutan. What the? I was like 14 back then. My apologies. It's 3 years ago. You were at least 18. God. I know I've seen a clip where I have the purple dread somewhere. What is this?
Emotional, damn it!
Well, that just happened.
Fuck!
Oh my god. So what was I doing here? Uh... And then created. And then it's 4 years ago, but it's... No, I think those clips are gone. You guys remember that outfit? That's the Harvest Scarecrow outfit I had. Oh my god, that's a long time ago. Jesus. Holy shit. What a trip down memory lane here. Holy shit. Anyway, sorry. So then, yeah, this was before I got fat. Apparently. Oh man. Oh, it takes two? Can I sort it by game? Category? It takes... Boys, this is the best shit ever. Oh my god. I played with my good friend and community manager, Spooky Roots here. We had a this is like the best game ever made.
Yeah.
You see this? You can do the jump.
What do you mean jump? Where jump?
Wall jump, back, left, and right.
Oh, wall jump.
Yeah, unless I do this.
What do you mean jump? Where jump?
Wall jump, back, left, and right.
Oh, wall jump.
Yeah, unless I do this.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh man, there's so many of these.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Man, we gotta play this again, Rich.
Jump you oblivion, mate. Yeah.
Oh, I got it.
Look at my eyes. I'm like, I am so ready.
Right.
Look at the smile. I mean, look at my mouth. Look at that.
Fucking cunt.
Oh, dude, we should play this again.
It's fucking Dr. Hakim, I swear to God.
Oh look, a video game.
Maybe they're connected.
Oh, God.
Enter pass.
Space Invaders.
Oh, wordplay. Lovely. Ah, it's got something to do with hacking.
Okay. No, enter password. What? Oh, wait, you need to... What are you doing?
Just gonna let you figure this one out on your own, bro.
Yeah, go on the thing on the password and we make a password. Well, we go just there, override maybe. Override.
Holy fuck.
Dude, this was like the best game ever, man.
Why?
Leveling it
Why
up,
did you need
boys.
that? Oh, you need to level it. To the left, to the left, to the right.
Where are you?
What are you doing?
Oh man.
To the right.
Where are you?
Oh my god, man. There's a couple more of these.
You're
I
gonna fly
gotta
the
watch these
airplane now,
guys.
son. And I'm gonna
Oh, for
shoot.
fuck's sake. Oh, God.
Oh. What are you doing, you
Nerd.
fuck, you dumb fuck?
Oh, oh, it's the reverse thing again. Shoot it! I think we're dead.
Fuck's sake.
I think we're dead. Dude, this is so
You're gonna fly the
good.
airplane now, son. And I'm gonna
for
shoot.
fuck's sake.
It's the same clip.
God.
Alright, we have 3 more clips.
Let's get going, son.
Roots, these were so good, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm just trying to settle my hemorrhage. Yeah, I'm good.
Don't fail this one here. This one's really hard. You made it. Congratulations.
I don't think you can fail that one.
Just stay on its back.
You remember this one, Roots? We didn't realize that we were going to slide off.
Oh.
I thought it was a cut. I thought it was a cut scene.
Yeah, you're like so interested in the game you didn't fucking pay attention. Man. I was looking on the screen also, we just fell off.
Dude, I was getting a cookie.
Okay.
Alright, one more clip, boys.
Oh, fuck off.
It's Jellyfish
I
League
was-
now.
I was doing so well and then you just killed me. Oh, Jesus.
And didn't do shit, son.
Yes, you did. Oh, fuck you, game. Oh, depression.
Oh, man.
Oh, at least I'll start the air again. Fuck you, game.
Oh my god. That was so good. Alright, sorry to derail the content a little bit here, boys, but holy shit, that was so good. I had such a good time playing with Roots. Oh my god. Oh man. Hanger play was hit with a second pillar, yeah. No malice showcase, true. They asked Jonathan if they want to add 3 changing jewels, like forbidden ones later on. Oh, you mean like cluster jewels? Or stuff like that? I don't know. We are gonna spend some time collecting collecting questions for you guys as well. Let's see if we can squeeze them in. No promises though. Glad you had a good time. I remember a pinball game. The shame nobody clipped that. In that pinball game, Roots killed me over and over and over and over. Oh, you found the dreads? Really? Really? You actually found the dreads. Oh yeah, this would play PUBG with my brother and sister. There's the bike on the road. Incoming! Muscles over there. I lit it twice.
I can see the few
My dog. That smile. Oh, the Sea of Thieves one as well. Did I not hit him in the face? No! No! Yeah, right. There's a Sea of Thieves clip in here as well, right? Holy shit, dude. This is like 3 years ago? I never thought this would happen. I died to Hillock. Oh.
There.
Coming out. Left side, left side, left side. Left side, get ready.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry.
They're sailing into the other sloops. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Surprise,
other-
motherfuckers!
The others.
I'm ready. You take the right side, I'll take the left.
They might be guarding the.
I got it. I got the anchor.
I'm hurting.
What the fuck is he?
The thing is, even if you
I got one of
outrun them, they still will
Two
go
of them
where
down.
you
Two
are.
of them down.
Well, if you drop in the water,
bombs.
yeah, and use buckets of water, yes. You can. You can. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah. Come here,
I
guys.
don't know if it's effective.
Yeah, they're
Just-
back. Dude, this is so fun. Wait, did we get the clip? To roll all the way? Oh, right. So we found a ship there, I think. So what we did this.
I really want to go there. There we like to. We could just take.
Look at the. We did this. We loaded it on a rowing boat. And then we rowed across the sea. Look at this. Fucking Navy SEALs. Oh, man. Then when we finally arrived at this guy's boat, we docked it. And we were just sleeping, and we blew it up. All of these on his boats. Cat clip at 12. All right, we're gonna go back to some POE stuff after this stuff.
What the fuck did you do to my cat?
You read the song.
And did you just toss the cat on the ground?
Toss it in water.
What the
Hey,
fuck
Jack,
did you do to
over
my
35
cat?
months. I appreciate you.
Cat, no.
Oh, it's
Cat
fine.
is back. Wanna know something better?
No, don't shoot him.
You load him in the cannon? No way.
Come here, kitty.
Oh no!
Farewell, my king.
Fucking game, dude. Alright, sorry, let's go back to PoE. Let's go back to PoE, boys. Oh man. There's ads playing now though. So after the ads. Alright, YouTube question. Are GG exploring different minion themes? We know Necromancer, Witch, and Animals or Druids alike. Are there more? Ages ago, War Leader was leaked for Warrior minions. Not that I can share or heard. Question, will you be able to swap RS and LS so that you can move with LS and aim with RS? In talking to the video, it looked like the default settings were to move in LS to aim. I don't know, actually, if you can. That's a good question. Fit it well. You look kind of grainy. Oh, it's just it's too much color, so it fucks with the green screen. Or too much brightness, it fucks with the green screen of this. I do look a little grainy. I changed the color saturation the other day. Let's see if I can fix that with the green screen. Not better. I need to get a better cab, bro. I really do, don't I? I gotta look into that. So is this reveal going to be Witch or Karu Spirit Talk and Necromancer, whatever it is? Well, this post here, this image is saying Witch, or the other one in the other post says Witch teaser. That's all I can say, because everything else is on the embargo, so I don't want to break that. When you're growing the dreads back out, they were synthetic dreads that was weaved into the hair. I would need longer hair to make that happen. But it was painful to get them in and make them stay, so. It's over here. Let me post it in chat for everybody. POE hype? Yes, sir! It was basically a cyber god GHAZZY time back then. Basically, I know I like trying new things out, so just having a good time with it. Five hours. That means we get into a podcast or talk with DM in 4 hours. So I guess we start the process of collecting questions or something a little bit. Community questions for the class reveal interview. No promises. We'll ask these questions, but it's good to have some pre-prepped. Do keep in mind that we are going in pseudo blind to the interview. So just keep that in mind, because the thing is, the only experience we have is the little hours we got to play at the playtest, and we haven't seen the reveal or if they made any changes. So we're gonna check out the reveal they're doing, and during the podcast, and then jump straight into the interview. You'll need a support to control focus your minions. My video on the minions will cover that in detail. Well, you can play without minions, for sure. Obviously, it's going to be ascendancies, right? So, questions. Will we see... All right, let me do this. New minions. Besides, new minions compared to POE 1. You ever played Destiny 2? I did try it for some time, yes. Do minions and other players have independent stun tracking bars for enemies? No. The enemies have a bar that will fill up and everyone can affect it. Necromount. Alcohol and Tavern Talk with Jonathan? Not without Jonathan, no. It's not going to be like a classical Tavern Talk since it's going to be an interview version. Can you please confirm during the interview, will the beta in November still be available for players that have spent over $500 supporter packs? Who's been a long time player. I know that Path of Exile has tried to bring in new people, so I'm curious if there's changes to this process, and it will be the same for PC and or console. That's something I'm pretty confident they're going to do something similar to what they did last time, but this interview is going to be focused on the reveal that they're doing, more so than you know, what the plans are for the early access. So we're going to get more information on that later. So I'll try to avoid those questions to not waste his time and actually focus the interview on the new things that is right now, rather than what's happening several months from now. That's fair. Black Omega as well on YouTube. Hey Dino, how you doing? Question: will the focus on consoles with all skills be designed to work with a controller, or will some skills still just work better on mouse and keyboard, i.e. precise aiming not on a mob? That was actually covered in one of the other videos or interviews. I believe it was Lance or Try's video. More class. Actually, I want to have another one. More class reveals prior to early access. Maybe not. Support skill limitation, making them unique. How will this impact the idea of having a plethora of 6 links? Will we be limited on the amount of links we can have in total active? Or will we end up throwing literally anything on our utility skills in the end as we run out of support skill options? This was a good question we heard the other day. When is the Tavern Talk? In 5 hours. Let's see. I'll be out of work by then. Awesome. If you missed the interview, it'll be available on my YouTube channel as well. Well, Matthias, the minions will require spirits to be reserved, which is also auras. So if you want to cast spells and have minions, you'll have to sacrifice auras in favor of minions and vice versa. There we go. All right, any other suggestions? I have a few. Problem is I can't really have them can't really have them prepped in the words without breaking NDA that I want them to be. Do you plan on asking something related to how we save specters now? I think that might be revealed. It was revealed in the last Exile Con. There we go. You plan on asking something related to show? I did read that. How does enemy aggression work in PoE 2? Well, what I can say is what we saw in the footage was that there was a minion control key. I'm covering that in my video that's posted at same time. Will minion affix on gear be tied to specific bases or in the general pool? But that's gonna follow the similar path idea that we've seen in the past. And I'm pretty sure they're not done with that design yet, I know. I'm not sure if that's going to be a big question, but I guess we can have that as a backup. Let me catch up with Twitch chat. The minions have a separate stat page in game. I'm just gonna go ahead and say yes to that one. So noob in PoE Necro, so I don't have enough knowledge to ask questions, but probably just the overall change of PoE 1, PoE 2 playstyle. I remember watching Subtractive video about support gems in this case. Now being available for all skills. Will it be a way to toggle the support gem only for specific skill gems, or will it be available across all skills by default? Well, if you have a GMP, you can only put that GMP on one skill. That's the unique approach of it. I don't suppose now is the right time to ask for endgame content. No, because it is not done. It needs to be upgradable, similar to Last Epoch. When you say upgradable, what do you mean? I like that question, Flavius. The problem is that we're going to try to focus on the class review. Let me saying. All right. Such as elemental buff, coal, fire, lightning. Not that I saw, at least. I mean, that would be fundamental skill changes that you're talking about. Can't really tackle that based on what I've experienced myself when I played. Specters in PoE 2, ease of maintaining a collection that you can pick and choose easier. That was covered in ExileCon. You're going to have like a Pokemon system where you essentially collect the monsters, and then you choose which ones you want. Should I cover Specters? Spectre question. Can we have will we We got confirmed in Last Exile that we are getting a sort of a Pokemon approach to them. But the summoning process itself, could you walk us through the mechanics of them? And most importantly, and also, will we be able to pick and choose a mix of them, or will it always be one choice for the entire skill at the time? Spectre decks. We will watch the reveal on stream, on the podcast, and directly lead that into the podcast or through the interview. POE decks, not a class reveal related question, but one I think is relevant to the new player experience. My question would be how they intend to communicate the resistance penalty that you get after each act. Looked like it was like a POE 1. We only get a chat notification. I always thought that this was a bit of a noob trap. Not something we're going to cover in this interview, since, again, we're going to focus on the class. But I'll keep that in mind as a backup. Interview time, less than 4 hours and 45 minutes. Most common complaint is about minions is Animate Guardian. I don't have anything that is included. Okay. Animate Guardian. Will this be in PoE 2? And similar to what's been done with other PoE 1 skills, will it work differently? Could you walk us through the mechanic of the AG skill for us? Most common complaint I see about minions and I didn't see that. Sorry. By the way, GHAZZY, I really enjoyed how in your video you pushed the description of a bunch of skills to give people a bit of an idea on what some of their possible favorite skills look like at this point. That's good. All right. Hey, how am I doing, dude? Minion AI is covered in my video, actually, that's coming out. Oh, Helm, you're gonna love it, dude. You're gonna love it, man. That's all I'll say. You're gonna love it. You're actually gonna love it. Like, I know you're gonna love it. I'm gonna be Madable Zombie Skeleton, anyone? I mean, that's MTX related. It's very obvious that they're gonna sell MTXs and whatnot, so. But he's asking about the single minion class fantasy, something similar to Reaper. Would there be opportunity to invest heavily in a single minion? For some god-forsaken reason, there's a lot of people. Now, there's more than 2 guys actually enjoying the single minion gameplay or fantasy gameplay, such as the PoE 1 Reaper. Okay, that's gonna sound so fucking rude to say. the shitty reap. Sorry. The horrendous. Fuck. The Reaper that sucked. The forgotten skill of the Reap. No. The Reaper minion in PoE 1 is one of the coolest looking minions we've seen in recent times. This caters to the single powerful minion fantasy. What's the plans for PoE? Are there plans in PoE 2 to further cater to this playstyle? I hate the Reaper. I really do. Question: by looking at the trailer, they're trying to make minion builds more active instead of just letting minions do all the damage. What is the design philosophy around hybrid minion builds? Minions themselves are already extremely active. Reap my Saab as the coolest skin seen pretty much ever. True. That is very true. Golem builds in D4 has some pseudo Reaper buff stuff. Yeah, similar approach to the fantasy of it. Yeah. You can have the Reaper some of your give the Reaper some of your life and mana he has every town and make it strong that way. Do keep in mind that we're not going to have this interview be a place for us to provide feedback or suggestions. It's supposed to be us asking questions about the new class. Right? Are any cross-class combinations that interact with minions like the Bell or Flame Wall? I can tell you right now that anything or any other player that hits the Bell will trigger it. If I create a gas cloud, then someone else can shoot some sort of fire ability on it, and it will explode the gas cloud. Golem's the same as current PoE. Indeed, to remember Golems all have special ability like the slow from Clay Golem. Can't answer that without breaking NDA. Crafting has less to do with the class specifically, right? Which have any minions specific to it, or any class of minions specific to them, like Guardian, Radiant, Sentinel? Well, me and Guardian Sentinel is an Ascendancy thing. They plan to make resummonings of minions less irritating and Thing especially about animate weapon and summoning 20 plus of them every zone. I can't answer that, but I know the answer to it. You will see. NDAs aren't that important. Look at the console dev. What they do, and it is not something that's going to impact the way I handle the NDA. If I sign something, I've signed something. Say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. Will there be a minion equipment screen for any minions? That you will see in the reveal. I wonder if we're going to tackle ascendancies. I did not ascend in my playthrough, no. Do ascended skills of the old returning classes change completely different, or are they unchanged in POE 1? You will see. Like, it's really hard because I know the answer to some of these questions will be revealed in the reveal itself. Can minions dodge roll? I'll talk to DM as well, see what he says. Some of the questions you guys are posting is already going to be covered in the reveal itself. Trying to think about the questions we had yesterday from the chat as well. Let's see. We're asking minion questions because the teaser that they posted included minions. That's why we're prepping that. A lot of questions will be answered by the reveal itself, yes. I'm trying to think of questions I can ask. The problem is I would need to type them down in a way that I would break the NDA. Shit. Try to think. I tried to find a way to word a question that I can do on stream without breaking NDA. Well, that's for later stages, though, Atrium. Has less to do with the class and more to do with items, right? Mm. Um. 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 I can't fucking do this. Okay. That'll do. That's like my biggest question I have from the playthrough. Oh man. Um The problem is if someone speaks French fluently, they can kind of figure it out. All right. Well, actually, French. You'd have to speak French and German fluently to figure it out. Well, you need German and French to kind of figure it out. Oh man. You speak French? Je parlais un peu français, pas très bien pas très bien et je préférais l'anglais. Et Etche, something like that. Like write a different language, because the thing is, Blood, why are you always so negative? I'm trying to create a notepad that I can have active when the podcast starts. I won't have time to write these questions down between the reveal and when Jonathan joins the call. There's going to be a window where the podcast is live, we watch the video. When the video ends, we have Jonathan on show. I won't have time between there. That's why I want to type it down. All right, let's see if we have any other questions. Talking about Twitch negativity. No, it's just Blood. He's always negative. Can't have fun things. Can't have a good time and laugh with the chats without him being negative. He normally doesn't have bad takes, though. Just negative. The question is, will this throw me off? It's probably just going to throw me off, and I'll have to decipher it myself. How do I open a second notepad? Wait, how do I open a second notepad? I can't drag this. You can't, right? We'll do it this way. We'll do that. I do have to check one more thing. Actually, from my footage. Give me a second. Right. There. Got it. All right. Any other question in chat then? No, you can. How do you do it? How do you do it then, Blood, since you know? And most of minions BO2 is just stuff we haven't seen before. You're going to be very, very satisfied, Blood. You're going to be very satisfied. I also wanted that, and I feel like that's seems to be a good approach. We'll see. That's all I can say. Don't know if this was that, but what is the identity of the new class concerning elemental oriented builds? What makes it different and not a worse version of the sorcerer, apart from minions, of course? I think that has more to do with the idea of more to do with the idea of ascendancy specializing in X or Y, right? Because I could play a witch, or I could play an Amazon, or I could play a druid, and then I can pick a skill from, you know, the warrior, or I could pick a skill from the ranger, right? So you're not locked into that. The game does provide recommendations of skills when you choose, though, which is good for new and newer players, though. Greetings from Germany. Welcome in, sir. Tavern Talk is 4 hours and 20 minutes, and in 3 hours and 20 minutes, I'll get a call going with DM. Blood, tell me how I open another tab or another window of Notepad+, since you know. Dino said Alt F6, but if I click Alt F6, nothing happens. Control N, nothing happens. That's just a page. I'm not looking at a page. I want another window. And I can't drag this to open another window. Control plus. No. Right click on the taskbar and click Notepad plus. I tried that as well. That didn't work. That didn't work either. I don't have the normal Notepad installed. Oh, actually, oh, there we go. Look at that. It's by default, right? I have a regular notepad. Oh, God, it's still ugly. But okay. Whatever, that works. Alt F6, new window. Did not work. I've tried it several times. Right click on a shortcut. I tried that as well. Did not work. This is going to sound troll. Alt F6. I literally tried clicking Alt F6. Nothing is happening. Does it work on a normal notepad? Nope. Patched. Evidently. Anyways, questions? What the fuck did I press now? What the fuck? All right, whatever. I got a normal notepad up. I'm doing left alt. I'm doing the right alt. Didn't do shit. It's fine. I have a regular notepad up. It's all good. It's all good. I made Blood a happy man now. And hopefully he won't be as negative moving forward. Isn't that right, Blood? Hopefully. Metassable, 36 months, dude. Thank you. 3 fucking years, man. Jesus Christ. Control T should just open another page, right? What the fuck is that? Didn't do that either. Control N, right? Control N is a new page. All right, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I tried doing that as well, but it didn't work. It's fine. We're moving on with questions now. Just with a Reaper question, maybe something along the lines of the Reaper was visually and mechanically appealing from a single powerful minion fantasy. Seems many found it lacking from a gameplay perspective. And plans to further cater to this playstyle and address PoE1 Reaper playstyle concerned with PoE2 possible implementation. Yeah, I probably just need to edit the preferences on the program. It's fine, boys. We have a solution. That doesn't do shit. The middle click either. Let's see if I can add some questions that's NDA related though. I don't really have one big one there. Let me go back to YouTube chat. What's in here? They came out with a new menu stat on gear and such. I can't answer what I saw. More AI options than offensive, defensive. You'll see in the reveal. I got a lot of content question without seeing the new stuff. Yeah, like that's the problem, right? That's why I'm like trying to hear that what you guys are curious about, and then I will try to find a way to word a question that will give us the answer, unless it's being covered by the reveal, right? So that's what I'm trying to do. First ever mini build, which one should I do? I have a single mirror budget. I can check Previ's YouTube and try the Bama. Blink arrow, mirror arrow. It's fantastic. You could try Zoomancer, which we made in collaboration with Helmbreak. You can type information about build for that one. Holy Relic. There's a poison variant made by Balormage.
And breedable.
Balormage made a poison version. I made a cold conversion guardian out of it. That's a fun build to play. We see a Spectre back or Spectre UI like BCPOE2. Well, at Exile Con, they covered Spectres already with the Pokemon approach to it. If you want it to feel like minions, then I'd say Sue. I agree with that. Sue is good. Sue is fun. Spectre's gotta go catch them all, yeah. Thanks, I'm new to the PoE community. I've been having a blast. Glad to hear that. Welcome in. If you have any questions, always fire away. Will summon raging spirits be good in PoE 2? I don't know. I can tell you that I never got to see how the SRS looks in PoE 2. Apparently, one of the bosses is supposed to have an ability where it rips his chest open and out comes raging spirits. But he never did that in the reveal or in the showcase that we saw. So I never got to see them. What means the PvP is dependent on gem level, as in PvE1, gem level monster level is the biggest scaler. since that has more to do with like end game approach, like how they're gonna scale things in the end game, right? I think that's gonna be a hard question to ask since they don't have the end game fleshed out yet, right? By supporting the revives minions after a short delay. You'll see the reveal. Can we expect every single minion skill from PoE 1 to be a thing in PoE 2? Or if not, what's stopping that process? If not, why? Can do that. Hero Seed stream. How you doing, Maxwell? It's good to see you, man. Mini MTX trans minions PoE 2 if possible. Concerned players or spend too much money in MTXs. Well, they've said that all of the MTXs will work. But I guess we could sneak in a question about that. MTX has been, from PoE 1 MTX has been confirmed to be that it'll work in PoE 2. Can we assume this will function with a skill-related MTX such as the skeleton MTXs as well? Because that's a hard one. I don't know how they're going to do that. That's rough. Don't both minions and auras reserve spirit? Correct. With a large army, will minions body block each other as they currently are in PoE 1? Limits the idea of a large army of close combat unit, the minions. That's a good one, Helm. If Spirit allows infinite minions, that means infinite clutter. If this becomes the best way to play, that... Well, you cannot have infinite minions. There's a cap because you're limited to your spirit. Well, I already have that. The link cover question is up here. Spirit scalable resource we can get from gear pass or fixed number. Scalable. To my understanding, at least. I know that there's like reservation reduction stuff, so we've seen that. Just dropped in. Are you outlining questions you want to ask Jonathan during the podcast? A question from Sergeant Tenor on YouTube. So I play tested it, the stuff, and so I have a little bit more information that everyone will have access to in 4 hours and 6 minutes. So till then, I'm going to try to like get some questions up. I'm going to talk to DM about them. And I have a few myself, but I have to like look at the questions you guys have and then have to siphon out the ones you're going to get answered by the reveal itself. And the questions I can word that requires that information to be asked. Will the podcast start with a video reveal? Yes. The podcast will go live. Then we're going to check out the reveal. Once that reveal has been checked, we're immediately jumping into the interview. So I will not have time between the reveal and the interview. That's why we're doing this now. Figured you and DM play The Witch. There's no videos out yet. The embargo lifts in 4 hours. That's when the video comes out. And I'm not sure if he had time to play The Witch. We actually had a bunch of creators pooling our content, our video recordings together. Minion control. Convocation. Thanks, Helm. The game will be very different, Panjal, from PoE 2 from PoE 1. I think you'll have a different opinion on the idea of a trigger craft in PoE 2. But chain minion related modifiers now, new ones, the gear, jewels, etc. Well, gear and everything is going to be different to some degree in PoE 2, of course. And more minion archetypes in PoE 2, like wild animals. We've seen Druid companions in a previous teaser. Does this mean that we can expect properly supported minion or summoner play or fantasy play styles outside of the undead classical necromancer style? Not properly, that's a bad word. Fully supported summoner fantasy play styles. Why properly sounds bad? Because it throws shade on the fact that they have minions for the druid. If I say, well, is it proper? Is it properly made? Unless it's just a, you know, a buffing thing or a side thing you can have. Like Necromancer minions was in Diablo 4 till last season. If I say fully supported, that would more be leaning towards the idea that, hey, we're looking at a way, can we play fully focusing on summoners as something else that does not just use undead minions. Oh. All right. Oh, you meant why properly it sounds bad. Okay. So you had to say, okay, I got you now. Great minds and all that. Let's see. What was this? Hi, everybody from YouTube. I'm from Italy, and if possible, can we ask Jonathan Italian text translation as a microtransaction in the store? I'll pay $30, no excuse. I'm afraid that's not something we'll be asking in this interview. It's crazy that they don't have that, though. Another the whole on-kill problem with summoned entities in PoE 1 is fixed, where it differs based on what is a hit or a dot that kills. That's in the realm of bugs and issues, right? So I can't really say. Oh my god. Grimmalkin!
Do you also think the anniversary number is getting ridiculously high? Oh well, I will only start to worry if it hits 4 digits.
Oh, you got some time to get there, Grimmalkin. Holy shit, dude. Can you guys imagine the first person to get a fourth digit of the sub count? Tier 3 subscription for 110 months by Grimmalkin. Thank you so much for the continued support, man. I appreciate that very, very much, man. Thank you. I hope you're doing very well, sir. Thank you. That is absolutely insane. 9.16 years. Is then all right. Gonna message in DM here. Give me a second, guys. All right. Anonymous gifting or donating $5 on YouTube. Thank you. Do you know the system specs for the console event? I do not know. The base idea for hardware requirement. I actually don't know the question to that, or the answer to that, but I do appreciate the donation. Thanks so much, dude. You know what? I'm gonna take that money. I'm gonna put that in my bra. Save that for a rainy day. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate you. Thank you. 1,000 months is 83 years. Can we add subscriptions to a will? 83 years. I'll be over 100 when that happens. Oh, man. Let me just send a message DM. There we go. No problem. Thank you, dude. Now it means a lot to me. I can't do this full time if it wasn't for you guys subscribing and donating. Like your mall could come in here showing off the big dick swinging with 110 months tier 3. I mean, Jesus Christ. 3 weeks off from work? Well, outside of this, I had like nothing happening in June. So I'm like, I gotta work that out. And then I know in July, everything is happening. It's fucking crazy. It's a lot of work prepping up for July, and I can't wait to share with you guys some of the stuff that I'm currently not able to talk about. It's gonna be fun. All right, I got the answer there. Perfect. Where was I? The minis will inherit stat like a D4. Will be separate modifiers. Not sure I'm allowed to say, so I'd rather not answer, just to not break NDA. Also, the role CGD got for his big dick role, a POE role, played sessions a few years ago. Sure. Kinda
Don't
fits.
have a big dick, but subscribing anyway, Kappa.
That's nice. Don't have a big dick for subscribing anyways, but here's the thing, Mustache. Thanks so much for the 6 months Prime. Subscribing to this channel does not make your dick grow smaller. That's a fact. So if you got a Prime ready, you know what to do. I mean, I'm just saying. All right, do we have any other questions that I could try to squeeze in one way or another? Still pressing the minion behavior support gem question. Will it do something except making minions of defense aggressive? Ranid, you're going to like the reveal. That's all I can say. Command your minions like the Reaper, less buttons, but more player agency. Pangiao, you're going to like the reveal. That's all I can say. So the game would support Steam Deck on launch, so hopefully it should run on limited hardware fairly well. That's true, actually. They did say that they have a Steam Deck at the venue, at one of the interviews, right? I'm not going to like the reveal. What can you say? Well, here's the thing, Koflum. You've been following this channel since today, is it? So, I mean, you've already taken the first step into the world of necromancy. So, therefore, you're going to like the reveal. You don't have to worry. Welcome in. And the podcast starts in a few hours. Yes. Oh, shit. I just got a $20 dono from Anonymous. This is for all the minion lovers. Sheesh. Thank you so much, dude. I very much appreciate that, man. Thank you. I can't have notifications on the screen from YouTube donations. Because if I do, then I would violate the multi-stream TOS from Twitch. But thank you so much for the donation, man. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now it's time correct. Conversion is correct. It will be in 4 hours. I literally have a countdown timer for you guys right here. It's what it is. I appreciate that very much, man. As I said before, I'm able to do this thanks to the support from you guys. Well, thank you. Animate weapon have a change to make it feel better. I can't answer that. And it's kind of part of some of these questions that we've already listed. How long will that interview be? Man needs to sleep. I don't know how long the interview will be. If you miss the interview or miss parts of it, I will be uploading the interview to YouTube as soon as Kikis has the footage and can get it up, which should be pretty quickly after the interview is over. To Walker Malkin. Can Necromancer spec into the Druid walls? Do they share the same minion type of scaling, etc. with Druids? That's kind of part of some of the questions we already have. Let's see. Saying all right, let's see. Give me a second, guys. Just responding to DM. Sorry about that. Did you show us a media focused Ranger class, the first Exile card? Is there still a plan to release something like that? Well, we have questions loaded up for that as well. Okay. Question, GHAZZY, record voice lines from one of the minions. I would love that, dude. I would actually love to do that. You know, they say that they don't want limit things to just one ascendancy and anyone will be able to do stuff like shapeshift. So they're probably certain that Druid can use necromanias and vice versa. I mean, you can always pick skills from other classes or that is recommended for other classes, just like POE1, right? All right. Did you show us? I did read that. Was it just a mock-up for rough aesthetic class design, animal companions? I don't know. I mean, you also have to keep in mind that nothing's like written in stone, right? It's not chiseled out, right? So things can change drastically, even. We're not even in early access, right? So you got to keep that in mind. Let's see YouTube chat. moaning dead sound for dead minions. The fuck? John said they don't want to limit things to just one ascendancy. Sorry, I did read that. The identity company ascendancy is true. Wrong. Ascendancy is supposed to give you an idea of where to go with your character, not force you to play them if you want to play a certain thing. I mean, ascendancies are more like the specialization of the way you want to play. The class gives you a baseline, but I can play, you know, I'm spitballing here. I can play an Amazon, but I can use abilities from the Paladin. The baseline doesn't really recommend me to do that. Where I start on the skill tree doesn't recommend me to do that. Jinx-san coming in with a 23 to almost 2 years. Thanks so much for support, man. Thank you, dude. So, like, there's that approach, right? But if you choose an ascendancy, that ascendancy might specialize in something that actually works with those the combination of those styles of playing, right? Good shit. Probably weird question. Minions that transform into armor influenced by minion passive nodes. Minions that transform into armor. What do you mean? Have we seen any PoE 2 minions that transforms into an armor? Mercenary summoner would be fun. Hiring humans to fight for you. Maybe you could give them a weapon and use specific fighting styles. I'd love to have a summoning skill for like wolves, bears, etc. to use with the necromancer ascendancy. Chaos damaging crows would be a fun to play. No. We're gonna have the class reveal in 3 hours and 45 minutes, and in 2 hours and 45 minutes, we're gonna have DM join us on a call, and we're gonna talk about it, and we'll prep it up best we can. But yes, I like the idea to have several versions of summoning archetypes or fantasies. And I'm not talking about a single minion focused summoning approach and a mass army one. I'm talking about having the undead necromancy style and then having a druid minion style. Wouldn't it be cool if they had like a Templar, paladin-ish summoning style where the minions there would be similar to Dominating Blow, Absolution, and that kind of hue, that color theme, and that type of mechanics where they're using holy spells, right? Whereas, the idea of the necromancer is the undead bone chaos, right? And maybe we'd have poison or something from the druid, for example, or something else, right? Or the druid would be more shamanistic, if you will. So maybe there would be a shaman druid ascendancy class that focused more on like the summoning of the minions and lightning stuff, from the shamanistic storm stuff and stuff like that. That would be really cool. And then you have an undead from the necromancer and a holy army for the crusade, for the Templar. Like, that would be cool. A cool way to create a variety of archetypes within the fantasy of minions and summoner playstyle, right? Biomancer is a symbiote armor. I mean, there are so many things you could do with it that would be so cool. PoE2 is a lot about gameplay. These sentences shouldn't just look different. They should feel gameplay-wise different. Oh, they definitely do. I was also very concerned with how on earth they were going to make it feel active to play and unique gameplay experience. And what I played was fucking insane. And that was just the early stage. I want to play more. I want to play so much more. Pathologist minion class, you attack by spreading Ebola and other disease. No, this is not serious. What the fuck? The guy says pathologist minion class. You attack via spreading Ebola and other diseases. Not this. This is not serious Black Plague build. Remember that quote, Forth, before the reveal. Remember that you said that before the reveal happens. Glad that you enjoyed it. It's a very good sign. Well, not everybody likes to play the game the way I do, so, but if you do, then you're gonna fucking love it. The MTX question asked specifically about the flying MTX. That's a good one, actually, Blood. You see, this is what I mean when I say Blood doesn't normally have bad takes. He's just overly negative in some cases, but he does have good takes. It's called being hyperbolic. There are cases where you are overly negative, in my opinion. We got Blood here, too. He should be a sub by now. He's a regular in this channel nowadays. Been around for like a year or so. Haven't you, Blood? Oh, okay, I gotta double check. April 2nd, 2023. Oh, shit. Actually hit that on the spot. Good lord. I saw if minions are good in PoE 2 and I main that. Alright. It'd be cool if you could pick your minions up and slap them around a little. You can do in Dungeon Keeper. Let me revive fossils to get dinosaur minions. I mean, GGG could literally hire me as a minion consultant, and I would literally give them a whole write-up of a whole new ascendancy class with a whole new archetype that they could humor in, like, I don't know, give me like 2 to 4 weeks. Then I would do that for them, and I would love that. I would come up with the most fucked up shit ever. I can give them an entire ascendancy class if they want to. For PoE 2. I would be very happy to do that for PoE 2. That would be so fun. Well. Yeah, that's true. I don't want to work for GGG because I want to maintain being unbiased when it comes to opinions. What I wouldn't mind doing though is acting as a consultant on the minion stuffs. I would love to do that for them. That's very different than working for them. Because then I could, you know, throw in feedback and opinions and ideas. I would love to do that. I love this game. It's kind of defined my personality over the past decade, so. How long till the podcast? 3 hours, 40 minutes. And in 2 hours, 40 minutes, we're going to call DM and prepare the questions, fine-tune a little bit. One of the minion meta in PoE 2 is going to be SRS again? No. All right. The thing I want to see is less clunky controller support since I play on Steam Deck, but it looks like they've nailed that. Not yet. They said that they have a Steam Deck at the office in one of the interviews and that they're definitely looking into it and working on it. Time is the interview. 3 hours and 40 minutes. Dart micro minion bells and an army of soulless gingers. Why would you say soulless gingers? It's like saying dead skeletons. Like, we understand skeletons are already dead. Who are immune to direct damage as all mobs ignore their existence. Oh my god, that is so dark. Oh my god. Okay. Oh man. Gonna mean is gonna be nuts, man. All possibilities. Just support is improved for PC, isn't it? Steam Deck is just PC with controller. Main Clyde crafting and map rolling, which we have yet to see anyways for controller. They shown any shape shifting yet in the Druid teaser. Let's see if we can find that actually. Path of Exile to Druid teaser. Gamescom, right? That's the shapeshift right there. And they're wolves minions.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, one of the game directors on Path of Exile 2. In Path of Exile 2, you can pick from one of 12 character classes. Each character has a combination of primary attributes that they focus on. Today, we'd like to show off a character who specializes in strength and intelligence, the Druid. In human form, the Druid is a spellcaster who channels the fury of nature on the battlefield, a walking natural disaster. But get up close and you'll find out why the Druid also focuses on strength. You can transform yourself into one of several wild beasts. Today, we want to show off the bear form. Transformation in POE 2 happens automatically when you use a bear attack. Use Bear Maul and your character will transform into a bear, into a meaty swing. Use a spell and your character transforms back into a human and casts it. Hitting enemies with the Bear's Maul attack will build up rage, which increases your attack damage, so your bear gets stronger with every attack. You can see the glowing runes that indicate rage on your back.
I think that enemy looks so cool.
Have a lot of weak enemies to take out? This is where you probably want to break out your rampage. Let out a roar and stampede over all enemies in your path, slamming the ground with your paws. The initial roar generates rage, and then the rage is consumed as you charge along. You can use Rampage by itself to travel a short distance, or do some mauling first to build up some rage and travel a significant distance. Now, while the bear is big and strong, this isn't a pure strength class. You don't have as much armor as a warrior would have. In order to protect itself from larger packs, you might want to consider a skill like Furious Slam. This skill is all about stunning rather than damage, so it's quite useful if you're mobbed by smaller monsters and just need to get out of there. Of course, like any PoE 2 character, you can always use a dodge roll to get out of danger. Since the bear is the slowest of the druid's forms, making sure the dodge feels reliable and can get you out of any situation is paramount. When you dodge an animal form, your character instantly transforms back with no time penalty, so that you can get out of the way. You can even interrupt a mistimed transformation halfway through. Of course, doing this will mean you pay the slight time cost of having to transform back again, but it's certainly a lot better than dying. Something interesting about this skill is that it's faster to use if you're already standing up. If you're on all fours when you use Furious Slam, then the bear has to stand up first before slamming back down. But use Maul first and the bear will stand up as you swing, which has no time penalty. Then follow up with Furious Slam and your bear will quickly slam down. Much more efficient. Next up, I want to talk about Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar.
Something they're showing in here is that they have this cremation thing, right? That shoots at the fireballs. And let's see if I can... The volcano skill, right? So this shit... And if you slam and you do that walk, it will make this shoot more. So every time he slams, it shoots out more balls from the volcano.
And if you thought that was a lot, then Rampage is even better, because it does 2 slams every time it hits the ground. And you can run around the volcano.
Pretty cool, actually.
Now, if you've been paying attention, you might have realized that this is going to be extra good with Seismic Cry, which we were using earlier to double. Another really useful defense because wolves can take aggro from you, keeping monsters away. In addition, the wolves howl as they are summoned, putting a temporary debuff on enemies that makes them more vulnerable to critical strikes, and giving you a reason to resummon them in combat. The last Druid spell we're going to talk about today is Volcano. You can cast it quickly like this and it will...
That's all the info on the companion. This is literally a 15-second window, 25-second window. But that's it. So there's that. It'll be very interesting to see where this lands. There we go. All right, any other questions you guys might have? And then we can expect at the end of the year, beta just campaign. I mean, if I ask, okay, so when we ask questions, you have to think about what is the answer we want to see, and what is the expected answer we're going to get from that question, right? So if I ask that, they're going to tell us what they are aiming for, but that's not going to give us a roadmap of what we can expect. It's just we're going to tell us what they're expecting or hoping to do, right? This video is basically the countdown to the Tavern Talk and the release video. We're allowed to drop everything. Oh, the premiere. So what could it be? Yeah. That pic makes it so obvious, really? This?
Welcome to the crew.
Master Me 84 with the prime sub. Thanks so much for joining in the crew, man. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Redacted in the thumbnail. I mean, the problem with the thing is this. I'm not really allowed to say what it is because of NDA, but the teaser says which teaser header in the picture name. The file name is called which teaser header.jpg. So it's like, yeah, but I'm not allowed to say it. So I would just want to make sure that I'm actually obeying the NDA rules. But it says which teaser header up here, so it's like, and we know it's minions, so. Oh man. Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm actually obeying the NDA stuff. Oh, this song though. Do what you need to do. Maybe I'm over picky with it. It's about respect as well. Oh, actually, that's true. I didn't actually sign any paper this time. It's a courtesy thing. Surely they won't get GHAZZY for the Shadow class reveal. Fun fact, my SS Strain Contagion build guide on the POE forums had over 25 million views during its lifetime. And it was the most popular SS Strain Contagion build when that skill got released of all written guides that existed back then for the SS Strain Contagion build. It was mine. It was my most popular build guide. SS Strain Contagion is so funny, honestly, and you know why? Shut your mouth, Kikis. So, yeah, SS Strain Contagion is one of my favorite 2 abilities in the entire game. I can't wait to see what they're doing with that in PoE 2. It's a shame it sucks these days. Yeah, that's actually my most favorite, most popular build till Spectres took over many years later. It's so funny because I know Ciceron is known as the ED Contagion guy. And then Ballista, right? Yeah, I'm just kind of milking content, stalling till I get a call with DM now. We're going to prep up the rest of it, unless you guys have any other questions that I can somehow squeeze in. I have a question. Will we see mind control minion style playstyle? Like MC minions keeping their mods and control it like minions for limited time, like dominating blow? It's kind of in one of these questions already, though. And the crop mods is enemy mod being friendly. You can play both. Slim Racing channel. You can engage with both if you want to. My friend is thinking of trying PoE and he like minions like you. What build should I recommend to him? Is a little action RPG experience. If he's not stupid, then Zoomancer. If he is extremely fresh to gaming in general or doesn't really learn from checking the guide, then probably Holy Relic or SRS, I guess. The stream is basically ask question, GHAZZY can't answer it. Well, I've got to try like reword them in a way that I can ask for the interview if it fits. Suman is a permanent debug where you can see what's happening. Where you can't see. Yeah. There's that. There's that. See what I mean when I say that Blood has some good takes? You can't take away that Blood has accurate takes. Whether you agree with him or not doesn't matter, but he does have accurate takes. Oh, got a message from Hannah. What is this? Was Blood just Gaz's alter ego? Give me a second. Yeah, a ton of new minion styles on top of the ones you already know. Right, let's see. Ah, too bright. All right, there was like, question: will there be minions that summons other minions, like Spider, Broodmother Lich, or something similar? I can't confirm or deny that, but we'll see. It's kind of already baked into future minion question we had. Where is it? It has a lot to do with like different types of archetypes or fantasy focuses, right? That Pokemon's back to the possibility it could be infinite. That's also true. I would be hyper classic Diablo 2 style necro builds with bone and blood stuff. Remember that you wrote that when you see the reveal. I can't say more than that. Question as well is that what you saw just one small part of the class, or did you get the feeling that it was the full version of it? Basically, is more there more coming that you don't know about what you think? We only got to experience a part of the campaign, so there were several things for the higher levels that did not get to experience, correct? And we didn't see any ascendancies either. Our minions passively summon, and active would be more like command, scout, and attack. Not something I am able to confirm or deny. You'll see it very soon, though. About the hybrid melee sword and board minion archetype, a champion necro hybrid that summons melee warriors on kill, like the dominating blow. That's something I can share either. All right, for the reveal, yes, because then I can stop dancing around the fucking NDA. And we have a lot to talk about. I'll upload the full playthrough with the new class, hopefully tomorrow, maybe Thursday. Keep in mind, Kikis, that you might have to cut some parts out when you do that. So that's going to take a while. And it needs to be approved. I've seen a Russian dude actually get the Colossus, which was the Act 3 last boss. I can tell you now, Blood, that the few people that tried the new class did not get very far. Most of us that I know of focused more on the mechanics and interactions and what was presented. I also made sure that I brought someone who's never touched games in a very long time. So it's very fresh. He's never played POE at all, not even POE 1. to see the super beginner new player experience, so I could get that feedback to them and to how it was to play as a veteran with someone that fresh to the game in a couch co-op scenario, which was a very good thing to do, but it definitely impacted how far, or in terms of progression, we got. Kikis, yes, that is my understanding. All of the footage that we're going to use has to go through approval. So you need to like cut out, you need to cut out like, there were some scenarios where we are having a recording when I'm talking to Octavian or Jonathan, that is like, we're just standing still when we're talking to them. So you need to cut those things out. I can ask him, actually. I'll ask him. Yeah, I've sent a message to him because I'm pretty sure that the non-redacted class was not under embargo. Hannah just told me she bought me donuts. Nice. So I can get more fat. Nice. How does it feel to be blue balled by NDA? You mean like these blue balls?
I'm certainly
Like these blue balls right there? That's kind of how it feels.
not supposed to be here. How exciting.
That boss looks so cool. Yeah. Now, this is gonna be fun. Will the reveal be before the interview? So this is how it's gonna work. In 2 hours and 15 minutes, I'm gonna call up DM. We're gonna talk about the show, prep it a little bit, sound check and whatnot, and then when the embargo lifts in 3 hours and 15 minutes, we are going to look at the reveal on the show. Immediately after the reveal, we're going to have Jonathan in there for an interview. So there's not going to be any time for us to check the reveal, prepare questions, and then have Jonathan. We're going to go directly from reveal into the interview. And we will not have access to watch this reveal beforehand. The only thing we have beforehand is the gameplay playtest experience we had at the event. That's it. So that's why I can't really, like, we have these lists. I'm going to talk to DM. We also need to have, like, an opening slot for us to ask follow-up questions based on what was revealed, right? The charge spell make me wonder if there would be a charging summoner spell with the idea of loading a mass of things, attacking, and then hurling itself to enemies. Interesting. Kitama V2. A question for you to ask. What is the state of nearby presence? I think we'll chill with that till later. Because we're going to try to focus a lot on the reveal and the new stuff. You got to keep in mind that they are making considerable changes on the very foundation of the game quite consistently till they find the sweet spot of what they like and how they want to progress the game. That's why the game is so focused on the early stage and the foundation, the skills, the mechanics, the play style experience, and a campaign. That's why they don't have playable endgame content at the moment, because they want to finish the foundation to have a steady ground to build on. The question I would have would be if there are any attack skills that scale up minions' damage. Can't confirm or deny it, but we'll see. Like, keep in mind, I haven't seen all the abilities either. I've only seen a handful. So maybe they're going to show us more skills in the reveal than I have seen. At least I'm hoping so. Is there a possibility of any sort of warlock, like draining souls and summoning demonic entities? So we talked about that before, and I said that I would love to see them. Like, I would love to work as a consultant for GGG when it comes to those things. I would love it if PoE 2 opted for an approach where they would allow us to have different types of archetype fantasy focused stuff, right? Like, let's say they would have a Templar or a Paladin being like the holy army minion summoner, and the Druid shaman having, you know, the nature minions, wolves, bears, and whatnot, crows and snakes, and, you know, Necromancer being the undead, right? Undead chaos, right? That would be really cool to see something like that, right? But I don't know. I would love to see different types of affinities, if you will. Let me check, Kikis. Oh, it's set as. Kikis. Yeah, we got to fix that little issue. Scourge Summoner. I mean, wouldn't it be cool? And then have like the different types of approach with that, and that could be an opening for new skills and whatnot, and new archetypes. It'd be cool. All right. Did I miss any question? GGG Minion Consultant. I'll sign the petition. I mean, I've been around for over a decade now, mainly playing minions. It'd be fun. It would be a cool thing to be part of, actually. All right, just waiting for Kikis to fix a little something something. All right. Where's my YouTube chat? There. So brain fart ready in 3 minutes. All right, I'll let him know. All right, good. Yes, is a necromancer main. Is that make chat as minions? Yes, that's exactly what it means. I'm glad we're all on the same page here. Absolutely correct. 100%. Blizzard at one time at a community council for WoW. You should bring one person for every playstyle consult design decisions. Maybe.
Gas hivers.
Sorry, with a tier 3 for 48 fucking months. Thank you, dude. Hope you're doing well, man. Thank you. Hey, more subscribers to almost starting the scam train. No props.
Damn, that's a lot of stream babies.
That is a lot of stream babies. Thank you so much for the 36 months, no procs. Appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's see if I can catch up with YouTube chats. Like, I'm literally just stalling a lot right now, so try to catch up some questions, see if we can word them a little differently. I'd love to be able to sacrifice skeleton summons for specific buffs like bone armor, like bone weapon, the scales with minion stats like minion health and damage. Minions are always fun. That's true. Stream minions can be bought by checking out Starforge and Gamer Bulk. True. Starforge just released a limited edition PC, by the way. Check the pin message. It's actually really cool. Where's the link? Check this out. Check this out, boys. The Aster Oni limited edition, boys. It's actually really cool.
Welcome to the crew.
Linellis with the Prime, starting the scam train. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. That's the one I'm supposed to send him, Kikis. Roger. Oh. Okay, thanks, Kikis. Got it. All right, let's see what I missed. Starford needs PoE 2 R style PZK is true. Here's a talking point. What currently revealed PoE 2 content are you most excited about? The fact that the game is very different from PoE 1. You have a significantly more engaging combat. I think the things that makes me mostly excited is the fact that PoE 1 is a proactive game and PoE 2 is a reactive game. Take Flask as a prime example. In PoE 1, you have to have your utility flasks consistently rolling. That is a proactive gameplay experience. You run into a pack of enemies, you explode them, and then they're not dead. You move on to the next pack. The gameplay and the combat is not very interactive or interesting. Whilst in PoE 2, it's the literal opposite of that. Which means it's slower, but it also means that the actions that you do and the combat itself feels very engaging And that feels like I'm actually playing the game. And that is something I get in PoE 1 with most minion builds, which is one of the main reasons I like playing minions in PoE 1, because it gives me that sense. PoE 2 is making that for everyone, and minions are just... I can't say that, but it's... That's the parts of the things that's been revealed that I'm most excited about, yes. The minions have more than one skill action they perform. Zombies have default attack, and slam. Will there be more skill action minions can perform? Support skill that add actions. Watch the reveal will show you some pretty cool things, Josh, when it comes to minions. That's all I can say. For me, it's the bosses. I like when a boss fight is focused on mechanics that is slower. True. But you want to zoom for me, saying that PvP is slower sounds great. But it's not slower in a sense of it being bad. I think it's very important to separate those two. Now, the early access will be free for everyone at once, or will players be let in incrementally to test the service with different player counts? We have no idea what they're planning on doing. Most of the streamers are assuming that they are going to do the similar way they did last time, where if you spend X amount of dollars throughout the years on the game, you're going to have a free access just because of that. And they also made a supporter pack that would give you instant access. And then outside of that, they would basically have a lottery where every hour they would invite X amount of new players on a forum thread or something like that. That's what they did last time. But we don't know. That's what we're assuming they're going to repeat, but we don't know. Yeah, the specifically mentioned it would probably be like 3.0. Yeah. But we don't know if that's going to be the case, right? It's not confirmed. But it would probably be like that, right? PoE2 is a game GG always wanted to make. I think PoE 1 was that, and then as the time went by, it progressed into a heavy power creep, and it was hard to stop that ball rolling. And I think that PoE 2 is how they envisioned the development with new tools and graphics and whatnot. So it's just a natural decision. When is the reveal? In like 3 hours. And in 2 hours, I'll talk to DM. Yes, you look a swole, my friend. Not sure if that's a good thing, but I moved into a house. A lot of things to do with the house. Different cadence rather than tempo. That would be a good way to put it, yes. I think it will be available for free without limitation. It will be released for console as well. They specifically say they want the gameplay to be there. Yes, that's correct, Blood. They wanted to have both console and PC at the same time, because that's very important since it is supposed to be cross-play and cross-progression. And yes, indeed, limiting it would lessen the hype, for sure. Very exciting times, though. Very, very, very exciting times. It's going to be fun. Very exciting. PoE 3 when? One step at a time, man. I just like the idea of different fantasy minion plays. I wonder if they already plan on doing that. I'm trying to ask about aggressive defensive minions yet, or if so, it's a thing in PoE 2. The reveal will cover that question for you. Or should. And if it doesn't, my video will. We'll actually answer that question. And the new single-player corner control UI layout option will become a new meta for streamers so they can put their camps in the other corner. In my interview with Jonathan, I specifically covered a lot of questions regarding UI. They're not entirely opposed to player agency around it, but they want to be careful with it. I swear when I have you in the background, from time to time, you sound like Peter Griffin. What the fuck? What? What? In what universe do I sound like Peter Griffin? Criminal kidnapped girl for ransomware. What are you watching?
Welcome to the crew.
Hey,
That's a
dude.
movie recap. That is a movie recap. Doc Leisure, hey dude, 14 months with the tier 1. Thanks so much for support, man. Appreciate that, dude. I know Ruth is correct. It would be a nice to have a number on console. Glutton for punishment in Ruthless console. I don't think that I should ever ask anything about Ruthless mode in a game that's not even in early access. Plus, the community has very clearly stated how much they fucking hate the idea of having Ruthless in the game, whereas there's like 5 people that actually likes it, you know? Need to ask about Matic Find and drop tables for uniques and versus rares. We'll have the same problem with rares being stronger than the boss. I don't know about that, but I can tell you this much regarding items. I'm going to pause the music for this. Here's a really cool system, what they've done with Matic finding and items. So, in PoE 2, there's an NPC called the Hooded One. Wisdom scrolls have a very high drop rate up until this point, and past that point, they are pretty goddamn rare. Why? Because the Hooded One will identify items for you in towns and or hideouts. What they've done is that they've made it so that white items have a high likelihood of just turning into gold. So you'll see less white items on the ground, but more gold. And gold you can use to gamble items at the vendors. So like maybe you're in Act 3 and now you realize, shit, I don't have a second ring. Use the gold at the vendor to buy a ring. You're good. As an example of that. They made it so that items are more likely with Magic Find, for example, they will drop in stronger variants. You can disenchant items to turn them into crafting materials. So, for example, you can disenchant medical items and you get transmutations, for example, if you so will. What they've done with Magic Find is that instead of dropping more items for you, they're making the items that drop become stronger in different tiers, if you will. And for some reason, last I heard talk about this one of the interviews, the tier system for this is not what we have right now, where tier 1 is the highest or tier 0 is an elevated influence mode, for example. What is disenchanting? It's instead of vendoring it to sell it for gold, you can break the item down at the same vendor to turn it into crafting material instead. Similar to vendoring an item in PoE 1, where you get crafting mats, but you can choose to sell it for gold or for crafting mats, essentially. With magic finding, you can have different tiers. So you can have like a tier 3 rare would have stronger modifiers, generally, than that of a tier 2 rare. So that's how they combat the idea of a bloat of quantity of items being thrown on the ground, and instead, the better magic find you have, the stronger rare items you will find. So when you loot a higher tier rare item, that item will now have generally stronger modifiers rolled on them. So that's how they combat that idea. And I think that's a really cool way, because it then also does not impact this massive insanity of us going through PoE 1, and we have to disable so much loot and the loot filters to even play the game, because you can't play Path of Exile 1 without a loot filter. You would crash the actual server, and you would have to, like, the map's going to be lost because you can't enter it because there's so many items being spawned, right? This has been taken care of with this system in PoE 2. So that's pretty cool, actually. So that's what they're doing, at least in the current iteration. Yeah, I want them tiers to go in the same direction. I really like the idea of grinding bosses for better gear. Jonathan answered one of my questions in my interview with him, where he said that they want the people to spend a third of their time in a map clearing the monsters, a third of the time on the boss, and a third of the time with whatever league mechanic they have. That's like the ideal allocation of time spent when you engage with actually playing the game that they want. They want an equal spread between league mechanic, bossing, and clearing. That's the goal that they're aiming for. Is Magic quality of rarity still a test series stat in the game? I did not see any Magic find items myself when I played, so I can't really answer that. Confusion of one tier 1 is higher than tier 10 and the affix rolls, but the tiers of the items on the floor being the lowest needs clarifying. Yes, I agree with that. I also think it's smart that they're flipping that, simply because then they can introduce new modifiers, and now they can just add another number saying, well, these can roll the new ones, right? But I still think that they should, streamline it and, make it generic across the board, rather than having one thing going one direction and another one being the opposite, right? Spoiler, the hooded one is bald, as he has to wear a hood. And have our very own Deckard Kane. If you're asking an MTX related question, can you ask whether the MTX will be separated from gear slots, be able to apply multiple MTXs on the same slot? Not sure about multiple MTXs, but I don't think we should go in too deep on it, because it's not going to be too much about the actual new class reveal. So you have to be careful when we ask questions that is generic or not about the actual new class. Too much to deviate from the general focus of the actual interview. I'm going to ask it because it has to do with minions are included in that. So that's why I can sneak the question in, and I'll also throw in like things like the flying MTX and whatnot. Like, how are they planning on doing that, or if they already have ideas for how to make sure that all of the MTXs will be following, right? Which isn't just Necro, true. That's why I'm sneaking in the armor MTX and whatnot, but we don't want to get stuck on asking questions about MTXs and whatnot when we want to ask things about the new class, right? Major changes to minion AI movement, pathing, and behavior. Yes. Do we still need to rely on janky things like convocation macros? That part I can't answer, but the first one, yes. Solution ideas address screen clarity when covered with minions. That was one of the feedback that they received at the event. I can't say more than that on that topic. Typing space per playlist if you like the playlist. I assume minion behavior will be better, like not needing a predator support is welcome. Watch this. All right, so watch how the character will throw the wand up. You see this? Cast hasn't started, but you see this green there? See that? There's some green colors here. Not where the player is facing. This is the summoning of the skeleton. But because the character is not facing this way, this is not a cast that is summoning. So somehow, somewhere over a really cool looking rainbow, the skeleton is being automatically resummoned. 2 more frames in, or 3 more frames in. Now you see the character casting. You see this white little line here. That is the cast this player just did. Fast forward a couple frames. And you can see here how these 2 white lines now collide into a circular dot. Before, the minions were stationary around here. When the character moved up the stairs, they were stationary down there, behind where I'm sitting. This is indicating that the minions are actually being told as a command to move to that position. So I'm going to start playing the video from here. You'll see how the minions runs past the character towards this point before the character starts moving. You see this? They're past the character. Now the player is moving. They have commanded the minions to move into this position. It's very clear in this video. That's why I can actually talk about it. And once the minions got there, the icon disappeared. That's all I can say. Now, whether or not the existence of meat shield or predator, I can't answer. But this is clearly giving some player agency over the control over minions. Seems to be one way or another in the game, either through a skill jam or mechanically or just by default. I can't answer that, but that's part of what we're going to be seeing on the reveal. I can't answer that specifically, Alan. All right. I'm literally just stalling right now. That's all I'm doing. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. I don't like it. It's shit.
Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo.
There we go. Did you ever play the Overlord games? No. I don't even know what that is. What are your bread baking tips if you do it at home? Get one of those, what do you call it? One of those. The fiance. And 100% success. And it's just way better than if you do it yourself. At least that's my experience. All right, let's see. What am I missing? YouTube. Anything PvP related to PoE2? Royale was so much fun. Royale was fun. No, I haven't heard anything about PvP, no. Golem related question in the queue? No. I would say many people, myself included, appreciate the style of your interview. Looked like you were not carried away by the adrenaline. I'm glad you liked it. Thank you. Overlord.
This one.
It's him. Rub some acid in his eyes. That'll refresh him. Master, evilness truly suits you. Let us go forth. There are nefarious deeds to be done. I feel the land quaking with fear already. I am Nav, Minion Master and devoted servant of darkness. Our looted tower objects in this lush, verdant abomination. Your minions are waiting. They need only to be summoned.
I don't
Over
like
my
it.
farm.
It's shit.
Put me up in the sun to scare the birds. Now, those pumpkins are plotting against poor Bob. They want revenge. Little halflings, use your... Kill them all! A mana pit! Oh, I haven't seen one of these in years.
Maybe I would have liked this when it came out, 2007. Not really my cup of tea. Like, if I want to play an old game, which I am, I would play something like this. This is the kind of game I play, right? Like, this is the game I play with the community, actually. If I want to play an old game, we actually play this with the community off stream. Like, I do this. That's fine. But the other, now, I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know how I feel about that. Anyways. If you haven't tried out Tibia, you can type exclamation mark Tibia if you're watching us stream on Twitch. And actually join us. We're playing off stream with the boys. I play old game. Just play a game for it called chess. Backgammon is cool. That's also old. Stalling for time. Play a game. Maybe it's just putt travels. Not gonna happen, dude. Fable 2, but you can control an army of minions to do your tasks in the game world. I'm sure it would have been a game I would have loved if I played it back then, but... Let's see what Kiki's wrote. Anyways. Born too early to enjoy Overlord. Or too late. One of the two. I've not played Tibia in decades. Yeah. No, it's fun. We're actually a lot of people from the community playing it right now. It's fun. Obviously, I don't really have time when I'm going over to LA or when I'm having league launches or whatnot, but we play off stream. A lot of people playing. It's fun. And nobody could sacrifice 100 minions to craft a weapon unless you all 100 of them would dive into the melted iron. Is the game... So I know Asmongold referred to me as the IRL Overlord, which I later have found out that that's some sort of anime or something. Is the Overlord game inspired by that? Or is this just completely different? Try Dungeon Keeper. Overlord, the anime came later. Okay. Different. Compared to Period 1 or compared to previous news? If so, I haven't seen much news since Exile for crafting. Well, crafting is, like they've said before, that they don't want to have things like that would make an item have less modifiers. They will only have crafting materials that will either change or add modifiers to an item. Like alterations, transmutes, alks. Even the Chaos Orb will remove one modifier but add another. So you always make the item stronger is the idea of it, at least. Ultramite supported POE 2? I don't know. I would hope so. Dungeon Keeper was my first PC game. Still good. I get the Keeper's FX launcher. Overlord game was 2007. The Overlord anime came 2015. Oh. So Noogie told me at the event to watch an anime on Netflix. That I might actually give a try. Something Rain. Something Rain. R-E-I-G-N, Rain. Something Rain. That's the only word I remember. I haven't given it a try, right? Yet, but... Scavenger's Rain. There we go. Thank you. Scavenger's Rain. That's the thing he told me to give a try. I told him I would, so I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to. Because, if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, right? So I got to have to do that. I'm currently watching Better Call Saul, actually. When is the podcast? Calling DM in 1.5 hours, and podcast starts in 2.5. That's the plan. If you guys have any questions, fire them up. And if it fits the idea of the interview, then I'll try to squeeze it in one way or another. I'm going to talk about the questions with DM as well before it starts. Some questions will be answered by the reveal itself. Scavenger's Rain actually showed up in my newsfeed recently. All right. Did it tell him you will try it? Yes. Yes, I did. And there were witnesses. So I have to. Couch Co-op League starting with DM for PoE 2. That'd be fun. That would be fun. I don't know how it's going to go, though. We'll see. Because we're going to have early access, a beta. We'll see. Why so late for the interview, Jonathan? Normally it does an hour before. That's because the embargo lifts the same time the podcast starts. So we're going to have the podcast, and then we're going to look at the reveal, and directly after the reveal, we're going to have Jonathan in for the interview. So we won't have time to prep between the reveal and the interview. So bear with us. You say you're watching Better Call Saul? Yeah, people tell me that it's better than Breaking Bad. I don't know what season I'm at. I said I can check. Netflix. I am on... Now, why did it start playing it? I'm on episode 9. Let's see. I'm on episode 9 on season 4. Oh my god, there's 6 seasons? Okay, so I got 2 more episodes left on season 4. That's as far as I've gotten. So far, after watching 4 seasons of Breaking Bad, I will say... Sorry, of Better Call Saul. I will say that Breaking Bad was significantly better. It's good, but it's Breaking Bad was better. Raids in PoE? I doubt it. The reveal happening before or during? When the podcast starts, the reveal happens. We're going to watch it at the same time. I'm rewatching Game of Thrones. Pissed it is so good and knowing it's going to hell. I wish I could bring myself to rewatch Game of Thrones because it is such a fucking good show. And then the last 2 seasons happened. Did you watch the Fallout show? Yes, and it was fantastic. And she's a fucking amazing actress as well. Okie dokie. This film where I live? Oh, shit. That's pretty cool. Surprised that they actually delivered for once. It was... The Fallout show is gruesome. Oh, wait. Isn't there a new season of The Boys coming soon? Because that's fucking diabolical. That's like one of the best shows ever. It's this weekend? Ooh. Not bad, not bad. All right. I'm trying to keep up with both chats right now. So, like I said, in 1.5 hours, we'll call up DM. We'll cover the questions, including the ones you guys sent. We'll talk to him about it, see how we do it, and then we go from there into the actual interview. That's the plan, at least. This question is unrelated to minions. I was wondering if there were going to be more varied melee weapons. POE 1 melee weapons feel like most of the time you look at PDPS, you're done. Maybe more elemental status variations. I think that would be a better question to ask when they reveal like more of a melee-oriented class. Because as of right now, they have a similar fashion to POE 1, where certain abilities can only be used with a certain base type. So smashing things, slams and whatnot is supposed to be used with a mace. You can't do that with a dagger, for example, which makes sense, right? Seen the spin-off to Boys? Yes. I wasn't a big fan of that one, though. Best support DLSS, FSR, says a POE 2. I don't know. Right now, it's crossbows, flails, spares, and traps as their own weapon type. Yes, they've already announced a handful of them for sure. Like, okay, so Gen V was all right, but it wasn't the Boys, and I think that's what put it off for me a little bit. It ties in a little bit to the Boys, yes. It was all right. It wasn't bad. Weapons with inherent abilities like the Unleashed staff they showed earlier. I think there will be lots of reasons to both use different weapons and to weapon swap. Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Few witch spell, cast, rockets, elemental. This question could be good to have. That's why we're going to talk to DM about as well. A couple of those things. And I will try to focus my questions around minion-related topics. Because that is what is essentially expected of me. And I don't want to disappoint. Yeah, they did set up a few plot points and filled in some blanks for the Boys, though. That's true, though. They did that. Yes, that's correct. We haven't set how long the interview will be. So, I mean, I have to find a balance and like try to feel where Jonathan feels like, okay, we've covered enough now. Let's wrap it up. Because if I get to unleash everything I want, we can talk for days. We can spend days talking about it. NARPA skeletons, POE2 are going to be crazy. There's a lot of things that's going to be looking pretty goddamn dope. I just want to be able to talk about it, man. I just want to be able to talk about it. Which will still have those variants, and straight Oculus Necro vibes. So here's the problem with that, in my opinion. The game recommends abilities to the player, which is really good for new and newer players. So when you choose to play, let's just spitball a little bit. Let's assume that you want to play the Amazon, a redacted class, and the game will then recommend which skills you're supposed to be choosing when you use an uncut skill gem for this redacted class. Shit. So essentially, you're then kind of like steered into a category of abilities and a play style. That doesn't mean that you have to play that, right? You could choose to opt for different variations. It's just that the game is showing you what you can do. Or maybe you want to play the Paladin, right? Or maybe you want to play the Shaman. And they will all allow you to have the game present you with a list of skills that is recommended for you to pick. You don't have to, but the game is recommending it. They do that with support skills as well, which is fantastic. Helps new and newer players understand the system better. Yes, it's fantastic for new and newer players. Just good knowing you, Cassie. Yeah, as a wing empty, we get physics to still stay stiff as in POE 1. Well, I don't want to dive too much into the MTX questions. I have snuck it in a little bit here, but that's it. You refer to the new unknown class as witch teaser header? True. What a surprise people are going to have when we're actually going to reveal the Marauder now. Finally finished the Path of Exile tutorial, POE 1, and going into the real game. All right, the question that, I mean, we're going to finalize the question we're actually going to have once we call up DM. And that's going to be in 1.5 hours. I just like the idea that we talked about with different type of focused fantasy approaches for, like, let's say Druid has a descendancy that is focusing on like minion gameplay for like the nature minions and like animals like wolves, bears, snakes, birds, right? And maybe the Templar or like a Paladin or something would have, you know, more holy oriented crusader like themed minions, and the Necromancer would be the undead chaos stuff, right? And bone stuff and blood, right? I would love it if they did it that way, because that would drastically increase build diversification and variety. He's lost a lot of weight too. Oh my god. If I wasn't streaming, I would see myself out right now. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh man. I'm curious about the monk. The monk had the most broken ability of the playtest, I can tell you that much. Marauder ancestral minion gameplay enhanced, yeah. Totems growing legs. I mean, shit. Right? The fuck is this? What is this? What the fuck is... They have a... Oh, this is new. It's updated. There's a brush size now. Oh, shit. Holy shit. James Bond intro. All right. Anyways, right. So totem. So you have the totem, right? So you have. So you have a totem that suddenly would grow legs and walk around. Now you have ancestral. Okay, let's just. I'm not very good at painting. All right, I'm not Bob Ross. Fuck's sake. You see, this is why we can't have nice things, because whatever you do, you guys only see fucking genitalias everywhere. Literally, it's insane. Right? I could do this. I could literally do this. And I already know what you guys are thinking, but no. No. It's a set of lips. See this? I'm done. Your art isn't for you, little bro. Evidently. Oh, got a message from Hannah. What is this? Sorry. Anyways, where was I? Wise man once said, "You see what you fancy." All I saw were lips. So did I. Twitch still thinks that is art. What? I would love to have Elemental as a minion. Wouldn't it be cool? Like, humor me here. Imagine a world where you have a witch ascendancy, such as a necromancer, having undead chaos-oriented minions. A Templar ascendancy, like a paladin or something, whatever you want to call it, that is like having Crusader-themed minions, lightning-themed, like Absolution, Dominating Blow. And then you would have a Druid ascendancy, like a Shaman, who has lightning-oriented, focusing approaches of, nature minions or poison, snake, birds, wolves, and bears. And then you could have an Elementalist, which has elemental-themed minions like golems, earth, fire, cold, right? Druid inspired shit from the Marauder, Ancestor stuff, sure. Maybe you could have a fucked up ascendancy, which is like demonic shit, where it's like fucking abominations and monstrous creatures. Like they have so many cool things that they could do in terms of expanding on the different fantasies when it comes to these things. And you could have that connected with minion-related content, as well as providing them with other types of playable styles that is non-minion related as well, to further expand the different engaging playstyles one could have. I would love to see that. Eldritch Aberration, Cthulhu Fantasy. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things they could do that is so cool. Shaman would cover all of the elemental theme stuff. Could do, for sure. New damage style, like holy damage, Templar minions. That would be cool, you know. Like the opposite of chaos. That'd be cool to do. Or, like I painted up a picture for you boys earlier, like the idea of walking totems. I could literally do this. And I already know what you guys are thinking, but no. No. I could literally... Why would you cut the clip there? That is so devious. Let's see what Hannah wrote. Human summon fire and water elementals. That's how clips work. With a deliberate intention of cutting shit out of context and posting it on like live stream fails. Okay. I don't know. I think I missed that memo when I signed up to be a streamer a decade ago. I feel like this everything has just turned into this insanity. Shit, I need to get a hold of one of the guys in TGG. Clips are always clipped. I mean, that's kind of the idea of a clip. For it to be a clip, it needs to be clipped. Right? Very smart individuals in chat today, folks. Very. Holy fuck, man. Absolutely impressive. All right. Welcome back, Kikis. I have not heard from him yet. GHAZZY, can you ask them this? How are you planning to improve server stability and performance in Path of Exile 2 compared to the original game? That's going to be such a vague answer when you ask a question like that. Well, basically, when it comes to an interview, you have to design the way you word a question and what the question is so that you can get the answer you seek out of it. If I ask anything about servers and what they're planning to do to maintain better server stability, they're just going to tell us what they will say in any game. Oh, we're making as many preparations as possible to make sure that this is going to be as seamlessly, as flawless, without issues as we can, and we're prepared to input countermeasures should they be needed, and have staff on hands to work on any sort of issues that might occur. That's like the most in-depth answer you will ever get asking that question. So it's like, it just wastes your time to ask that in this type of interview. I understand where you're coming from. It's just that we have to make sure that when you ask a question in an interview, you have to look at what is the expected answer you're going to get from asking that question. And if you're able to reword the question, maybe you can get a bit better answer out of it. And I'm not sure if that's possible to do with that specific question. Okay, you know best. I'm not sure if I would say that I know best. All I'm saying is that specific question I believe to be impossible for us to ask in a way that we get an answer that we actually would care to listen to. Tavern Bessie and Tavern Talk. I'll make sure to have the podcast uploaded before you wake up tomorrow morning, man. Have a good night, dude. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks again for the 110 months on a tier 3 sub, man. Appreciate that a lot, dude. Sleep well, man. Reword it. Will you make sure the server hamsters are fed and watered for league start? Wow. A guy commented on one of my YouTube videos saying that I have a usual demeanor in the way I come off. Not sure if I agree with that. Because he watched that one interview. Yeah, maybe. Like my other 10 years of calling that don't mean shit. But I think that if I said something like that, I would come off as pretty fucking abrasive. Oh my god. Prison slang for hitting on you? What the fuck? You guys, like, I've been streaming for 10 years, and you guys still surprise me with certain things you guys say. Fucking hell. Replace the server hamsters with squirrels. They aren't unionized. I would say you have a very cautious demeanor. Well, I have a Scandinavian, well, a typical dark and edgy Scandinavian humor. Are you doing anything new in the netcode service out of the game that you could not do in POE 1? Okay, a follow-up question to you then, Clokey, for saying that. How many people do you think actually gives a fuck about whatever the answer would be for that question? When it's an interview on the new Witch reveal? I think that's the best way anyone has worded that specific question. But will the answer be something more than 5 people will give a shit about? At least me? Well, that's one. It's again, like... I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad. That's not what I'm saying. Just saying, like, we have to look at the expectation, right? There's a reason I will be mainly focusing on minion questions, so that is because that is expected of me. I was away for 1 hour, no new questions added. Just a tiny bit on another document that has NDA stuff in it that I can't show you, but that's it. Demeanor even, can't even English. No, I got what you meant, Kagam. It's all good. Warcraft 3 humans summoned them, and the orcs were the only ones with shamans who didn't summon elemental, just use earth spells. Yeah, but I would argue that the gaming world has gotten a little further than where we were back when Warcraft 3 was a thing. When Hot Tub stream with GGG devs, I'm not sure about the GGG devs being invited, but we do have a sub goal for a Hot Tub stream. And that sub goal is my way of spicing things up for this month. All right, because June doesn't really have much happening right now outside of this. So I decided to spice shit up by doing a Hot Tub stream. And I intend on getting some sort of big inflatable thing that I can type you guys' name on when you sub during that stream. Just to, you know, really push the immersion of a proper Hot Tub stream. All right? So we're doing that. Can we get a countdown on screen? It's 1 hour till I call DM. We're going to get a Hot Tub interview. Not gonna write subs on your biceps or something. Do I look like the kind of guy with big biceps? They're not that big. I haven't been to the gym in forever. Sorry. Is GHAZZY loves DM the new trend? Twerk stream coming. There'll be more minion abilities like animating your gear, weapons. That's covered in one of the questions. Meta gems for minions, like minion cogbill would make them fire sparks or some shit. Watch the reveal first. Regarding the service ability concerned people dressed, maybe a more appropriate question would be in the form of what's their expected player count for the release or something of sorts. That this topic is likely not too relevant for the sake of the reveal discussion. That's also true. And I don't think that any game dev would be out being like, oh, we're going to hit this number. They can say, oh, we hope we hit this or that we break some record. But in the end, it's going to be humble, right? I would not be surprised if PoE 2 hits 1 million players on launch. I really hope they do as well. That would be fucking amazing. You have to keep in mind that Path of Exile 2 is literally designed to be Path of Exile with a focus of new player acquisition. And it is commonly known in the ARPG world as like one of the best, if not the best ARPG game out there. So we'll see. We shall see. Then we have over 1 million viewers during ExileCon. On Twitch in general, maybe, but the ExileCon stream had like 200,000 something, 250 maybe. I remember 250 being the number when I was on screen that I saw. It might have been more during the actual initial reveal. I'm not sure. Maybe someone who actually checked that knows. About SRS and Detonate Dead, what's the angle of those in PoE 2? I can't answer that specifically. I'll have to wait till after the reveal. Compare marketing investment Diablo 4 versus PoE 2. Yeah, okay, but do you think Diablo 3... genuinely, do you think Diablo 4 had more or less players on launch than 1 million players? I'm just curious. What do you think? More or less players? More. Yeah, I'm pretty confident in that as well. Let me ask you a follow-up question. Do you think that they had more or less than 5 million players on launch? That's a lot of fucking people. 5 fucking million people. Now, I'm going to go, and I don't know the numbers, but I wouldn't be surprised if the number was in that ballpark. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a number. Now, here's another thing. Now, I talked to some of the, I'm a Diablo partner nowadays, actually. We're not getting paid for it. I don't get many, perks from it, other than having the main part of it is the fact that I have a direct connection in terms of communication with them for feedback and whatnot, and I think that's great. So I talked to some of them quite a lot lately. The amount of people that they have as concurrent players on Diablo 4 at the end of a league or season is more people than PoE hits on the peak players of a league launch. Yet people say the game's dead. Why? Because those people playing are super casuals. That's what they got from new player acquisition through marketing. They have the casual players who don't watch Twitch. They don't watch YouTube videos. They read written guides. Trust me. I know, because I actually am in charge of all the Necromancer guides and ice events. I know the numbers there. It's fucking insane. They don't watch Twitch. They don't watch YouTube. They play the game whether or not it is the first week of a season or if it's the last week of a season. Just saying. We don't look at Twitch numbers. That has nothing to do with the concurrent player base. That is insane. Like, brutally insane. They have so many people playing. PoE doesn't hit those numbers. My hope is that with the new player acquisition, with the focus of PoE 2 being so heavily focused on the acquisition of new players and making sure that it's easier for them to understand and play the game, which is very hard in PoE 1, is going to have a similar effect. The only difference is what you brought up in the chat, the amount of money they're putting into actually marketing. Are they going to go as crazy with marketing PoE 2 as Blizzard did, for example, which I genuinely hope, but you also have to keep in mind that the biggest difference here is that Diablo 4, they charged 3 arms. Like, you couldn't just buy it yourself. You literally had to get one of your family members to donate one of your arms to pay for the game, compared to the price tag that is for Path of Exile, which is fucking free to play. So there's going to be a balance there with how much they're going to they're willing to risk for someone to play the game for free, enjoy it enough to actually spend money, right? That's the big difference. But I definitely think that they can hit extremely high numbers because the game is looking really good from the state of the game that I played, and they're focusing so much on the new player acquisition. I brought a guy with me to play PoE 2 that has finished 2 games in his entire life. One being Diablo 1, the other one being Half-Life. He hasn't touched games in fucking forever. And even he told me, without me hand-holding him too much, that the game was fairly easy to understand and learn, and he had a good time playing it. He even told me he considered actually playing the game and making time to play it. This is a guy who has not bothered playing games in many, many years. And he was like, this was so fun, I might actually make time to play this game when it launches. If they reach that type of players with marketing, God knows what will happen. Or we don't know what will happen. It's going to be crazy. That's what I think. Are we going to see Megan Fox? That'd be cool, though. I think that they win a lot by being free to play. I think that's pretty cool. I don't know, Legendary Barry, because now we're talking about endgame scaling, and we have no idea if non-invested minion stuffs will actually be beneficial. Like the Druid reveal they had on the Gamescom, or the teaser rather. This, with the minion stuff here, listen to what they're saying with what the actual minion is doing.
Another really useful defense because wolves can take aggro from you, keeping monsters away. In addition, the wolves howl as they are summoned, putting a temporary debuff on enemies that makes them more vulnerable to critical strikes.
When they are summoned, they will howl, making enemies more vulnerable to critical strikes. It is very possible that if that's the case, that people that do crit-based builds might want to have a wolf, don't give a fuck if it survives, summon it, have it howl, so that you do more crit damage. Maybe. I don't know. We have no idea, because we don't know how the endgame will be, right? But that's one of those things. And there's 5 friends waiting for PoE2 to be released. They don't watch any stream and didn't play PoE1 excessively. Another thing and the reason why they're calling it Path of Exile 2 is also because of the fact that a lot of people, when PoE really started getting recognition, had a lot of people that play the game, and then they stopped playing because of the OOS issue. I'm referring to the desyncing problems. A lot of those players, according to what Chris Wilson has been telling us in one of the interviews many, many years ago, was that some people he talked to, they were like, oh, we know about that game. We tried it, but there was desyncing, so I never played it again. And then they also had the word, mouth-to-mouth marketing for those people telling their friends not to play it because of the desync issues. Even though desyncing issues was fixed years ago, they don't come back. So now with a clean slate, they're going to be able to show something that is significantly better on the get-go rather than how they started off as an indie company with POE 1. And nowadays it's owned by Tencent. It's a big story, like a big transition from where they were a decade ago to where they are now. That's why this is going to be such a cool experience, at least from a streamer perspective, to see how big POE 2 is going to blow up. And I'm all for it. I'm here to ride the wave, see how it goes, and experience this insanely cool looking game. I'm super excited for this. There's also one more thing about this subject. Are we talking about concurrent players, core players, which play X amount of time, league? No, I was talking about concurrent players. And GG should go hard. It will be only day one of a new game. Yes, and that's why first impressions are so important, right? Did you guys know that Volson is still active? People still play Volson, to my understanding, unless something changed in the last 6 months or a year that I heard about it. Volson is still played by people. People still play Volson. It's like, okay. What was their first? Oh, they did shut down. They just shut it down? Was that recently? They shut down the service. Okay, so it actually happened then. Okay, good. So what I'm saying is, Volson was playable. Oh, then that was 2 weeks ago? I missed that, sorry. So they had one of the most horrendous first impressions that I've ever experienced. Ever. What was the result? The game just fell flat as a result. And now they have been unable to recover, and now they're shutting down. And what I've been hearing, last things I heard about Volson was that it was pretty good now. That it was an all right game. But the reputational damage of that first impression was just not something they could recover from. As a prime example of that. New World is getting a makeover too, in case you missed it. I heard about that. It's the same thing there. I think, like, I don't have any intentions on playing New World unless I'm getting paid to play it. Then I might actually have a different opinion, but I'm not interested in playing it unless I'm being paid to. So if I'm not getting paid to play it, I have no interest in it. At least not as of now. Why? Because the first impression was pretty shit. Well, I quite consistently felt like D3 side upgrade. It was fine. It was an enjoyable experience, but after the release fiasco and presumably lots of refunds, it didn't update much. Yeah, it's just emphasizing on the importance of that first impression, right? POE released as an indie company. They lost a lot of traction on that release because of desync issues. They fixed this and they recovered from it, but the damage was already done. 10 years. It's a fucking decade of these casual players who don't watch Twitch, don't watch YouTube, who had the impression that there were desync issues 10 years later. That's fixed many years ago. And now they're going to be able to release a game that is way more fleshed out to make that first impression matter. That combined with heavy marketing and a solid team with the tools that they did not have access to back then and the experience, I just want this fucking game to release, man. You're going to use YouTube and Instagram ads? I have no idea. I would love to see them dive into heavy marketing. They already started. You know that they didn't even have a marketing budget Did you guys know that? It wasn't until recent years that they had a marketing budget. It's true. True story. They didn't have a marketing budget. It was completely community driven. And nowadays they have a marketing budget. They started with this on the social media front with streamers. And the first thing they did was actually sponsor a couple of already PoE streamers to show some good faith to those players or those streamers. And then after that, they invested it into other streamers who came around and played it. Like Shroud, as an example. And many others. And that's pretty cool. And there's more to come. The Mario is League trailers. Yeah, I mean, they did that, right? But it's not like they went out and try to reach outside of the word-to-word, mouth-to-mouth kind of marketing approach, right? And around the scourge from looking up games like Diablo 3 and Google and seeing every site had PoE. No. Is that why they did streamer queues for paid streamers? But many hope, man, I hope they don't mess up that again. Oh, that's never going to happen again. Trust me. They learned that lesson. Let's be honest, all gaming companies have had a shit in their launches or after. Look at Helldivers and what happened because of Sony, for instance, even though I don't know any of the issues. Yes, but the first impression of Helldivers was not that. First impression of Helldivers, to my understanding, was fucking fantastic. Did you guys know that KFC collaborated with Blizzard for marketing around D4? And they spent multitude of millions of dollars on that marketing. Like a multitude. And KFC made that even bigger. There were even KFC ads on build guide websites like Icy Veins and Maxroll. And they made sure they got their marketing in on those sites by paying more than any other ads would. They spent stupid money on that. And guess what happened? It fucking blew up. It's insane what marketing does. It's kind of crazy. Well, Wacky, you'll see the reveal soon. Spent like 300 million on marketing with D4. Yeah, and they still profited. Tons. I mean, I always said this. Activision Blizzard, they might not be great at some things, but one thing that you can never take away from them outside of game stuff, like looking at the business stuff, is marketing. Do you think World of Warcraft was the best MMO game that came out when WoW came? Many years after I played WoW, I was a WoW Blizzard fucking fanboy back then. And Green Swarm, thanks so much for the prime. And I don't know why Blizzard doesn't make movies. I don't know how this shit got 6.7. I don't know how this managed to get a 6.7 IMDb. It wasn't great. I hope they make like a StarCraft movie, like Sarah Kerrigan shit. Or even a Diablo movie. Because the lore in those games are... They did this. They spent a fuckload of money on this as well. So they did. And then nothing happened after that. But it's like, when WoW came out, we had Asherons, we had EverQuest, Guild Wars. And it's funny because I played Guild Wars 2 many, many years later and realized that the Guild Wars 2 I played was better than WoW was at the time. And I was like, why didn't I play this instead of WoW? Because of marketing, and my other friends were playing WoW, so I played WoW as well. Even though I would arguably say that the other games were actually better at the time. I don't know about it now, but back then, if I had tried the other MMOs, I would have played them instead, which is insane. But when it comes to MMO games, you have to keep in mind that the number one key feature that makes an MMO game good is the quantity of actual active players. How do you get a quantity of active players? Marketing. Guild Wars 2 released in 2012. Yeah, but Guild Wars 1, but yes. And I mean, everybody loved Warcraft 1, 2, and 3, especially 3 in the Frozen Throne in the custom arcade game era of that time. It was massive. So when they made World of Warcraft, they just emphasized on that. And it was, wow, what a world. Loved it. Oh, the CD was good, yeah. I wouldn't say the movie was made by Blizzard. Well, it wasn't made by them, but they definitely invested money and collaborated on it, obviously. But yes. I see what you're saying, but yeah, I think that if there's anything I would love to see would be a StarCraft movie. Like Brood Wars. Sarah Kerrigan, Jim Raynor. A full CG movie. Be pretty cool. All right, let's see the timer. What are we looking at? I'm going to call up Diab in 45 minutes. I need to get a hold of Nick. BT needs up the cutscene game. Console reveal trailer was meh. Let's see if I agree. I'm going to take a quick toilet break, boys, and I'll be back in a second. Be right back. I am back. Sorry about that. Swedish subtitles, I have no idea. No idea. All right. All right. Hope you guys are ready. soon time. Let's say calling DM in 40 minutes. Shit, I need to get actually some food or something. Fuck. And Hannah just wrote to me that food's ready in about 25 minutes. That's perfect. So I'll be able to get some food, call up DM, and then we are good to go. Perfect. What do you think of having facing on dodge roll? I don't think facing on dodge roll would be the solution. I think that they want people to be able to be trapped without a way to escape, so that you actually have to think about that being part of the way you move and the way you play. I think having a way to create facing when you're rolling through friendly players would be okay. Isn't it weird that there's no video or anything before the podcast? Okay, so I'm going to explain how this podcast is going to go down so people will understand this. In 45 minutes, I'm going to call Mr. Darth Microtransaction. He's my co-host for the podcast that we run called Tavern Talk. Tavern Talk will go live in 1 hour and 45 minutes, which is at 11 p.m. CEST, 2 p.m. PDT, 9 a.m. New Zealand time. When we are launching this podcast, we will at the very same minute have access to the revealed class by GGG. We're going to look at this reveal and actually engage with this together on the actual show. Once we've done this, directly after going through the reveal, we're getting Jonathan jumping in on a call, and immediately we're having an interview, so there will not be any time between us looking at the reveal and having the interview. So we're going to have a reveal, then an interview 30 seconds later. That's essentially how we're going to do this. Are we suggesting some questions? So, yes, if you guys have questions, fire them away. If I think the answer or know the answer is going to be answered in the reveal, you're going to have to check that. If I'm able to include the question one way or another in our little list that I'm going to talk to DM about, then I will add it. So if you have anything, just fire away, and I'll try to answer them if I can, and how we're going to deal with it. So that's the plan right now. And we're going to try to focus the questions on the actual reveal of the class. Wacky, thanks so much for the 8 months. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good luck with the podcast, GHAZZY.
We've seen different UI styles period 2. What to do if they have plans monetizing new styles. Cursor pack similar to Dota. Well, there is a cursor pack that you can actually. I did ask a lot about UI questions in my Jonathan interview from the event, which is up on my YouTube channel that I recommend watching. There's a new physical base rendering gonna allow for any new possible customization options, something like changing weathering, material reflective properties, and such. It's more of a generic question and not really suited for this specific interview, as we're going to be focusing on the approach, of the reveal. Is the podcast here or at DMs? So because it's Path of Exile, I will be live streaming as well. So you can watch it here, but the main channel that it's hosted on is on DM's channel. So I'm not going to have the fancy overlays and stuff like that. You won't see that on this channel. I will be streaming, but I'm not going to make it a professional look. I will just simply be live for the people that are going to watch it here. Because the idea is that the main channel for streaming it will be on DM, and main channel for YouTube will be on my channel. That's how we've decided to run it. So when it's like Diablo stuff, which is his original main game, then he posts like a highlight on his YouTube channel. And when it's stuff on POE, I will make sure that I am also live when it's on a POE related stuff, because that is my main game. So that's how we've decided to do this podcast. Question for Jonathan. How are they from YouTube? How are they doing the balance between minions and auras, and both reserve and need spirit? There's a sacrifice a certain number of minions to be able to run an aura. That is their plan, to make minions and auras be of a balance act, if you will. That is the whole idea with that, yes. I said whether character models or each class are set or can be changed. I'm not sure about that one, actually. Jonathan, what he thinks of D4 releasing on 8th of October. I have no intentions in asking him questions what he thinks of competitors' games releases in an interview that they've been giving us. That would feel a bit awkward, so I'm not going to do that. You think letting players choose attributes or travel nodes dilutes the identities of different parts of the tree? No, and I think that is a really good solution to make the game more accessible, easier to understand for new and newer players, which I think is the biggest problem with Path of Exile. So I'm actually in favor of it. Will be any minions in PoE 1 that are not in PoE 2? I have one of the questions is covering that. As you probably didn't see my previous message, don't you think Bliss should create World of StarCraft? With all the story, planet, character, which are probably the best in my opinion. Also, question for GGG, when are we getting World of Exiles? You want PoE to make an MMO game? Sign me the fuck up. I would love that. That would be fucking insane. I would love it. Actually, genuinely love it. PoE Rayclassed MMO. That would be fucking sick. Please, God, make it happen. Oh my God. Holy shit. A free-to-play MMO. Money spent on MTXs. Yes, please. I don't want an MMO ARPG. I want an MMO RPG. Like, WoW. EverQuest. Lineage. Oh, that's what I want. Guild Wars. Wild Stars. What the fuck that was called. Yes, I did, Iconic. MMO version 1 click blows up 3 regions of mobs. Maven would go like, raid me, daddy. Maps could be dungeons. Oh, man. Man, after the success of PoE2, they'll be able to afford the cost to do an MMO. Yes. They can even make it subscription-based. I wouldn't even mind. Just get me an MMO. I love it. That would be so cool. I have a question. How will mana matter for minions? Do minions burn mana? Just cost to summon. Will mana not matter? Reveal will show you quite a few of those things. Monks used to be gain power charge by killing monsters with a blue dot on their head. Will be another way to gain power charges. There is definitely, I can guarantee you, several ways of generating power charges. PoE 1, we have access to converting the minion's damage type and allowing poison impale build. Is this also the goal in PoE 2? We have a question talking about exploring the idea of other types of fantasy playstyles. So I guess that kind of covers in there. In broad strokes, I guess. You want to make an unarmed build with Monk? I don't think unarmed is something they actually are going for. But it's also kind of away from the focus of the new class reveal and what's new right now that we'll be covering or focusing on. PoE is already an MMO. Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about like the MMORPG game like, you know, like Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, Lineage, Guild Wars, WildStar. You know, that kind of approach. I would love that. So you'd have these ascendancy classes being like real classes, like real MMO classes, you know? Like picture yourself playing WoW, but instead of a warrior, what are the classes? Like shaman, priest, rogue, hunter. You'd have like the duelist, the deadeye, the necromancer, the occultist. Wouldn't that be so cool? Wouldn't that be cool? Oh, I need to talk to them. I need to talk to them. They need to make this happen. I'll tell them, yo, if PoE 2 generates you $100 million, you gotta make it happen. PoE MOBA? No, don't touch my fucking MOBAs, dude. Dota 2 is the best MOBA ever made. Or Dota in general. And don't even bring up League in this channel, man. Don't even go there. Heroes of Unearth. Well, Heroes of Unearth was amazing till IceFrog got moved over to Valve, and their Dota 2 happened. So obviously HON was better than Dota till Dota 2 came around. I mean, that's just the way it was. IceFrog is just fucking amazing. Heroes of the Storm. Well, the problem with the Heroes of the Storm is that it's very casual friendly. Another problem with Heroes of the Storm, which I actually learned from Thor, Pirate Software, is apparently the way they design it is that they have a peer-to-peer system, but they have a middle. They have a basically it's designed. I learned this from the Pirate Software channel, one of his shorts actually. I saw that yesterday. It's funny you mentioned. Is that they apparently have like a client in between the client, so your client would send information through a middleman. The problem with this is that it's designed in the same way like StarCraft is, which makes it extremely easy to map hack. So people play map hacks, which is kind of like ruining the whole idea of playing a MOBA. And they can't even detect it unless they manually go in and check it. Apparently. I have no idea what I'm talking about. This is completely taken from Pirate Software. I just saw a short from him literally the other day. But my problem has not to do with that. My problem here is the Storm is more the fact it is way too casual friendly. I just saw that short by Thor 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I don't know why. I started getting his shorts spammed up when I was doom scrolling there a couple weeks ago. And now they're just popping up everywhere. I like him though. He's a very down to earth. It's a nice guy. Casual friendly MOBAs are not things that go together. There's like no overlap. I like playing those type of games when they're competitive. It's basically peer-to-peer with a server to obfuscate the IP. Exactly. They really knows his stuff. Evidently. I like him. It's cool. Like they keep their Spectre idea to save the gem to get the in-game interface where you see full screen the minions and stats to compare it to other Spectres would be cool. Oh, I wish I got to play test Spectres. I really wish I got to do that. The shorts are great though. Yeah. True. Hey, Slim B, what's up, dude? Casually, I didn't read that. That's a miss on YouTube. Will League mechanics be different in PoE 2, or should I learn everything from PoE 1 now? Do we know that already? I can guarantee you right now that even if they take things from PoE 1 and introduce it to PoE 2, things will be significantly different. So no, you do not need to play PoE 1 to understand PoE 2, but definitely helps understanding the general idea of mechanics and whatnot if you want to, but you don't have to. No. I call DM in 30 minutes to talk about the questions, and then 1 hour and 30 minutes from now is when the podcast starts. Biggest thing I learned PoE 1 is stats on year. PoE 2. Will I be able to reserve minions with health instead of spirit with a support meta gem or some kind? Not that I've seen, and I don't know if that's something they want to separate the idea of spirit to now be on mana or HP. I don't think that's something that they're... that would go against the design philosophy that they currently are running with, I would assume. I think that GDD's console orientation is pretty dumb, that currently core community is PC. If I think that GDD's console orientation is pretty dumb because the core community is PC, the game is launching with cross-platform, cross-progression. I do not think that them introducing promoting and designing a game that is designed to focus on new player acquisition and being more acceptable and easier to get into for new and newer players, I do not think it's a dumb idea to make sure that they include the console market in that. I think that is a brilliant and a very, very effective and smart business move for them to do. So the word dumb is the least, it's as far as away from any word I would describe this decision on. If I prefer to play on a console, no, very likely I'm not. If I would prefer to play on a controller, maybe, but I would not play it on a console. I am a PC gamer. I don't even have like a setup in my house for gaming on a console. I have my office, right? But not all casual gamers have an entire battle station ready to go. There's another thing where a lot of the older generations growing up don't always have that much time and might prefer console as well. Yes. A lot of people play console instead. And the bigger the game grows, the better it is for everybody. Assumingly. And it's up the decisions on skills will influence by controllers for you control users. Class reveal podcast, new class reveal soon. 1.5 hour, yes. In a 1.5 hour. We don't have much time. POE is in the game for them. Just a joke. POE 2 will be, though. That's why a lot of people don't play it on console. Lower player base, super price gouge market. Yeah. And now you're going to have cross-platform, cross-progression. The thing where a lot of older generation growing up, yeah, I did see that. Kind of weird that Jonathan said the best way to trade in PoE 2 would be to use your mobile. They should just invest in a trade league thing and make it all in game. My understanding is that they're gonna have currency auction house in game, and that outside of that you'll have to trade like we do in PoE 1 right now, and that's okay. That is okay. What it does do, however, is promoting the idea that build guide websites like Icy Veins, Macroll, and whatever the sites that's going to merge with PoE 2 will need to be very good for phone users as well. That is very important. How long before Awaken and PUB are ready for PoE 2? We have no idea. The game's not even in early access. So, I mean, obviously, Awaken PoE and PUB are not even remotely close to being considered to be designed for a PoE 2. So, one step at a time here. Hold your horses a little bit. On the topic of consoles, do you know if we will be required to have a PSN account even if we don't own the PlayStation? Haven't been able to find information about this anywhere. Don't know. Won't be like PoE 1. If you don't have to go to a guy's hideout, it's still in, so you just have to search for it on the trade sites. No. PoE 2 is emphasizing on co-op. Can Jonathan give example of a class which synergizing well with a new class? I can't answer that till we see the reveal, but once you see the reveal, it's going to be pretty cool. You'll see. You'll see. Ask if they're adding features for people who have motor control issues. Some of us in the community are not spring chickens now. I mean, we had a conversation about this yesterday with a guy who had a disability that he only had one functional hand, and was concerned about the amount of keybinds and playing this with his MMO mouse on a mouse and keyboard setup. That's perfectly fine. The game's designed to be able to be played on both, so you're not gonna have to worry about that. And confirm you'll need the appropriate console accounts for online play. They did. Thank you for confirming that then. Have you seen the reveal? I have not. I don't know if they're showing more in this reveal than I have seen. I have no idea. So this is going to be new for me as well. Some of it I will have seen and played myself, but I don't know if there's something else in there that I have yet to see. Will it be a butterfly minion transmog? Love seeing you react to new PoE reveals. Yeah. Why don't you like those MMO mice? I never used or seen anyone use them, so I'm just curious. Why I don't like the MMO mouses. I have a G903 and I have a G502 for the streaming rig. I have very big hands. And you know what they say with gamers with big hands? They need big mouses. And they have big gloves. So I need something with a pretty significant size. The problem I have with any MMO mouse that I've seen is that they are the size of this. And my problem is I cannot have any grip that will work that I can reach all the buttons without pressing the fucking mouse mat instead on the fucking desk. Because they're so tiny and they're made for midgets. I never liked them. And I like the way I grip the mouse is I have a pretty firm grip. Like I can do this. This is how I grip my mouse. You see this? This is how I move my mouse. These 3 fingers are free. I only let go to press 2 buttons with a thumb. This is how I grip my mouse. With an MMO mouse, I would have this hand or finger would need to be free for the most part to press the numpads that's here. And I fucking hate that. And even if I get a bigger one, you have 10 fucking keys. Or 11. It's like a fucking numpad with 11 keys. How the shit am I going to be able to do that without misclicking and shit? No, fuck that. I can't stand them. I really can't stand them. The 12 keys, sorry. 12, thank you. Whatever. Skill issue? No, I just know what I want. They have a big difference. And MMO mouse at one point, I was constantly hitting the side buttons accidentally. Eventually unmapped them. There you go. And what's the point then? I want one with 2 side buttons. The G502 is great because you get another 2 on the top side as well. Yes, I have a G502. Oh. I have a G502 right here. I actually had 7 of these, I think. Because I was scared that they were going to sell out, so I stocked up many years ago. And then they released the wireless version of it, and it seems to be popular enough to not get sold. But that's the last one. Out of those 7 I bought, that is the last one. No. So that's the one I have connected to my streaming rig, which is worn down as fuck, but I don't need high accuracy. Because one of the pads are worn down like fuck. And the last one is actually in my portable stream setup, which is in my bag. That's the last 2 of those 7 I have. Maxstick keyboard, joystick, popular with some people. Fortunately, they're pretty much the only ones who sell that stuff, and the price is very good. Yeah. Bro spent more on control than he probably spent on PoE. I have spent around $7,000 to $10,000 in PoE. I've also had a stupid amount of giveaways of supporter packs. A lot of them. I played the game for over 10 years. And I've done a ton of giveaways. I've had supporter packs I bought to my team. I bought supporter packs to my moderators. Over the course of 10 years, that shit adds up. Like a lot. I think the number is like 7,500 or something last I checked. They had like this tool where you could check it. As a ludicrous amount? Well, you got to keep in mind that first off, it's a business expense. Secondly, I've done giveaways with it. Third, I've given it to people in my team and my community, and I bought for myself in the course over 10 fucking years. So it's not that much when you think about it, but when you say it out loud, it sounds like a fuckload of money, which it is a shitload of money. Oh man, that's like 1/5 of my house down payment on supporter packs. It's kind of crazy. But it's also been over 10 fucking years. He's probably counting flying to ExileCon and stuff like that. No, I'm exclusively talking about online purchases for points and supporter packs. You want me to include the trips to ExileCon, flying to fucking New Zealand? First time I went there, I wouldn't have been able to go if it wasn't for the community helping me pay for the flights. And that was like $2,500 alone, just the flights. For the first ExileCon. I live on the opposite side of the world from New Zealand. It's a 25 to 27 hour travel time to get to the airport, and from the airport where I live to get to New Zealand would take me between 25 and 27 hours. If I reveal ball roll, oh man, getting tired. I'm waiting for DM to send me a message actually. Which is gonna be any moment now. I'm gonna run in and just bring the food out to the table here. But in 16 minutes, I'm gonna call DM. So I'm gonna play you guys some ads. And I'm gonna run in, get the food here, and then I'm gonna call DM. That's the plan. So I'll be back in a second, boys. And I have to start playing ads, otherwise they're gonna show up in the middle of the interview. So I'll try to spam them as much as I can. I'll be back in a second. Oh, I got food. Oh, shit. All right. I has food. Or was I? So what I'm thinking, since I need to eat my food before we call him, we can actually watch... We can watch the Druid video. And I can eat my food real quick before we call DM. Please do us a favor, tell Jonathan there's Druid wolf form to be freaking huge to werewolf. Well, we're not going to talk about the Druid, though. But there are some minion stuffs in here. So I'm going to eat my food real quick. We'll do this. Play permanent bear, form caster.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, one of the game directors on Path of Exile 2. In Path of Exile 2, you can pick from one of 12 character classes. Each character has a combination of primary attributes that
Moxie channel releases which gameplay? I'm sorry, what? It's not released. The embargo is still on.
Yo, guys, what?
It's unlisted, dude. No, don't spread that, man. It's unlisted for a reason. It's leaked. Don't do that.
they focus on.
Don't do that.
Today,
Don't
we'd
put
like
it
to
in
show off a
front.
character who specializes in strength and
Don't do
intelligence, the Druid. In human form, the Druid is a spellcaster who channels the fury of nature on the battlefield, a walking natural disaster. But get up close and you'll find out why the Druid also focuses on strength. You can transform yourself into one of several wild beasts. Today, we want to show off the bear form. Transformation in POE 2 happens automatically when you use a bear attack. Use Bear Maul and your character will transform into a bear, into a meaty swing. Use a spell and your character transforms back into a human and casts it. Hitting enemies with the Bear's Maul attack will build up rage, which increases your attack damage, so your bear gets stronger with every attack. You can see the glowing runes that indicate rage on your back. Have a lot of weak enemies to take out? This is where you probably want to break out your rampage. Let out a roar and
This is like 9 months
over all
ago.
enemies in your path, slamming the ground with your paws. The initial roar generates rage, and then the rage is consumed as you charge along. You can use rampage by itself to travel a short distance, or do some mauling first to build up some rage and travel a significant distance. Now, while the bear is big and strong, this isn't a pure strength class. You don't have as much armor as a warrior would have. In order to protect itself from larger packs, you might want to consider a skill like Furious Slam. This skill is all about stunning rather than damage, so it's quite useful if you're mobbed by smaller monsters and just need to get out of there.
No, this is old
Of course,
footage from like
any
9 months
PoE2
ago.
character,
A lot of
you can
people
always
missed
use
it
a dodge roll to
apparently.
get out of danger.
Just trying to eat
The
my
bear is the
food.
slowest of the druid's forms. Making sure the dodge feels reliable and can get you out of any situation is paramount. When you dodge an animal form, your character instantly transforms back
This is
with
from
no time
Gamescom
penalty, so that you
last
can
year.
get out of the way. You can even interrupt a mistimed transformation halfway through. Of course, doing this will mean you pay the slight time cost of having to transform back again, but it's certainly a lot better than dying. Something interesting about the skill is that it's faster to use if you're already standing up. If you're on all fours when you use Furious Slam, then the bear has to stand up first before slamming back down. But use Maul first and the bear will stand up as you swing, which has no time penalty. Then follow up with Furious Slam and your bear will quickly slam down. Much more efficient.
Real life. Okay.
Next up, I want to talk about Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a bear meta skill gem. It allows you to take any Warcry skill that another class like the Warrior might use and allow you to use it as a bear. I'm going to take the Seismic Cry gem and socket it into Ferocious Roar. You can actually socket more than one Warcry and use them all together, but let's just stick to one for now. Seismic Cry pushes enemies back and has some stun chance, but the reason we want to use it is for a mechanic called Exerted Attacks.
Why?
If there are any heavily stunned enemies in range of the Warcry, then your next slam skill will be powered to do double the number of slams. First, I use Furious Slam to stun these enemies. Next,
There
I
were
follow
no
up with Seismic Cry
inventory
and get the Exerted Attack, and then I
of
slam
gold
again. See how
in the
two slams
playthrough
triggered?
test I did. No longer held an inventory slot. All right, Benada.
So, That's all well and good, but how about we try that again using Rampage? First, get a bit of Rage, Slam to stun the enemies, Seismic Cry to get the Exert, and then Rampage around to do insane amounts of damage. So we've covered some of the bear side of the Druid, but how is he as a spellcaster? Now of course we want to maximize the amount of time you spend in your animal forms, so most of the spells targeted at the Druid tend to be things that last a long time or provide tactical options on the battlefield. The first and probably simplest of these is Lightning Storm. Cast it on the ground and you get an area where monsters are continuously struck by bolts of lightning.
Oh, burn my tongue.
The bolts don't do much damage, but they shock monsters, which is a debuff that increases all damage on them, meaning it's a great spell to use before going in as a bear. So, that's going to increase your damage, but as I mentioned before, the bear form of the Druid could use some defenses as well. The bear in particular is the slowest attacking of the Druid's forms. He hits hard, but if he gets swarmed too much, it will result in your death. That's why Tornado is so useful. Tornado sucks monsters in, allowing you to split up packs and deal with groups separately, or pin monsters in place and set up combos with your other skills. The Tornado doesn't really move big monsters much, so you can actually use it to separate a boss from its minions too. The Druid also has the ability to summon animal companions. This is another really useful defense because wolves can take aggro from you, keeping monsters away. In addition, the wolves howl as they are summoned, putting a temporary debuff on enemies that makes them more vulnerable to critical strikes, and giving you a reason to resummon them in combat. The last Druid spell we're going to talk about today is Volcano. You can cast it quickly like this and it will spawn just a few projectiles. Or you can hold down the button to channel it for longer, which will make it fire a whole bunch of projectiles when it spawns, doing a lot more damage. The Volcano sticks around firing small projectiles for a long time, so it's another good skill to cast before turning into a bear. Now, the reason you're going to want to turn into a bear after using Volcano is that any slam near the Volcano results in it spewing out even more projectiles.
I think that mechanic is so cool.
And if you thought that was a lot, then Rampage is even better, because it does 2 slams every time it hits the ground.
Yo, so thank you so much for 21, man.
Reveal in an hour, but resub is now.
Now, if you've been paying attention, you might have realized that this is going to be extra good with Seismic Cry, which we were using earlier to double the number of slams. So, first we're going to cast Volcano. Then Furious Slam till you stun something, Seismic Cry to get the double slams, then Rampage around while the Volcano spews out a stupid number of projectiles.
I love that he's using the word
This combo would have been
there.
even better if we'd remembered to cast our Lightning Storm first, but getting time for that seems tricky. It would also have been nice if the monsters were affected by the crit debuff that my wolves do when I first summon them. This is where some meta gems to automate some elements can come in handy. Here's a gem called Cast While Channeling. If we add Lightning Storm to this skill, we can cast it automatically while we channel a Volcano as we set up our combo. Cast While Channeling is an ongoing effect, so enabling the skill will cost us Spirit, which is a new resource in POE 2 used specifically for these kinds of skills. If you look at the top left of the screen as we channel, we can see the energy building up to cast the Lightning Storm. So long as we channel Volcano for long enough, the Lightning Storm will also be cast on the same targeted location. Currently, Cast While Channeling is active in reserving Spirit in both our human and bear forms. This means that any channeling skills we use as a bear technically will also cast the Lightning Storm. We can actually do this with Rampage right now, but it's not the best because we would prefer to stack the Lightning Storm on top of our Volcano, rather than just casting it randomly as we're rampaging around. We're also unnecessarily reserving Spirit in our bear form we could be using for something else, so let's fix that. I'm going to go into the skill options for the skill and disable it in my bear form. We showed at ExileCon how you could use skill options to control which weapon set to use when casting skills, but you can also use the same interface to enable or disable which buffs you would like to have active in your different weapon sets too, without having to recast them all the time, and shapeshifting counts as a weapon set. Now when I change to a bear, the effect and the spirit reservation goes away, and when I change back to a human again, it's back automatically.
A lot more player
now that we have some extra spirit available as a bear, why don't we make our life a little bit easier by automating one of our other skills? This is the Cast on Melee Stun meta gem. I'm going to put Summon Wolf in Cast on Melee Stun, so that whenever I stun a sufficient number of enemies while I'm a bear, it will summon another wolf. This is great because usually when I'm stunning, it's because I'm about to do my exerted attack slam combo. When wolves come out, they howl, adding the crit debuff to the monsters, right when I need it. It also helps keep my wolves alive and summoned at all times without me having to do it manually.
Pretty cool thing.
So, last but not least, let's talk about the skill tree. At ExileCon, we showed how you could dual spec your character so that different weapons can use different passives. Well, as I said before, the bear form counts as another weapon set for specialization purposes, so he gets a tree too. If I open my passive tree, you can see how I'm near a melee damage cluster and a spell damage cluster. By holding shift, I can allocate these passives in my human form, and these ones as a bear. Now, when I change between human and bear form, my passives reallocate automatically. So, here we are at the Blind Beast. The goblins have enslaved a huge behemoth and gouged out its eyes. Now they're sending it in to fight you while they watch.
I hope it's an alpha issue, actually. I would assume it's one. Alright, I'm done eating. Sorry about that, boys. I needed to get some nutrition. Alright, let's see. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo.
What up, GHAZZY? It's my boy, GHAZZY.
The J-Man. Did you type up any questions at all? Or nothing?
I just got off Elden Ring, so I'm prepping now.
Sent you like a rough draft. Got some from the community, some from myself. I'm gonna send you one that's NDA'd.
Okay.
I'll make sure it's clear.
Put all these questions on the other screen here.
There's that one.
Do we know how long this part is? This like a 30-minute one, or?
I'm gonna be completely honest. I planned this with them like when it was like 4 a.m. for me, and the length of the podcast was never brought up, so I just didn't bring it up. So I guess we'll have to like feel when it's fair to wrap things up, I guess. But I would assume we are looking at anything between 1 and 2 hours. If we get more, that's just great. But
okay. All right. So I see a lot of very specific questions. Is the way to put that in there.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't restructured the wording of them. Some is from the community. And these are very hard targeting minion stuff, right? Especially that NDA one.
Yeah, I'm reading these, yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. You want to pop on your camera and I'll put you on screen here?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Let's see. Which camera is that? You. Gotcha.
Okay. Let me get you up here.
And I avoid having my leftovers on camera. Maybe you can cut that part of the screen out.
I'll be alright. I can fit you. No problem.
Brilliant. What the fuck's up with my hair? Holy shit! People are watching this. I'm getting a bald spot.
Okay. All right. Got you on screen. Bang.
Bam.
The boy wonder.
Yeah. The G-Man. So LA was fun.
Yeah, it was.
It was nice. Good times.
It was nice to get a little break from the old
yeah.
the old Alaska. get some sun. I bought some shoes too, which was cool because I don't really got that many shoe stores. They had like a Jordan home capita or something there. 1 second. All right, back.
Yep.
So do we want to? I know this is going to be a very, specifically targeted interview here, which I've seen. You're going to carry this one, but the question being, should we ask more broad-reaching ones? Because I don't know the scope of this. From what I saw with the prep, this is kind of a specific one. You know what I mean? Should we ask? Do you want to? How much of this time do you want to sacrifice towards asking like generic console and co-op related questions? Since that was the most recent thing.
I think that there's going to be a lot of people who. I don't want to use the word a lot. There's going to be people that might not be super interested in the approach of minions specifically, and obviously the redacted class has more to offer than just minions.
Right.
So, for example, the question regarding support skill limitation is not specifically about minions. We have MTX question. It's not specific about minions, even though it's mentioned as an example.
This is a good one. Can you do co-op on PC with a controller? Did they mention that at all?
Like couch co-op on the PC?
Yeah, like couch co-op on the PC. Does it work the same as it does on the console? I don't. I think that's kind of almost that's an interesting one, right? Because I mean, co-op on the PC would be kind of banging, right?
Yeah, I mean, we'll throw it in. It's like the questions are listed there most of them are minion related, right? So I think we would want to what's the word? It's English where you like mix you want to like add in some other questions so it's not just 100% minion because the class itself has more to offer than just minions.
People are saying that you can, by the way.
Oh, so we should not ask it then?
Yeah, people are saying you can already catch. Apparently Lance has one.
Oh, they confirmed that with game spots, apparently.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the Lance interview yet.
All right.
Anyone actually asked him about the white socket color change, if it's only early game or...
That's a good one. I don't think anyone actually deep dived that. White
I do like that question.
/ no chromatics.
It's a good one.
Because it's kind of like hard, right? Because we don't know how long we're actually going to go for, right? And there might be some follow-up questions depending on the reveal, which we have not seen either. If there's more,
and there was like a million post LA interviews also that I didn't watch, like the 20 different interviews that people did or whatever. So I kind of don't want to, it would be harder not to double dip. Normally it's pretty easy. We're like, okay, we've seen them all. We ones that are double dipping or not, but I feel like it's gonna be a little bit harder not to double dip into some questions that have already been answered.
And I mean, the reveal obviously will have questions as well, and I would assume that they are showing more than minion stuffs in the reveal. I would assume, but we don't know. Do we need 2 consoles with couch co-op? No.
Do we know how many acts there are? No one got to the end in any of the tests, and did they say that there was 6, or am I tripping?
I think they've said 6 or 7 in the past, right? 6, I think.
For some reason, the number 6 comes to my head, but I can't confirm that off of immediately.
7 was originally in 2019, and then they've said 6 is what chat's saying.
Yeah, someone in here saying they said 6 already also.
Yeah.
There was the, what was it? Someone did an interview, I think it was IGN or GameSpot or somebody, asking about release date, and one of the guys said November.
Yeah, that was Trevor.
We could
Leaked that. We can ask to
Okay.
confirm it. Is the
try it.
Trevor?
Yeah, let's add that in.
Is the leak from Trevor true with the aim to have early access in
All right.
November?
Double down on confirmation for that. That works.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Until when do you have to respect the NDA? I mean, up till the interview, I think, right? Another hour?
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah, in 52 minutes, the NDA goes off.
because they're going to officially announce and whatnot, so we just can't spill the beans. I mean, I think it's obvious, but we can't spill the beans officially until they post it. Not a concrete question. Trevor mentioned 8 out of 12 classes for early access. Is that confirmed? And what timeline will more classes look like? All classes available on launch or in early access? We could ask that maybe. Is that already answered? If all classes are available in the potential November date?
We can add a question to that. Yeah.
Let's try and go some more like basic questions because we have some, but they're specifically targeted, and then we don't have too many like in general. If we ask all of these, I think we have this is like a 45-minute interview. We should have some backups in case it goes like an hour plus, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on leashes, right? So I mean, I think that's fine to be able to fill out if we.
Yeah. All right. I mean, true. Yeah. If we open up the GHAZZY gate and lets you just spill out all your question, you should be able to.
Yeah, I mean, we can also aim for like follow-up questions on the fly, right? We both can do that.
I want to ask about monks since that's what I play, but I also don't want to like take away from it. That's why I'm kind of like, do they specifically say they only want to target the new classes? Because I want to ask about, I want to be able to put monk shit in there, but.
I mean, the way we have the questions are very heavily aimed towards new class. I think we can very easily get away with asking a few other questions as well to further the idea of like talking about PoE 2 in general. I wouldn't mind that personally. Like the bulk of these questions are redacted class aimed anyways. Yeah. And we also don't know how much follow-up extra we're going to get from the reveal, if we're going to see more things from there that we haven't been able to play or see. So we can have like some backup questions could be, did you have any specific questions regarding the monk?
In particular, I didn't have anything that was like I look at it and I think I mainly need to know the answer to this. I felt like the one that kind of comes to my head the most is that some of it seems like it'd be stronger than others, and also there's some skill tree issues where if you immediately go into like dagger, for instance, in the skill tree, your abilities all only work with quarterstaff. So it seems like the monk skills are like very pigeonholed only to quarterstaff. Like most of the moves I picked up wouldn't work on anything else, but yet the skill tree like lets you split to daggers or quarterstaff from the beginning. So it kind of baits you in like the wrong direction, which seems like I want to know if the plan on the skill locking is going to remain the same. You know what I mean?
Similar to the warrior, the abilities there were mace oriented.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. For sure, similar.
Did you see the Druid teaser from Gamescom 9 months ago?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Yeah, so they had like the whole pass the skill tree, opting in for your weapon swaps. The shape shifting has a third one for the Druid. And the redacted class had less of a push to utilize that feature of the game. If you remember us talking there at the end of the event. It was brought up quite briefly, though.
Wait, say that again?
At the end, when we were talking to Jonathan, it was briefly brought up. The weapon swap mechanic itself was not as heavily emphasized to being used as much for the redacted class compared to the Druid, for example, or the monk, or any other class, right? Or sorcerer had the most use of it, from my understanding, with different elements.
You know, did you figure out how to use the weapon skill points during the test? Because there was no button for it that I could find on the controller. So I had these weapon skill swap points that I actually ended up like I was like, how the fuck do I use these?
Yeah, no, I had the same problem actually.
I think they literally didn't bind it to anything, and they're just there.
They were there. You could clearly see them. You could spend these points. They're like, let me spend them.
How? Yeah.
But no, I had the same problem.
Okay.
But I mean, when it comes to like abilities being stronger than others, that's also another problem, right? Because like I don't feel like complaining about balance issues in a pre-early access state game, right? The bell was freaking OP. Stagger was OP, right? So I mean, but those feedbacks has already been delivered. On the other hand, the game, which we've seen in footage, we can talk about it. The game was recommending skills, which was really good for new and newer players. But they were recommending very specific one, which kind of pigeonholed you into warriors using maces, monks using quarterstaffs, right? Because all of those abilities were quarterstaff related. I think that's fine, and that kind of pigeonholes you, like you said. But if we were to break out from the recommendation and click, I think it was square, and you could show all of the gems, then you could choose another ability that use another weapon that you can have in your toolkit, right? And that's where that. Sorry.
So I would be interested to talk about that with him because I did ask him during, like, I had my own interview. It was during his like he went extra long for me during the because he had a break and I ran into his break and he was just like, oh, let's just keep chatting. So I was chatting, but I didn't record it or anything when we were in LA. And because they didn't have cameras there. And I didn't want to like stick my phone in his face if that'd be weird. So I was just like, let's just talk. Like, it's cool. I'm just curious. I just want to talk to you. So I talked to him a bit about, and he had some like really interesting thoughts, both about that we're mentioning here about the weapon swap, not the weapon swap issue, but the weapon locking issue, as well as the campaign. So it would be, I have those questions to repeat if we want to go into more generics. Because those ones I still have on my phone here. Like we could go down to repeating some of these. I can tell you what they are, and you can tell me if you want to add them in or not. I'll just read you some of these. I got like 5 of these here that I asked him. Okay, so POE 2 has been making design decisions around the ease of use for new players. An example of this being recommended certain gems for skill gems. How do you find the line between recommendations, tutorial, and advice without pushing to the other side of reducing self-exploration of mechanics feeling rewarding? So basically my thought process on that is, in the game when you're like, oh, wow, like blight goes from one to the other, whether like it spreads, when you have like that excitement of figuring out the combo, as opposed to the game like spoon feeds you the combo, like how do they actually decide which of these get explained? And he answered that one, which I thought was a pretty interesting answer to that as well. So that was question number 1. Question number 2 I asked him was POE 2 has changed since the first. Yeah.
So I worded that as finding a balance between holding a new player's hand versus providing enough information for that player to make a desired and still functional decision with the character's progression. Would that summarize that?
Sort of. I feel like the I feel like the point of the question is to ask, like, how much do you want to keep people in the dark so that they themselves discover OP mechanics and feel like, oh, I had this moment of being overpowered, as opposed to it feeding you that information and you just go with what you believe they preset for you. Like sometimes they were showing me combos in the game that I actually didn't even want to use because it's like, okay, well, I don't want to play the cookie cutter, Andy build. I want to figure out my stuff for myself. And then when I came up with something, it's like, oh, wow, Storm Surge with Tempest is so fucking broken. But, I wouldn't have had that moment if it explained it to me when I got that weapon or something like that.
So like finding a balance between spoon feeding the player X or Y versus player discovery.
Yeah, basically that's kind of the breakdown of it. I have it worded already.
Yeah, I'm just putting it in the list here. Yeah, you can do that as well. Send it on Discord.
Just copy. Yeah, okay, I'll copy paste all of it and I'll just put all of it in there. Okay, so the second question, tell me what you think of the second question. POE 2 has changed since the first test I was part of and now has a more linear structure of the campaign. Do you prefer everyone has the same playthrough in sequence in order to be able to predict high levels of quality of the game? Or would you like to see a variety in campaign playthroughs and replayability of the campaign? Effectively, it's easier for them to balance if they know everyone's going to do the same thing, as opposed to having a variety, especially considering we're going to be replaying characters through the same campaign, because they made it more linear.
Yes.
Since when we did our first test.
But at the same time, in one of the interviews, they actually talked about how you had a bit more player agency of exploration since the areas actually level up with your character, so that you didn't have to go do exactly that first and next is that, like this linear. You could go and do that side quest, and then before you do that, you go to the next area because the area is leveled up with the player, so that there would be an incremental increase in difficulty, similar to how
Correct.
Diablo scales the difficulty. I guess that was the answer you received, right?
Yes and no. So this question actually pulled more information out of him too. So he originally said, well, there's that, like if you go to the tomb as opposed to, the other tomb, then it will level up the other tomb, right? He did mention that. But then he got down into actually how campaign is going to be changing, so that each time you basically replay it, the spawns aren't always on the same side. Like it's not PoE 1 where the map is set. The actual map, when you open up the map itself, is randomized. So that where you're actually going in location to left, right, etc., will not be the same.
I think we should add it.
Okay. So then I'll move on to the third one. Might just re-ask him the same question because there was actually a pretty interesting discussion. He had a lot of really good info. I said, how's balance work in co-op, increased health damage / loot? Any concerns about balancing this trade for the economy? And then there was some follow-ups I did in relation to there's some obvious exploits you can do. With co-op, I don't know if you ran into the same exploits I did with the redacted class.
You mean in combination with Bell?
No, I mean you can literally if you're single player, you just turn it into co-op mode, and then you AFK on the other character. And it's actually just straight up better than playing solo.
Oh really? I did not. Oh,
yeah,
now I know why.
Problem, yeah.
Yes. Okay, I see what you're going. I think we should ask that anyway to get more info on that. I brought it up in my interview with the idea that you could have an aura bot high level character. So when you level up your next character, you just smack that aura button.
Yeah, exactly. You co-op yourself. Yeah. One dude, 2 controllers, 1 dude, or whatever. That's pretty much the question there. Okay, cool. And then next one, I know this changes in potion acquisition, which was direct feedback from the large amount of players in the first test. What was the largest feedback you associated with this play test, and how are you planning to address it?
That is a really good follow-up question for the event. I think we definitely use that one, 100%.
Okay.
We use all of them, and we'll see how much time we have, right? So I guess we're more in the ballpark of prioritizing the questions, right?
I think your list is great. I think we just GHAZZY Unleashed, you go at, ask your questions here. You got lots of good, minion related questions. If we have extra time or you want me to fill the void in between them, if we feel like we're hitting too many minions in a row, which I guess is the later point of this, then I can fill in with some of my filler ones here.
How about, could you make a Google Doc? We'll smack it in there.
Yeah, sure.
I'll add the NDA one when we're not showing that doc on screen. Or actually, we'll add it once the reveal is there. And we could just move whatever question we take out of the list. So that way we don't stumble upon repeat questions.
Yeah, good call. Okay, I got all of them in a doc. I'm going to share it. It's in the Discord.
Got you. The NDA one is not there, right?
It is. Sorry, I forgot.
Oh, I see it.
You need
I got it.
I can remove it now if you want.
I just did. There's no more NDA in here, right?
If you remove the only NDA one, then we should be clear.
All right. Here goes nothing. How do I make this dark? God damn it.
Oh, no, I'd use a plugin. See how long we got. We got 30 minutes, right?
39, yeah. We should be getting the link. Hold on. All right, I'll send him a message. I'll verify it with him. So we should be getting a link to the reveal before it's published, so we can add it to the show.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put it right where Jonathan's face is supposed to be for the starter.
Yep, sounds good. Jesus Christ, it is so bright. Let's see. We can skip that.
There we go. I can put your lovely face right there.
Nice. Yeah, I think we'll do that, and then we'll just do something like.
Maybe I should actually make this bigger.
You want to change the font on it, or doesn't really matter?
Huh?
You wanted to change the font, or just zoom in, or
for what?
no? You said make it bigger. But you meant.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking about the YouTube video link that we're gonna get here.
All right. I think this
Maybe I'll
is
just
fine.
make it
Like
full
we
screen.
should probably do a little section saying pop up questions from the reveal footage. So we can add some stuff in there in case there's something that pops up from the reveal. We can just add them once you cover something. Just cut it out, put it in the bottom.
I'm just gonna full screen the. I have you as my test video here. I'm just gonna full screen the reveal so everyone can see it, and then I'll just cut into the podcast.
Sounds good to me. Time till reveal, 36 minutes.
Are we doing this on Zoom or on Discord?
I would assume Discord.
Okay.
Is the overview happening both here on YouTube or just on YouTube? It's the interview is going to happen on both of our live streams. It's mainly hosted on DM's Twitch channel, so I will not be having some fancy overlays and stuff like that. Since POE is my main game, I will be live during the show at the same time. But I'm also live on YouTube. But after the interview, I will be having the entire VOD on my YouTube channel. Sorry?
I can't wait till they release the NASCAR class, dude. This shit is gonna be. People are gonna expect Giga Chad 2-ended axe, and then you're gonna get hit by like the NASCAR class. I could not believe it when they pulled out the race car. I was like, dude, this shit is wild.
Yeah, it's very fun to see
the circle move where he drives left for like 30 seconds straight as an AOE. Pretty great.
I haven't been around for the whole list. Any credit related to how minion AI and clan will be fixed in PoE 2? Yes, but a lot of those questions will be tackled and covered by the actual reveal itself. I'm curious, how bad are you down on cash from dying in Elden Ring?
Not bad. I mean, I had to spend money, but I get some of it back because it's gifting subs to myself next month when I get paid, right? So I'm died 160 something times. I'm like $800 or something like that in.
Jesus Christ.
So, yeah. I mean, I died a lot.
Yeah. Closing in on finishing the game, or still a lot to go?
Well, I mean, I'm going to finish the game if that's what you're asking. But like, I don't whatever the main story. Like when the credits roll, I'm done.
Yep.
When up to whatever the last story about is supposed to be. It's a fun game though. Like I'm like constantly blown away by like how much content there is. You just buy a game and it actually like gives you a product. It's crazy.
Yep. No, for sure. I've only heard good things about it. I never actually played it yet, so maybe I'll have to give it a try. Do you might use mount while playing? No. And dark
it's kind of the
extension.
type of game which makes me like honestly want to try to learn speedrunning it. Like I think I could replay it a bunch. The more I play it, the more I'm like, yeah, there's like definitely like there's replayability in this game for sure, right?
That's fair. I wanted to give it a try, but every time I like go into it, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna play a minion build. Just try that out. And everyone tells me that it's super broken. You barely have to do nothing. You just let your minions kill everything. And then I feel like
people say that about everything.
Yeah, I feel like the whole purpose of playing the game and like a challenge of me dying and stuff like that just gets thrown out the window if my minions will just do the game for me,
Yeah, but like I don't. So here's what I don't understand about it. One, it's a single player game, so who actually gives a fuck? Like that's one thing I don't understand. I mean, I guess you can multiplayer PvP or something, but like where's the leaderboard? First of all, oh, there is none. Then fuck you, doesn't matter. Number 2 is the game literally teaches you to do this shit. Now, I summoned a bow guy like 3 or 4 times, and he basically gets one shot, and apparently you're supposed to level him up or something. Yeah, I got him to like level 4. He's kind of dog shit. But one time he did shoot a bow and knock a bird out of the sky, and I felt like a god. But I don't know. I'm literally using the starting weapon, and it seems like better than all of the other weapons I get. Every time I get a new weapon, people are like, you can't use that one. It invalidates the run.
What?
Like, it's too good.
Invalidates the run?
It's like, to who, though? Like, who am I supposed to be validating here? Like, I thought the point was to have fun, isn't it? A video game. If I'm having more fun using a 2-handed axe or whatever, as opposed to like literally, you know, my raw dog fist. Like, I don't really like. What is it? Who cares?
Yeah, I mean that's the problem I have, right? It's like I might have fun, but I mean, how fun would it be to watch a streamer be like, "Yeah, I'll summon my minions. I'll just take a bio break and wait for the boss to die, and then I come back." You know, it's like that doesn't seem fun to watch at least.
There's only one boss that feels that way, which is Radon. It's literally like a mechanic of the boss. You like summon the stuff, and then they run at him, and then you can like get an attack or whatever. But it's I don't know. Even people are even mad about that one. I don't think it matters. I think you could literally be doing anything, and people are going to tell you could be doing it better. Factually, whenever I'm in a boss, people will be like, "Why is this boss so hard for him?" Like half the chat be like, "Well, he's under leveled by like 30 levels for this spot," and then the other half is like, "People can do this at level 1 with their hands." And it's like, yeah, but isn't that like literally the best player in the whole world that also is speedrunning the game that's been playing this like nonstop sweating for like 15 years? Like, I don't understand the point.
Yeah. Can never please everybody, you know that. It's always impossible. So I sent. Did you send any witch footage? Did you go for?
Which footage did I go for? I went for monk footage mostly.
Right. And when it comes to the redacted class, have you sent anything for approval yet?
Yeah, a couple hours of just like random footage.
All right. So I sent some to you for approval. I need to have that confirmed in
I got
30
one video
minutes.
approved.
Yeah, I had one approved as well. Chats be like, nice save, smooth.
Which footage did you get approved?
Well, I mean, to be fair, in the POE website, new class revealed, if you open up the image in the tab, it says which teaser header. In the URL.
Which header of which video? I don't know what you're talking about.
That image I sent you now on Discord. Like if you right click the actual header, the image, and open image.
I just see that's just blurred. I can't read that. I don't know what you're talking about. It looks redacted to me.
Yeah.
I'm not getting sued today, boys.
Yeah. Imagine if the podcast on to discuss the reveal of the fucking, I don't know, shadow. What's that supposed to mean? I like the shadow.
Son, we're revealing the NASCAR class today. I'm telling you, I don't know why y'all not taking me serious. It's NASCAR.
Did you see the image I sent on Discord? No, on Twitter. From the event with the unique item. I'll send you a link to you.
Is that the one that you were complaining to him is dog shit?
No. Okay, that's another item. I told him I found another unique, and I told him like this makes no sense. It's just shit. And he immediately sends the message to the guy who designed it. GHAZZY says it's shit. Remake it. I'm like, what? Don't use the word shit. But no, the image there, I included my friend.
Out?
Yeah, the blacked out, yeah. But I deliberately made sure that he was wearing an axe and had axes in his inventory just to throw people off.
I'm not on full life. Sacrifice 10% of mana per second to recover that much life. Wait.
This is not the
Sec.
shit item.
Oh, I was like, I kind of like that though. Am I an idiot?
No,
It's like, I kind of like that.
The shit item was a dagger. It had no fist damage, some flat cold, and then it had a modifier. It was really low damage as well. But then it had a modifier that guaranteed a freeze on hitting a enemy with full HP. So essentially, you could like weapon swap to it, and you could freeze a pack, guaranteed. That's what he did. And I'm like, yeah, that's all it had. I'm like, okay. But this one's pretty cool actually, especially for builds that don't use too much mana. So if you're not full HP, you would just get that life recovery. Didn't feel bad.
Okay, I'm kind of looking through the question. Do we feel like we have enough questions? We have like what, 20 questions here?
Yeah, plus minus whatever follow up we have from the actual reveal stream thingy video. I'm waiting for our response from Nick right now.
I think we just have you ask all the minion questions, bro. We go back. You want to just go back and forth like minion until we just be like, I'm going to ask generic questions. He's going to ask the minion specific ones. And we're just going to go back and forth. Like, do we just start the podcast that way? And then that way it's not like 18 minion questions in a row. We have just about enough for non-minions, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. If I get any pop-up question or likewise, we just type them down and just pick a question, move it out when it's done, and we'll be fine. Kiki's, he's checking the approval of the footage right now. Nick said we'll have it 5 to 10 minutes prior the link.
Okay. But we can't pull it up right till it goes live?
Correct. Yeah, I'm gonna move the document out of the main screen when we start, so you guys don't have to be flashbang.
This is like the first like 5 dev interviews, bro. I was like sweating bullets and nervous.
No.
Now I'm like much more relaxed about these. After meeting the guy and like talking to him in person, it's like, yo, Jonathan's like a fucking G, dude.
Oh yeah, like they're very down to earth.
Actually, a nice guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, super great guy. He was extremely generous for this time too when I was talking with him.
No, definitely. I mean, he has a passion for this, and that's very clear when you talk to him. That's like one of the best things, in my opinion. But they're very down to earth. They always have been, ever since like back in the days when they're indie size compared to the size they're at right now. They've never changed. So that's really nice.
This interview already? No, the interview's in like 25 minutes, right? I guess we should run our ads now, so that way we don't get them during the thing. Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna spam some ads for you boys. If you're not a subscriber, hold on to something.
Man, they speed ran the interview. It was
I don't want ads to interrupt the show.
Speed run the interview.
So hold on to something. If you're watching on Twitch, you're not a sub, I will play ads. I hope I get 2, maybe 3 in before the show starts. They're 3-minute though, so hold on to something. It's gonna be fun. Do you think they think we should add a question about them maybe showing more classes on more play if they can have more play tests? Because I would love that. Like meeting up with everyone is one thing that's absolutely amazing, and getting to get first hands on play testing new classes is just absolutely amazing.
Welcome.
It's a good question, but if November
save me from the ads prime
literally
sub.
them saying it right. If the November date is correct, which I guess is
Thank you, Shade Walk.
we
Appreciate
should
dude.
get the ones out of the way that people are all the one in it. Like the leak. Let's just straight up the leaked question about November be like the first question. You know what I mean? Like release date. Let's get it out of the way. Is November correct? Like just you want to just do that one first, so you can be like yes or no on it, and then we go into it.
We can do that.
And should we have a Q? What do you think about Q&A section at the end of it, like with the chat? Do you want to do Q&A, or should we like? I don't know how much time we have. Normally, the other ones like we know how much time we have. I feel like this one we kind of don't know how much time. It feels like a much chiller podcast this time around.
It is. I mean, I guess we can feel for it. If it seems like Jonathan's down for staying on a bit longer, then we can always go for Q&A. Some quick one-shots in the chat. But I mean, I guess we just have to feel our way for it since we don't have an actual time frame for this.
True.
So I think that would be the best way to do it.
Should we list these questions by priority? Like in the document? So that we don't run out of time.
Good question.
Like maybe highlight high priority ones, like at the top here. High priority. And then copy paste into this section.
Mm-hmm.
At the top, the ones that we... High priority is probably release date, because everyone and their mom's going to ask about that one. You're the expert on this one, so why don't you put all the ones you think are the highest priority in there, and then I'll pick one out of the ones that the pool that I have to try to get in there as well. So maybe the feedback from the test is one.
This one should be in the bottom in that list. This one is massive.
Talkative Try is online. I want to do a shout out for him in chat. You should follow Talkative Try. There's another super nice dude. Every time I see that guy, he's like all smiles and like welcoming. Like, oh, it's so good to see you. I fucking love that guy.
I know, right?
I actually think I even had more fun this last test than the previous one. Like the game was more fun. The couch co-op was fire. It felt smoother to play. And then like all the new people got to meet. Like I still think the POE community is like absolutely goated, dude. The amount of streamers that you run into and like there's basically zero problem people and everyone's just like fucking friendly.
It's kind of always been like that for the most part. Nope, got a message from Nick. I'm kind of done with the high priority one.
Okay, can I put it in mine now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll put mine at the bottom.
Sending you a screenshot.
Did you remove the ones from high priority that were in the list so we don't repeat them by accident?
Yeah, I've cut them out, yes.
Okay, all right.
Sent you a screenshot on Discord.
Got you. Remove that one.
Yeah. All right. Can't add the I have to check the NDA question. Let me read it. I forgot to add that one. Expect question. I added it. There we go.
That's the one directly below.
Yeah, in priority order. Just like the fourth mini question.
Got it. The fourth of 50.
Yeah. This looks good. Cheers. Miss Soul, how you doing? 25 months. Thanks so much. And the 1,000 bitty titties. Sure. Thank you.
You should check out Try Stream. All right, what am I looking at here? Someone in comments is like, he's just memeing on us. All right, you know what? Just because you punch. He's like putting himself in the square.
I gotta see this.
I owe that man a beer next time. I didn't get a chance to talk to him both times.
Oh man. Streamceptions.
I mean, we're pretty much like, what, like 5 minutes now, maybe? We got the link yet? Should be any moment now, right?
Any moment, yeah.
Any moment.
It's been a while. It has been indeed, but so hope you're doing well. Oh, you got a 10,000 bits badge? Sure. So meta, yeah. 17 minutes, I'm going to open our mouth, dude. Just let me have it. Wait, when can I send the next set of ads? It doesn't say. So the next ad is in 1 hour and 16 minutes. If I play one more, it should delay it with another 55 minutes or something.
Time till reveal. Like,
hopefully I can play it soon.
any minute. I mean, maybe a pretty chill podcast. We're gonna watch the reveal. We'll chat about the class a bit. GHAZZY went pretty good this time. GHAZZY's really keeping it together. He's only got about 95% minion questions. And then we're gonna I think we fully got. I'm excited to see GHAZZY unleashed. To be honest, I'm gonna sit back. I got my scotch. I'm just gonna. It's Tavern Talk, by the way, so I might as well prep for the interview correctly.
Good
Cheers.
question. I'm bringing a glass of rum. I'll be back.
Okay. Hey, what up, King? Why is GHAZZY asking about minions again? Stop. Yeah, it'll make sense in a minute, dude. Hey, boys, if ever there was a podcast in which GHAZZY needs to be unleashed, it's this one, dude. All right. Let the man have his time in the sun here. McCullen 12, yeah. Hey, Lucky, it's good to see you, man. And then King, maybe all the boys are here. Lucky, I saw a bit of your podcast with Barricade. I was super glad that you didn't let Barricade get away with trying to be humble, man. You actually call him out for being the giga chat he is. Barricade is another one of those guys that's super nice. If you guys don't know Lucky and King, go follow him. These are some giga chats in the community. You guys must be excited for, you know what? I probably shouldn't bring it up considering we have a podcast on the other one in a moment. But you're excited for a certain expansion, surely.
I am back.
Are we going to play Elden Ring? Yes, this is the Elden Ring podcast. And we're going to spring Elden Ring onto Jonathan and then make him do a speed run during the podcast. Surely that's what's going to happen here.
And I got my video approved. Oh. You ever try the Premiere thingy on YouTube?
Yeah, I think it's terrible.
I'm using it right now.
RIP!
Why is it so bad then?
I don't like it. Just seems like it's it takes away impressions. I don't like it. That's why I don't like YouTube Live either. It eats your impressions.
No. Well,
also people join halfway through the video and they're like, "What's going on?" and they just leave. So it also kills your AR stat. I just think from a data perspective, it's kind of bad. Maybe if you're Glorb or somebody massive, but for us little boys, I don't think it's particularly useful.
I don't think it's fun though.
It's fun. I agree with that.
All right. Well, fuck me, I guess.
What do I know, bro?
Premiere's put videos quite low in the actual sub feeds if you schedule them too far ahead. Well, they were scheduled a few hours ago.
Speaking of schedule, it should be this link should be in any second now, right?
Yeah, 5 to 10 minutes prior, so expect it in the next 5 minutes, I guess. Actually, will I have audio and be able to see the podcast through your webcam? Oh, sorry, from Discord via you. Or will I have to play the video myself? on my screen.
I would imagine you would play it yourself.
Okay.
Because I'm going to be watching it in a separate thing. If I share my audio, we're going to get a weird feedback loop. So you'll need to. We'll go 1, 2, 3, go.
Sounds good. Yeah, we've done that before.
Yeah.
We're veterans at that now.
It mostly works. I mean, this is going to be it's a shorter video. We don't necessarily need to pause or anything. I think I wasn't actually planning to even have myself on the screen. I'm just going to faux screen it and then play. I think people just want to watch it, so I'm not going to be like, "Hey guys, here's my opinion." Like, I'm just going to hit play.
No. All right. Calm before the storm, then.
Probably even, to be honest, I'll just mute and I'll play it, and then we'll come back and do our React Andy stuff afterwards. Oh my god, it's so cool. The redacted class. Vroom vroom NASCAR class. It's so good. You want me to record this one or?
Yeah. Like, I'm not gonna have, like, it's like we said before, like, we have the main host for the channel, or for the podcast will always be on your channel. So I'll just be live, but not gonna have the fancy overlays. I'll just full screen your overview.
I can record it and I'll upload
Yeah.
it and try it for you after you. How's your rum? What rum you go with for this Tavern Talk?
It's summer, so I'm actually going for a plantation pineapple. It's sweet as shit.
Plantation pineapple?
It's super sweet. Perfect for the summer. It's like just a shitload of sugar.
Damn.
How you been? I'm doing all right,
This
Miss
review
O.
is for the Scion. Yeah, they
Scion
copied
business?
AP
Nice.
Scion from League of Legends, and they added it into the game from back in the day. You're gonna
That's
run
awesome,
around
man.
one-shot people.
So what are you having? You had a scotch, right?
Yeah, I got some scotch. Yeah.
Any particular brand?
Yeah. So, it's called a Macallan. Macallan.
A Macallan, you know? Fucking Americans.
Let me spell it out here. Macallan. I got it because it said land in the title.
Oh my god, that's the reason.
No, dude, it's just some scotch. Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's the part where we all stare awkwardly at the camera, waiting on the clock to tick over here.
Macallan is French? I didn't know that.
You guys gonna have gameplay going during the pod, says Talkative Trish. First of all, shout out to the boy. Good to meet you, man, in person. Second of all, I think we're just I don't think we're do you have footage you want to show? I thought we were just gonna,
It
sit
would
here
be
and stare
nice,
at the guy.
but the problem is we would have needed that to be pre-approved.
Yeah, I don't have pre-approved footage for it. I didn't even play the class. I played Monk. Because, I mean, I'm a melee Andy. I'm not playing no redacted class.
I mean, you could throw
I want
out.
to hit people.
I mean, the video I'm posting is like 8 to 10 minutes or something. That's not gonna cover. I have plans to upload a few hours of gameplay footage with the witch, slightly edited, but that also needs to be approved. So, I mean, that's a few days out. So I don't think we can.
Oh, by the way, GHAZZY, get absolutely bodied. Talkative Try says his wife recognized me, but not you. Ha ha! +1 free
Well,
point.
to be fair, Talkative's wife or Try's wife said I was the most inclusive streamer.
God damn it! All right, back to even.
This is
+1,
after, like, that happened after Try had to explain my joke to her because she thought it was weird. But after that, she did.
Minions are people too.
Oh man. Yeah. I just got this, dark, edgy Scandinavian humor. Doesn't fit everybody. I'm sorry.
Oh, wait. I see a message received. Okay, so we can show it on stream in 8 minutes. Okay, so 8 minutes, boys. 8 minutes until it's something other than just staring at Bozo the Clown and a tatted up UFC fighter here. You actually get something to watch. Just give us a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I am sweating through this hoodie. Holy shit. No one look at my dirty as fuck gray sweats. It's an interview from the waist up.
From the waist up. I look whitewashed on DM side. It's another camera. Let me see.
I've literally given up on trying to make your camera look like anything other
Yep.
than like you're staring into the semi's oncoming traffic. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it, dude.
I'm saving up money to buy a proper camera. It's coming, right? It's coming. Just give me some time.
All right, so what you're saying is we need to take some sponsors for this podcast, start shilling the
Yes.
G Fuel code or some shit so that
True.
we can send GHAZZY a goddamn camera.
That would actually work really well, yeah. We should make that happen. I mean, we already got Starforge, both of us, so maybe we can have them do something.
But they're not sponsoring the pod. We have to somehow word it so that for some reason it's an extra sponsor. They got each of us individually.
Yeah.
To be fair, they got everybody.
That's
I
true.
feel like they've got every single goddamn streamer. Every time I go in someone, I'm like, there's the Dick Rocket logo in the corner.
Can you send the document to in the group chat?
Yeah.
Thanks. But yeah, I that's definitely true. Maybe I should fix the stream title as well.
I wish they would reveal a class without cringe influences involved. Don't worry, you're banned from the channel. Now you can go watch it without us. Have a great one.
That's vicious.
I did him a favor.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, I'm going to run the ad now so that way we don't get during the podcast. Rip Bozo. All right, I'm running the 3-minute ad because afterwards, then
I'm doing
will
the
be no
same,
ads.
guys, in my channel. Enjoy the ads. It's coming. Hold on to something.
Kitty cat.
Let's updating the stream titles. There.
How many minutes we got here?
Video link
3.
just get posted.
Can't pull it up yet, though, right?
Nope.
Roger.
Ooh, it's almost 10 minutes long, dude.
10 minutes long? Paul.
I want to look at it. I don't see anything. Nope, we can't show it for another 4 minutes.
Kitty. This animal. Every time with the animal. No, you know the ring. Sit on your perch.
All right.
Jonathan coming on. There's a vid. Yeah, we're going to watch the vid release because it's releasing for everybody at the same time. So we're going to watch that, and then he's coming on the podcast for GHAZZY to overload them with any questions. Hey, Kitty, can you...
You're just going to pull the trigger and be like, bam, GHAZZY, go.
Basically, the podcast is going to start. Hello, Jonathan. I hope you're ready to answer everything about minions. GHAZZY, unleash. I choose you, GHAZZYtron, and I'm just going to, like, throw you on it.
We'll have Kikis do some nice editing. Come out of a Pokeball.
GHAZZY used spam questions.
It was highly effective. Or super effective. Oh, man. 2 minutes. Come on. All right. You want to do the intro when we call them up? Since
So
I guess you have to fix
start
the
with
camera and stuff.
the skill gem limitation, yeah.
You want to do the intro when we call them up? Since I guess you have to move some of the cameras and whatnot.
Yeah, that's fine because it's gonna take a second to start. I gotta like cut them into the. We gotta do a new call, and then I'm gonna have to cut you both in, so it's gonna take a second.
Yeah. You wanna I guess we'll. Do we just start the recording and just start the video in 1 minute, or do you want to do like a small intro to that, or we just save the intro for when we call Jonathan?
Oh, we watch the video and then we'll be like, let's call him. It doesn't have to be like a whole production. We can do it pretty chill. We'll just watch the video and then we'll bring him in, and I'll just people just have to wait 2 minutes while I put him on screen. Like, no big deal. And then I'll do the intro, introducing what we're going to talk about, yada yada, and then I'll ask the first question, and then I'll be like, okay, GHAZZY Tron. Like, you have 30 of these. And you can start rapid firing, I suppose.
Yeah. You want to do the dance back and forth, or like we said?
Dude, I don't understand your minion questions. So, like, unless you want me to just read them word for word, like, I'm not going to be able to explain what I'm asking because I don't play minions. Like, that's why it's like I don't like all of these are minion shit, and I feel like you're literally a minion expert that writes guides, and I've never played minions, so why would we have me ask the questions? That's how I feel about it. Animo. Okay. We should be able to pull it up now, right?
Yeah, we should be able to.
All right. Let's put it on screen. Oh God. All right, boys. I'm gonna put it on screen. Gonna mute myself and enjoy the gameplay walkthrough of the witch class.
There we go. All right, boys.
I'm certainly not supposed to be here. How exciting.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and I'm here today to talk about the Witch. Most classes have access to some kind of minion, but if you want to control an army, the Witch is probably the class you want to pick. In POE 2, most minions don't require summoning manually. This scepter gives me a couple of free warriors, but it's also going to give me another resource called Spirit, which you can spend on whatever minions you want. You can see the Spirit bar above the mana here. On the skill screen, you can pick the composition of your army. This is a level 2 area, so I can only afford one other minion. I'll pick a sniper for now.
You can stay in the back with me.
When minions die, they'll be revived automatically so long as no other minion has died recently. So before your next battle, all your minions will come back to life. You can also order your minions around with a dedicated button. Tell them to move to a specific location, attack a specific enemy, or even open a chest or door for you. We also have temporary minions. This spell is called Unearth. If it kills a monster, or if it hits the corpse of a monster, it creates these bone constructs. They can't take many hits and have a limited lifetime, but you can build up a real army with these. While my minions are attacking, I'm going to use some debuffs on the monsters too. The first one I'm going to use here is Contagion. If a monster dies with Contagion, it spreads to nearby enemies. Each time it spreads, the damage increases, so it's a good idea to try and keep the infection going. If any corpses are infected when you summon a minion from them, the minion will be infected as well. Each time they hit an enemy, they'll continue infecting them. It's nice to have an army of infected scorpions on your side. I also have another Chaos debuff called Essence Drain. This one does even more single target degen. If the monster is infected with contagion at the same time, then the Essence Drain will spread as well. This can turn into a real plague of destruction. Another minion type I can summon are zombies, but they require a corpse.
These will do nicely.
They don't come back to life if they die, but they're fairly tough and can bolster your minion numbers. Many minions also have command skills. I can order my sniper to deploy a gas arrow on the battlefield to get some damage over time.
Look at them. This is level, very early level,
Now
by
I'm
the
going
way.
to summon a skeletal arsonist.
Like very
they
low
can throw
level.
little fire grenades, but they also have a command skill that can detonate your own minions that are low on life. When you see the red indicator, use the skill and the minion will go boom. It's particularly nice on these bone constructs because they expire quickly anyway. So, let's take all these tools we've found and fight the boss of this area, the Carrion Crone. So, that's how many minions you can get at level 2. But let's see what minion gameplay looks like at a higher level. This is a level 30 area. I want to try a different group of minions. I still have my trusty warriors, but there's a lot of different types to choose from, like brutes for stunning or ice mages for freezing, and most of them come with their own special abilities or command skills. For now, I'd like a couple of storm mages to shock enemies, a cleric to heal and revive my minions, and a bunch of reavers as well. Reavers do high damage, and you can also enrage them before battle. This slowly kills them, but my cleric should be able to keep them alive. While my minions are attacking, I can use channeled skills like Bone Storm, which creates a devastating volley of sharp spikes. The Storm Mage has a useful ability if lots of your minions die. He can summon a lightning storm to strike the location of every dead skeleton in your army. Just like that. We also have a type of skill called Offerings. These let you impale one of your skeletons on a big spike of bone in order to buff all of your other minions. The one I've just used here is called Pain Offering. It makes all of my other minions faster and deal more damage. After the battle, we have some extra corpses. We don't want those to go to waste. Profane Ritual consumes a corpse to create a power charge, which can power up some of my other spells. If I use them to summon zombies, I can create super zombies, which are more powerful. You also don't need a corpse to summon them. I can also use power charges to channel Bone Storm. If I do that, it adds a devastating AoE. POE 2, even non-boss monsters can be pretty devastating, like this Faradin Impaler. There's a wide variety of abilities and is pretty tough to defeat. But maybe I can put the body to a better use. This is a Bind Spectre gem. Using it, I can take the body of any enemy and capture its spirit so that I can keep it as a minion. Any monster can be captured, but the spirit cost depends on how powerful the monster is. It takes a lot of spirit for such a powerful enemy, so I'll have to unsummon a lot of my other minions, but it certainly seems like it might be worth it. If the Spectre dies, just like any other minion, it will respawn after a short time.
The revive mechanic on the actual Spectre is insanely nice.
So, I think it's time to fight the boss of this area, Tor Gull the Defiler.
You are relentless, and that makes you predictable. The end of Marraketh's tyranny is nearly at hand.
This fight looks so cool. You see at the top left how most of his skeletons are dead. Like, he can use the lightning ability. And now they're all just back again. They all just respawn. So awesome, dude. Oh, man. Look at the top left now. All of the minions are dead. Boom. Yep.
None will stand in my way.
I have so much to tell you. I have so much. Oh my god.
There it is, boys.
Ooh.
All right, what'd you think, GHAZZY?
I love that they showed how many minions you get like from level 2, because I've been trying to be quiet about this. Like, you have so many minions. You like really feel like an actual summoner, like super early. Absolutely love it.
Kind of curious what the actual cap is going to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And how, like, if there is an actual cap and when co-op's in there, you're gonna have a lot of minions on the screen, bro. All right, so the plan now is Jonathan is going to be coming on the channel to chat a little bit about the witch and ask some basic questions and whatnot about it. So that is what's happening next. So it'll take a minute or two. We got to get him in the call and then put him on screen, and then we'll start chatting a bit about the witch here. So give us just a moment to get that ready. Do you know if he's ready now, or do they need a little bit?
Tell this. Oh, he wrote to us to just give him a call when we were ready.
All right, I guess you want to do that now then?
Yeah, I'll jump over and call her.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello there.
How's it going?
Beautiful video.
Yeah,
excellent. Thank you very much.
One moment. I'm going to get everyone set up here. Just take a minute while I get everyone on screen. Thank you for coming on the podcast, by the way.
No problem.
Appreciate you taking the time.
No problem.
I know GHAZZY's probably pretty about minions.
Yep.
All right, we got one person on the screen, and now let's get the man himself onto the screen, and then we'll start the introductions. And everyone in the chat, can you hear everyone fine? Maybe we just get a real quick, like 1, 2. How's everyone doing?
Yep. Seemed. Hopefully my audio is all right.
Seems all right on this end. Everyone in the chat, yeah, looking good. Okay. Looks like the audio is good as far as I can tell from everybody. Okay, and now we've got both parties should be on the screen. There we go. Okay, so I think we are officially ready to start. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the POE 2 podcast, Tavern Talk, with myself and co-host GHAZZY TV, interviewing Jonathan today, and the kitty cat, I guess, is the special guest number 2, talking about the witch class. How are you doing today, Jonathan?
Oh, I'm pretty good actually. Like I was really happy with how the event went, and honestly, I'm also happy with the fact that the changes that we've made post the event have also worked out really well. So I'm kind of riding on a high here of some good, some good changes and some good things that are going on.
Oh, that's perfect. That actually rose into one of the questions we were going to ask, which I guess I'll just transition right into that one, which is in the first event we had, potion acquisition seemed to be changed by the second event. We were talking about that earlier when we had our chat in LA. And so I was going to ask you as a follow-up, now that you've had some time to sort of look at the feedback, what was the major change that you saw, or some of the major changes you think you're going to be doing from the last playtest we had? Anything major really pop out to you?
So the one that popped up the most, which was actually surprising to me, is a lot of people were really requesting the ability to change from controller to mouse and keyboard on the fly, like while they're in game, which is something that I was kind of always like, yeah, it'd be nice to have. But then having talked to so many people at the event, there were tons of people requesting it. And I realized the reason it's obvious in retrospect now, but people want to be able to control their character with a controller and then switch to mouse keyboard to do inventory management and stuff. And so because of that, I'm just keen to commit to that feature and just get it sorted. So it'll take a little bit of time, but we can. I'm very keen to get that done because I think it's something a lot of people are very keen for.
Absolutely. Like another thing I saw that was changed from the playtest we did was the Spirit Reserve menu was a bit different. So you had these arrow keys. What led to that?
Yeah. We actually are redoing the Spirit Reservation UI a little bit. We actually had a new version we even designed before the event, but we didn't have time to get it into the event, so we've actually got another one coming that's like a bit nicer than the one that's in the video that you just saw. But yeah, we didn't have time to put it in there. The one in the event that you played was of course on controller, so that was like different again. But yeah, there's we could definitely do better there, so we're improving that. Effectively, what we're doing is we're making like a sort of special dedicated menu for spirit reservations and minions, so that you can change that more easily without having to go into the whole skill screen. So that should mean that it's a little bit easier. What we sort of found doing testing of the one that we have now is that it's very easy to miss, and I think the reason why it was okay in the demo that you guys played is that because I was on stage showing you guys how minions work beforehand. It was sort of all right, but I think that the current one that's in game could still be better and tutorialized better. So yeah, we'll be improving that for sure.
Fair enough.
I was actually impressed with how well the game actually worked on controller. I know inventory management and ARPGs can always be a little bit difficult, but I was actually fairly surprised how smooth everything fairly was on the controller. Though there was thing that we noticed, we were talking about before the podcast, that trying to figure out how were we dumb, because I just want to personally know, we couldn't figure out how to get the weapon skill points on the passive skill.
Yes, that is not obvious. And the way you actually do it on controller is that you hold the button down and then it puts up a radial menu. But that absolutely is the worst usable thing in the at the moment in the in controller. Yeah, that like everyone has to be told that, which is obviously a really bad sign. Yeah, we need to do something about that. Honestly, it's one of the hardest features to tutorialize because it's quite conceptually complicated even in the first place. Yeah, we're going to be working on that. The weapon skill points right now, yeah, they kind of haven't been so everyone who knows how to use them uses them and they're really good, but we haven't made an effort yet to really teach people about them, and so yeah, that's we'll probably be tackling that before the next time we do an event like that.
Fair enough. I'm going to jump into a minion question. Gonna try to keep a little bit of a leash on me when it comes to minion related questions.
Sure.
You go, guys. Yeah, I know you're hype. Yeah, go.
Otherwise, I'll just occupy this for the next 2 weeks. It was actually about the amount of links. I'm gonna read the question out. It says, will we be limited on the amount of links we can have in total active, or will we end up throwing literally anything on our utility skills in the end, as we're gonna run out of support skill options? This is, of course, in mind that we can only have one unique support per player, I guess.
Right. So I'll talk a little bit about that decision because I think it's kind of interesting. So yeah, as GHAZZY was just saying, in POE 2, you can only have one of each support on your entire character. And it's kind of interesting how that came about. And it was actually, the change here was actually a direct result of the previous playtest as well. So basically, because you have, all these skills, they're all 6 links. we didn't want to have it be the case that for every skill you just use exactly the same set of supports. So the way we were trying to solve that before was effectively we had to make sure that in the design of each support, they all were designed such that you wouldn't want to do that. So yes, to give an example of that, if you just had a support, for example, like melee physical damage that just increases your physical damage of a melee skill, then you would have just put that on every single skill. Melee, if you're playing a melee character, you're going to put that on every single skill, because why wouldn't you? If it's the most efficient damage boost that you could get, you just do that. And we kind of thought that that would be really boring to have just every skill supported by the same stuff. So the initial solution that we had was, design the skills so that that's not going to happen. And what that kind of meant was we kind of had to think like, okay, we need to design this thing so that you kind of only really want it on one skill of your character. And that made it really, really hard to design support gems. Like, we were really struggling with that. And what you kind of ended up with is the situation we had in the last playtest, where the support gems all felt kind of weird and not like it's like not obvious how to use them, and like they didn't feel powerful, and like we ended up kind of like not dropping them really quickly either because they was kind of too complicated, and like it was just overall kind of a bit of a disaster. And so I'm not sure who had this idea, but at some point we were just like, hang on, if our goal is to have it so that you don't use the same support gem everywhere on your character, we could just literally limit you to one of each support gem per character. And as soon as we thought about that, we were like, okay, suddenly not only does like every support from PoE 1 immediately become like relevant and possible to do again in PoE 2, and just immediately unlocking like a huge amount of supports we can put in, but also it just unlocks like a huge amount of other designs that we could immediately do. So that decision kind of like immediately made supports just back to a reasonably good place again. And honestly, we came to that one surprisingly not that long ago, but it just really, really helped. So going back to then to your question about like, do you think that it's just going to turn into like, oh, just kind of throw whatever on there? The reason I don't think that is because we're being very purposeful with our design now to make sure. So we've got our support recommendations now for different skills, and we're kind of trying to make sure that for each skill that you can have, that there are at least 9 really good choices for that skill. The way we're going about that is kind of like making sure that at each so there's a few different tiers of supports with the uncut support gem. We're sort of making sure that at each level, and this is actually a bit of a digression again, but I don't know if you guys have heard of like in Magic the Gathering, they have these psychographic profiles where like they categorize players into 3 types. You've got Timmy, Johnny, and Spike. And the idea here is that a Spike player is one who only cares about damage. Like they don't care about like things being cool or anything. It's just damage. They just want to do the most efficient thing possible. And a Johnny player cares about comboing things. Like they're interested in interesting combinations between abilities and so on. And a Timmy player just cares about something big and flashy that has some cool effect. So what we're trying to do is make it so that at each level of the support gems, there's 3 choices where one of them fits into one of those 3 psychographic profiles. And then that will mean that as you kind of go up with those uncut support gems, you're always going to feel like you've got something interesting for you, but also that there's enough choices. And the idea with that is that so long as we don't have, if we don't have like at least 9 cool choices for a gem, then we have to add more support gems. And so what I'm roundaboutly saying is that eventually there's going to be enough support gems that I think that you shouldn't have trouble finding interesting interactions for each of the for each of your skills. And we're not too afraid of having support gems that only work for 1 or 2 skills if that's required to actually make enough interesting things. So we'll obviously try and make it so they're applicable to as much as possible. But if we need to have something that just works on 2 skills, then, that's fine, and we'll just live with it. So that was obviously ultimately a really, really long-winded answer to that question, but hopefully it provided a bit of a context for what's going on with support gems in PoE 2.
There was one thing missing, though, and that is are we limited in the quantity of sockets, or are we expecting to have every single ability being able to become a 6-link?
Yeah. So every ability will definitely be a 6-link.
Awesome.
Although I will say that there has been some discussion about whether or not we should allow spirit reservations, not minions, but like just auras and stuff, to have to be 6-links. And the reason why is because it is really damn hard to design so many different supports for aura skills. So there has been some discussion about that, but I mean we'll try, right? If we can make it happen, we'll make it happen. But that is definitely a hard task.
All right. I can just go on with another one right off the bat.
Sure,
and,
go for it.
that is a very important question for the community, and it's about the Animate Guardian. So I guess the first question is, yes or no, will it exist in PoE 2? If yes, then are we seeing some differences in way this works compared to PoE 1?
So I'll tell you that Animate Guardian isn't in PoE 2 right now. It's a skill that I personally have a very soft spot for, and like we're doing things certainly like this along the lines, but we haven't. There's some other stuff we haven't announced yet. What I will say though is that the Witch as a character class is more about the hordes. And when you have a thing where you're like, the more like one minion that's really powerful type thing is more in other classes archetypes. So if you want to play the kind of like, I want a big tanky minion that's like just that I'm investing all in one, that's probably not the Witch that's going to be that. The Witch is more about the, the big army.
Fair enough. Another line, you want to go, DM?
I just had a quick question related to because you were talking about skills from other classes, etc. So one of the things I noticed is I was playing Monk, right? And I was using Quarterstaff, and then I got a Dagger, and I saw Dagger in the beginning of the passive tree. So I was like, Dagger probably works with Monk. So I went to use it, and most of my skills were not usable with the Dagger.
Yeah.
But then later on, somebody noticed that, you can actually still cut gems from other classes if I wanted to use, a Witch skill or whatever. I could still use that on the Monk. But that made me wonder, if you're building so many skills based upon your Quarterstaff, etc., and then you go to use some sort of other abilities, a lot of the Witch ones, I'm assuming, are not going to work on a Quarterstaff. So is this going to be all the way until the release of the game? It's going to be this way where your skills are pretty honed down individually on weapons, or is there going to be a little bit of play in that?
Yeah. So I'll talk a little bit about that. So for one thing, spells can always be used from any weapon class. That's just the rule. It's the same as that in PoE 1 technically. The difference is that in PoE 1 we had a lot more skills that worked across different weapon classes. And that's something we've specifically decided not to do here. And the reason for that is because we've found that it really limited, in order to make a skill that works with like 3 or 4 weapon types, you end up like limiting what the skill can be, because like generally speaking, like the most unique thing about a skill is kind of like something to do with the weapon that you're using it with. Now, one thing that I will say is that the way that that's presented in PoE 2 right now, I'm not fully happy with. What we had was, in the demo that you saw, was that each, the listing for uncut skills is all done class by class. And what that means is that people don't really get an understanding of like, okay, let's say you're playing a warrior and then you find an axe and you don't have any axe skills right now. You would just have no way of knowing that the thing you're supposed to do is go to Marauder to find that. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to change the uncut skill menu to list things by weapon type rather than by class. And that should mean that it's like more obvious that, okay, like, sure, I find an axe and that's cool, but like there was a section in that screen that said where all the axe skills are, and that's how I'm going to find those. And then for spells, we'll probably categorize them into things like elemental spells versus occult spells, something like that. And that should sort of end up with a situation where that's much more easy to understand. So something is interesting is that the people who were in that demo doing things cross-class did actually find quite a lot of things that were very synergistic that you can do. And the people who had the easiest time, honestly, were the people who were doing kind of weird cross-class stuff, even in that demo.
I actually really like the recommended approach. So the friend I brought, he was like the last time he played games was years ago, and he had an easy time learning Path of Exile, and I was just sitting there, jaw on the ground, being like, "You just said Path of Exile was easy to understand," and one of those things was that it was recommended. Like he would fully understand where to go, and I definitely like the idea with switching it with weapon types because he had no problems understanding the functionality of that.
Right.
I do have a follow-up minion question, just because it's me. So I was thinking about the new minions in PoE 2. We've seen the bone constructs, definitely the favorite ones that I got to try. But compared to PoE 1, you said Animate Guard is not in as of yet. But can we expect every single minion from PoE 1 to be a thing in PoE 2? And if not, why?
I mean, I'm not going to promise every single minion. Ultimately, it's more like when we reach to design another thing, the first thing we'll often do is like interesting theme that we can take and use and do in an interesting way. But at the same time, I think that like for the most part, basically, I think almost everything from PoE 1 should be in. There might be like 1 or 2 things that won't end up being in, but like generally speaking, they're all like any kind of favorite's going to be there. We don't have any particular reason why one thing appears or not as such. It's more just that like when we go to design something, like what's going to fill the niche that we're looking for and so on. And then of course there's always the thing of like, if something's a fan favorite, we want to be able to do something with that, right? Like anything that was really beloved, you want to have.
I like that answer.
So speaking of minions, I'll ask another minion question since it's a Witch chat. Sure. With a large army being something that we're going to be able to see, 1, do we have a cap on these? I know they're related to spirit. And 2, are they going to be able to body block you?
Right. So There is no inherent cap other than just spirit. So really, the balancing we're doing is just like what spirit costs are, how much spirit you can get, and you know, like it's to do with how much it goes on the tree, how much is on the mods, all these different things. But there's no inherent limit. So if all you're trying to do is have the largest possible army, that is probably going to get quite outrageous. The kind of expectation is that in terms of permanent minions, you'll have something like 20 towards the end game, but you could go much higher than that if that's what if you want to do. But for the body blocking thing, I guess I've got another kind of interesting story during development because Witch was honestly one of those classes that was like one of the hardest to get right in our entire staple of classes. Like it took so long of all the different testing. So yeah, I'll talk a little about body blocking. So early on when we started doing the Witch, one of the things that seemed really obvious to us that we wanted to do was have formations. So we had a system where when the character is running around, the minions kind of form into lines like a sort of legion in front of you. And we thought that that was a really obvious thing to do and that would be really good. And like, you know, it sounds like a good idea, right? Like it means that you're always protected and all that sort of stuff, right? But in order to do that, there was like quite a lot of concessions that had to be made with run speeds and blocking and everything to kind of get everything into formation again. Like it's very hard to like when, you know, if you turn suddenly, you've got to have like a whole formation kind of rotate, and it's like it's quite complicated. There was a lot of code that went into like getting all of that stuff just right and all this sort of stuff. And we had that like that for a long time. And then when I was playing, I was just kind of like something about minions just didn't feel right, and I was very unclear to me what it even was. So we tried like all sorts of different things. Like, you know, we were playing around, like we played around a lot with the way that they resummoned and all sorts of stuff like this. And when I was playing with Unearth, which is like the bone constructs, and zombies, which are temporary minions, those ones weren't in formation. And I was having a great time with those when I wasn't having a great time with the permanent minions. And at first what I thought was that, oh, it's the spirit reservation thing is just not working. I think we might have to change that. We might have to have a thing where you're back to resummoning manually every time. And like, I kind of came to this conclusion. I was kind of unhappy with it as well, because I liked the way that system worked in theory, but I'm like, I'm actually not having fun in practice with the permanent minions, whereas I am with the temporary ones. And I attributed that to the fact that they were temporary versus permanent. Whereas in the actual reason for the difference was that the permanent minions went in formation and the temporary ones didn't. So I just asked a programmer, hey, can you just add a quick thing so I can just turn this off, just disable it to see what it feels like? And immediately the minions felt way better. I think I've got sort of two theories as to why that is. And one of them is actually related to body blocking, which is when you have a bunch of minions just dogpiling on each other, it feels really like you don't get an understanding of what the hell's actually going on, because it becomes unreadable in like a really bad way. And due to various other reasons, when the minion formations were there, you got that dogpiling effect happening, and the minions would just stack up, and it just kind of wasn't like fun somehow. So yeah, once we got rid of that and like the minions were able to body block each other again, then everything kind of worked out again and it was okay. So just to be clear, the minions can't body block you. You can always run through them and they can always run through you. But the minions do body block each other, and it turns out that that's really important just to make the combat feel readable and fun. Even as much as minions are like the most spammy, unreadable thing in the game right now, it still was a lot worse when they were able to intersect each other. So yeah, that one ended up being more important than I would have assumed, because it sounds like something that should be fine, but in reality, as I said, when you play it, it just kind of isn't. So yeah, once again, bit of a long-winded explanation, but that was like one thing that was a really hard lesson for us during development. So I thought I might as well share it.
That sounds great. I do have a follow-up question on the body blocking. We're talking about a plus minus 20 minutes end game play, but you can go higher. One of the very most popular builds that we're running in POE 1 is a Zoomancer build, which goes up to 40, 50, and pop vault summon skeletons. You're sitting at 70 plus minions. The downside of visual clarity, taking that aside, one of the problems is a lot of these minions are melee minions, and now they're not able to hit the targets. Now we circumvent this issue by convocating them on top of the targets for boss fights. So I guess the questions would then be, what is the thoughts or concerns regarding having such a large amount of minions in melee range trying to hit the targets when they are body blocking each other? Has that gone into?
So I think what you should do in that case is just build differently, so you've got more ranged minions. I will note, and something that kind of wasn't maybe clear in the video, so I'll just go into it, is that with specters, any monster can be a minion type, right? Like the game is your oyster as far as minion types, right? So if you want to have an army of cheap ranged minions, you can absolutely do that. In the video there, we didn't have it. It looked a bit different, the UI, than what we're going to have, because if as I said, like you can have like a ton of ranged minions just from that. So what I'm saying is I don't think players will feel limited to like, oh, the melee minions. I need to have lots and lots of melee minions. I think that you want to have exactly the right amount of melee minions to like protect the front line and have that work, and then fill out the rest with ranged minions who are going to be able to apply the DPS without without having to worry about body blocking. So yeah, I'd say that for this question, it's just build your minion army correctly, and you should be good.
Fair enough. I do have another follow-up question. Since you mentioned Unearth, it's definitely my favorite build or ability that I got to try in the playtest. Fantastic. Right. Even the artwork was built absolutely insane. So when I playtested, I fell in love with this, obviously. But it felt a bit limited on bosses. Unlike other builds like Absolution, DB, that allows you to trigger on hitting a unique enemy, you needed to kill or a corpse. But as far as I got into play, there was no way for me to generate corpses on demand on boss fights. So I guess the question would be, will we see something like a Desecrate skill in the future, or maybe have adjustment to this to have it trigger like Absolution or DB?
I'm actually not a fan of Desecrate at all. And one of the very earliest things we were talking about with regard to minions is Desecrate going to be a thing or not? The problem is that it effectively removes corpses as a viable cost, and corpses as a cost, as a resource for the character, I think has a lot of interesting things. So what we are doing is like, okay, so if in the case of zombies, for example, you can create zombies without corpses, but you need power charges. So during boss fights, there are ways to get power charges without having corpses around, and those will allow you to summon zombies. In the case of Unearth is basically just not a good ability for bosses. It's great for clearing, but not for bosses. Minions are actually another really challenging thing about minion balance, and once again, part of the like long storied crazy time that we had balancing minions is the boss damage. Effectively, minions are like amazing single target damage, like some of the best ever, because you've just got so many of them all wailing on one guy. So it's very hard to get the balance correct as far as like the amount of like making it so that clearing can happen, but also that bossing can happen. And effectively, the temporary minions are a kind of way to achieve that, because when clearing, you have more temporary minions. Your amount of AoE damage effectively goes up due to number of minions. But when you get into boss fights, the amount of single target damage effectively goes down a little bit compared to what it would be if you had all those same minions in a boss fight. And also in a boss fight, it means that because you don't have the amount of temporary minions, there tends to be more visual clarity, which is even more important during bossing when you need to see all the abilities and so on. So effectively, you will probably have less minions in a boss fight. As I said, that the 20 permanent is kind of about what I expect in an end game, but effectively you're always going to have generally less during boss fights due to the lack of the temporary ones. But I think that is actually a good thing for the feel. And the key thing was trying to make it so that the balance of minions felt about right. I actually think, by the way, that in the version you played, minions were still a little bit too OP against bosses. I think that they had like a little bit too of an easy of a time. There's been a slight reduction in that. The only thing we had to do was to add a very slight cooldown to the attack of warriors, and that was enough to kind of get it back in line again, so you don't quite have the same thing. Like when I say cooldown, it's just like a tiny little extension to their attack time, and that kind of immediately solved that again. But yeah, like it was slightly too high, I think, in the demo you played. But yeah, it's all about that thing of trying to balance the boss fighting versus clearing. Like it is hard with minions, another one of those big challenges.
Oh, for sure.
I have a
Go for it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a follow-up question about power charges. I don't know if this is just something I didn't realize, or maybe it wasn't immediately obvious, but when you have power charges and you use an ability that consumes power charges when you use it, then what's going to happen is it's going to delete them and attack with it. But if you wanted to keep those power charges maybe for something else later, is there any way in the game actually to make it where I'm going to cast this ability without empowering it with the empower charges? Because I ran into this with the monk, for instance, with Falling Thunder.
Right. So there actually isn't, and if that's a thing that you want, so one of the things that we could consider changing is right now most power charge abilities, not all of them, but most of them take all power charges rather than just one. And I think there's probably a lot of cases where you probably wouldn't want that. So I guess we have two solutions to that. One of them would just be changing the skills of people. That's a constant complaint. Like I know that's a thing that people might prefer to not have with what's called Falling Thunder. But the other possibility is if we want to have changes to skills like this, then support gems are always an option. We could have a support gem that kind of changes the behavior around power charges. And that's kind of an interesting one that I guess I hadn't considered that as a support gem before this moment. But yeah, that's a potential option for adding a way to be able to do that. But yeah, understood.
All right. I had a follow-up question on the Spectres. Now, obviously, Spectres is close to a lot of us hearts. we got to confirm Last Exile it was going to be a Pokemon approach. We got to see the iteration of that right now. Looks fantastic. However, does that mean when you choose the quantity of it and you have this bound spectrable unit, now I can only choose the amount of quantity I want of that specific unit? So the follow-up question is then, can we have multiple of these spectre skills so that we can have different specters, or will we always be locked in one choice?
So basically, you can have as many specters on your build as you want, and each gem allows you to summon as many of that type as you want. So effectively, that means that you can do an entire spectre minion build if you want. You don't need to use the skeletons at all. It's just like anything in the game, just have a whole army. Like army composition is whatever. And I'm sure it's going to be a balanced nightmare as we go in there and people find, because there's like 600 monsters in the game, so we have to make sure that the spirit balance is correct for all of them. But, that's the job we signed up for here. So, that's what we want to do.
All right.
I noticed in the video it said any minion for Spectre. Is that truly any monster, any mob? Or is there
any monster that isn't a unique can be turned into a Spectre? Yes. Yeah.
That's awesome. Minion control, obviously a big question. We talked a little bit about convocation, so I guess we could have a small addition there. Convocation, are we going to see it, yes or no?
There might be a world in which something like that could happen, but I certainly wouldn't want it to be that you can teleport every single minion that you've got into one location all at the same time. I think it's probably not okay as far as balance goes, or like what it would effectively mean is the balance you'd have to end up with on the minions, I think probably would make that not as fun. So I think that if convocation were to return, it would have to be a slightly different approach. There are things that you could do with support gems along these lines potentially, which are interesting. So I'd have to really sort of have a think about that. But I don't think it can return in just the way that it is now. It would just teleport every single minion you have to one location.
That's fair. So in PoE 1, we have Meat Shield, we have Feeding Frenzy, being the AI altering approaches.
Mm-hmm.
They do not work that way in PoE 1. PoE 2. Could you walk us through how this will work moving into PoE 2?
So you're talking about the things that change the minion AI, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So I think that we still are open to doing more minion AI changes in the form of support gems, but we weren't really that I think we need to sort of still think a little bit more about what that's going to be. I wasn't quite happy with exactly how they work in PoE 1 for a few reasons. So in the end, what we decided to do, just for at least for the current support gems on minions, was just make them just power gems rather than having AI effects. But I'm still interested in potentially changing some stuff around that. Minion AI is like another whole thing that needs a little bit of still some work. I mean, I think we still improved it quite a lot from PoE 1, but that's a whole other area as well. As I said, I'm still open to AI affecting support gems, but we just decided not for this demo since we weren't quite happy exactly with what we had there at this point.
From my personal experience, I'll just say this, that not having that on support gems felt amazing. Because the AI felt good, and the player agency control of being able to tell which target to attack with a separate keybind.
Right. So yeah, having the direct control does effectively mean that a lot of what you might have wanted that for is probably gone. But I can still imagine some scenarios. I mean, there's some things we're thinking about, but all of them's kind of currently on the cutting room floor. Like we need some to relook at that and see exactly what we want to do there.
So, with early access being available later this year, is the Witch and all of the classes going to be available in early access?
So our hope was to have every class available in early access, but I don't think we're going to be able to quite have all of them. I just don't think they're quite going to be ready. We will certainly have enough that any kind of major archetype should be covered as far as there's going to be melee and ranged and sorceresses and summoners and all that sort of stuff, right? They're going to have all that stuff. But I don't know if we'll be able to have literally every class in the early access initially. We certainly will need to have them all by the time we go out of early access. So, we'll need to do all that because we need to make sure they all get tested. But it's looking like maybe we won't have all of them for early access, unfortunately. But yeah, as I said, should be most.
Fair enough. You talked about earlier with the idea of Animate Guardian, and we briefly touched upon this single big minion focus, and you mentioned that being maybe not so much in the Necromancer or the Witch expertise. So in PoE 1, we have Reaper being one of the coolest looking minions that we've seen in recent times. It caters to that single powerful minion fantasy. I guess we kind of got the answer to this, but I'd like to hear your thoughts more in depth with the catering to that playstyle moving forward in PoE 2. Is that something already done, or what are we looking at?
We have something along these lines, but we're not ready to talk about it yet. We'll have to show you that at a different time. But yeah, there is some interesting stuff along those lines coming.
Awesome.
So I want to. Oh, go on.
No,
Guys.
go for it. Go for it.
Okay, sure. I wanted to do basically a repeat of a question I asked you earlier. Now that we're sort of on the podcast here, in relation to the linearness of campaigns. So in the first playtest, what we had is basically a sequence break you could sort of do where you could just kind of go into Act 2. But when we playtested the second playtest, you forced it by adding keys basically that you have to acquire, but so you actually experience all of the bosses. So my question for you is, are you guys preferring the linearness of a campaign in which you can predict basically where the players are going to go in order to be able to have higher quality, or do you prefer personally more of an exploration variety of the campaign? I thought the answer you gave on this one earlier was really interesting.
Right. So the particular case where you're talking about is in the graveyard, where you had to in the previous demo we didn't have that we didn't have that locked off, and the issue that we had was, especially early game, is that the difference in levels between what you could have if you did that versus when you didn't do it was just too high. So we're kind of running into balance problems with that. So effectively, in that particular case, we decided to make it so that you had to do those other bosses. That being said, there's still a lot of optional bosses in the game. Like, there's tons of different things. We actually even added more from the last demo to this one. And it's possible there's even ones that you didn't happen to notice. Like, since so many areas have optional bosses, and then there's also lots of optional side content as well. The stuff you might encounter is quite variable. But as you get further and further into the game, there's actually more and more optionality going on. Like, as the levels get as you get further into the game, the difference between levels is not quite so extreme. So in Act 2, there's a part where you split off into different areas, and in Act 4, you split off. And the way we're actually handling that in the later areas is that when you complete one of those areas, it levels up one of the other paths. So in Act 2, there's like 3 different branches that you can go down. When you finish one, the other one levels up an extra level, and then when you finish 2 of them, the last one levels up a couple of levels. And so that kind of allows us to do that branching without having so many problems. And then Act 4, it's like that as well, where every time you complete an island, all the other islands level up by 1 level. So that effectively allows us to have that like branching thing going on. But another sort of thing that is going on that's really not been obvious, we've talked about it a little bit, but not too much, is that the actual league itself has a random seed. And when you open the world map is actually random. So the layout of the overall world is also a random element, and so each time someone plays League, you're going to have a different experience. So once again, in Act 4, we actually move the quest objectives around each League. Most of the acts are generally the same overall, sort of like for the most part, very similar. But the layout of the map is different, and which means that they can, you're going to find things in different directions. You can't just kind of learn the map in the same way. Even within the proceduralness of it, you can't like learn the map in the same way. Like, each League, it's going to be a new experience. So that's sort of another thing that we had going on in order to prevent the situation where, like you get in POE 1, where like there are just certain signs, like even though it is random, there's certain signs that you sort of just learn to like know exactly where stuff is. And by having it more random, each League you'll have to rediscover a few things. And there's even stuff like whole like tiles that just won't show up in one versus the other. Like an example of that is at the start of the game in the second area. There's like a river that it's like the river that you get chucked into and then you wake up on the beach of, right? So in some random seeds, you have to cross back over that river to sort of get to the other side, and others you don't. So you kind of have this thing where like this bridge crossing in the second area is a thing that you'll get in some versus the others, and it's just kind of a bit interesting.
I love that, because I remember there was, I think it was Carver Rusk that was just dug deep on this in PoE 1. Piety, when you get down to level 2, depending on the tile that your character's left foot is standing on will dictate which way to go. And I shit, it was crazy. Like, yeah. But before that, there's two carts on one side, one cart on one side. That's the open
right.
So yeah, it can get pretty extreme. I did have a quick question when it comes to these links. Going back to that before I forget. Sure. In the first playtest, we had colors, chromatics.
Yes.
This playtest, we had none. And for my new player friend, he loved it. And I was just sitting there, they're all white. Can you explain?
Yeah, I mean, basically, we didn't feel like the colors were really adding anything. At the end of the day, there are still attribute requirements on support gems. And given that there are attribute requirements, what really is the point of the colors? Like it just kind of didn't make sense anymore. So we removed colors and we didn't look back, and there was just a change that just made things better. And as I said, wasn't really doing anything for us. It's a sort of a slight shame to lose, just entirely just for POE iconicness. But at the same time, if it's not serving the gameplay, then there's no reason to have it. So we ended up just getting rid of it. And as I said, it's funny because you're the first person to even actually comment to me about this, which means that like all these people who are at the event just like didn't even really think about it. And I guess that shows you that it really wasn't that important in the end, as much as like we kind of thought that maybe it was.
I was preparing to help my friend out, explaining the chromatics, the colors. And then I saw that on white. Right. I was like, "Oh, thank God! This is the way it is in the playtest, at least." I was like, "That's good." But then I gotta ask you, that's just like that. Yeah. Another like follow-up question had to what was DM was talking about in the answer you had earlier was in this shifting areas, right? As you progress, different from league to league, so to say. The area before the farmlands, there was this big totem area, and it was like like we talked about this at the event a little bit. And when you talked about it, you explained what that was supposed to be, which was not in the playtest for us. It sounded amazing. So I was hoping you could reiterate what we were talking about here on the show today, because that sounded great.
So this is just one of those sort of random encounters that we're spreading more and more of through the game as we're kind of going through this phase of it. I think the thing you found was the one where you've got a bunch of saprolings that are kind of like chanting and summoning this like larger sort of treant thing. And what that effectively is a it's not a boss. Like we've got a boss of that area, which is Crowbell, but we kind of want to have other opportunities to just find some interesting thing. And in this case, it was like a rare that would be a monster that would show up later in the game, but we're using it as a rare, as like a special monster just for this area. So there's another one of those in the forest, which is the witch that you find in this like witch's hut. I don't know if you found it in your playthrough or not, but if you did, what that technically is a monster that was in actually, in fact, people have seen that monster because it was in the mercenary demo. In the mercenary demo, there's these like howling, like screaming witches, and effectively we were able to take that monster and turn it into into like effectively like a little mini boss encounter, but it's technically not a unique. It's just a rare. And the funny thing about this, in my opinion, is that a lot of games' bosses are kind of this like the actual bosses of this. But in our game, it's like this is just like an extra boss we're throwing. Like, so every area kind of has this another boss, you know what I mean? That's just like this afterthought that like is still fun because it's just like a monster from later on in the game. But when you get one of these later game monsters in an early area, it does feel boss enough to you. And we can do things like dropping extra skill gems or extra support gems and things like that. Like just hard-coded drops that effectively like if you are having trouble with like the actual boss of the area or just something later on in the game, you can kind of go and find these things and they're going to drop these like specific other things that you can use to help with your build and help you along. So that's what these are about. That particular one wasn't in the game when you guys found it. I think it was just a thing that did nothing. But that room is designed for that stuff. And yeah, we're trying to have like, at least a few in every area, at least a few interesting things that you can find like that, where it's just like an extra little encounter, an extra like weird little thing. Like, I don't know if you saw the secret room that was in one of the tombs under the graveyard. There's like a lever on the wall you can press, and if that'll open up a little thing, and there's like gold in there, and like there's just like little things like that we're kind of like putting around and doing more of this in this phase. So it's kind of fun to have these extra little points of interest. And what I'll say is that anytime you see a checkpoint where it's not like a through line, like if it's a checkpoint at a dead end, there's probably a reason why that checkpoint is there, because it indicates there's something to find in that room, like something about it.
That's how I got stuck in that area and found that, because we ran into this checkpoint. It was like, there's gotta be something here. I was going crazy. We cleared the entire zone. Like, where is it?
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible that some of them in the demo just weren't like we hadn't hooked up the final thing there. But yeah, basically anywhere there's a checkpoint there where it's not like a through line, it is going to be some kind of thing. So yeah.
Speaking of extra like bosses and things you can find, I noticed that some of these bosses give like pretty good buffs, like 10% code resistance, etc. So by in-game, are you basically expected, and it's balanced around like you should have gone back, acquired these different permanent buffs on your character? Is that something you're expecting players to have accomplished?
I think you'll want to do it. I think at the moment there's approximately 2 of them per act, roughly. So then by the end of the game, you'd expect about sort of 10 to 12 of these types of bonuses. My expectation is that you'll probably end up doing at least slightly more than half of them just naturally as you go through the game. But yeah, you'll probably want to go back and get them. I mean, there's things like 10% cold resist and stuff like that. That first one is that. So they are enticing to do. We really wanted to make sure that the uniques as you go through the game have like every time you play through, there is the consideration of should I be running this to get the stuff that it drops. And another thing that I think is maybe we haven't talked too much about, but is the case is that the first time you kill a unique on a character in PoE 2, the drops are a lot better. And so what that means is that as you're going through the campaign, even multiple times, like in different leagues, there's a lot of incentive to go and do that to increase the power of your character. Like it effectively means that the more bosses you kill, the more powerful you're going to get. So that bonus there kind of keeps the gives you a nice reason to explore and find things.
Awesome. When Spirit now being the resource for both auras and your permanent minions, how is this going to impact the weapon swap mechanic moving forward for the Witch? And I'd like to mention that I think it was 9 months ago at Gamescom, we got the teaser for the Druid shapeshifting, and that one had a third option being considered a weapon swap. Could you elaborate a bit on this?
Yeah, so basically, the spirit thing. So the spirit will change when you weapon swap. However, and we've got a feature we're planning to add, it hasn't been done yet, where you can effectively lock a weapon so that it is in both weapon sets. Which means that if you've got like a scepter, where you've got like a nice rolled scepter with lots of spirit on it, and you don't want your minions to die when you change to the other set, you effectively lock that weapon in place, and now you've got it for both weapon sets. And that way you can like have 2 different wands depending on what it is you want to do. If you want to do like shield versus wand or something like that, that should be something you can do as well. So basically that's the sort of solution to that problem. The Druid is an interesting case because the Druid, of course, when he's a bear, you're not holding any weapons. Which means that you have to have another way of getting spirit while you're a bear. And I believe the plan was to have some passive tree support effectively for this, so that like you get like spirit while you're in your animal form. There might have been a few different other things that we had around this, but effectively yes. There needs to be a way to get spirit while you're a bear because you can't hold a scepter in your claws. So that's an issue.
If there's a will, there's a way, though.
Right.
So speaking of druids, druid companions are something we saw in one of the previous teasers. Does this mean we can expect kind of summoner fantasy playstyles outside of just like the atypical, necromancer?
Yeah, so there are minion type things kind of all over a lot of different classes. It's just they've all got their own sort of thing going on with them. It's just that the Witch is the one where it's like, okay, you want to have a giant zoo, that's the big horde. But all characters, generally speaking, there's going to be some sort of minion that will be interesting and possible for you to use around them. They're just different themes.
Awesome. Speaking of a little bit of touching upon minions, but a statement you guys made quite some time ago was that PoE 1 MTXs would be able to be used in PoE 2.
Correct.
So is this going to be for all of it? Are we talking about minions like skeletons, MTXs, and even like the flying body armor MTX? Or is there any limitations?
Right. So certainly all armors and everything are going to work. The thing that's interesting is coming down to skills. So the thing here, so to the greatest extent possible, I want to make it so this stuff works. The question is like, okay, let's say you've got a Righteous Fire MTX in PoE 1. And the way Righteous Fire works in PoE 2, I'm not going to tell you what it is, but basically it's different than the way it worked in PoE 1. So on some level, the question is it the same skill or is it a different skill? Now, I would hope that, as I said, to the greatest extent possible, we can make that work. But in some cases, the skill might be so changed that it just kind of becomes not like really correct for this MTX to work anymore. So then we come to skeletons, which is the one you asked about, and like that's an interesting one. I mean, I want that to work, but like the way the skill worked in PoE 1 is different than PoE 2. So then once again, it's the question is it the same skill or isn't it? And I honestly don't have an answer to you about that one. It's going to have to come down to when I actually go to look at that particular MTX and see like, okay, is this going to work? Is it not going to work? What's it going to take to make this happen? Like that'll be the question. So effectively, I think skills are going to be more iffy in some cases just due to the functionality changes. But certainly the flying body armor will work. Like it's a recent MTX. Like there's no reason why that wouldn't work. Like we designed like anything we've been making in the last like 5 years, we've really been having PoE 2 in mind as we're making them, right? Like we're rigging them to the PoE 2 rig for anything recent that we're doing. So make sure that that'll be there on release. So yeah, as I said, to the greatest extent possible, make it work. Just in some cases, it might be hard for various reasons. So, yeah.
Understand.
I guess you'll see.
Thank you. You want to go for this one, DM?
1 second here. I'm trying to pull up the next one. We're kind of burning through our questions here.
Yo,
So POE MTX.
No, go for it.
So I did see one question related to MTX in the chat. When early access comes, can we expect some new supporter packs that will have these in association with them?
Yeah, there'll be supporter packs around early access for sure.
There you go. And then I'll ask a follow-up question here. So co-op, we're going to go back to co-op here. One of the questions I was asking you about earlier was about co-op in general and the balance around co-op. Can you explain how you guys actually do manage to balance co-op? And then I have one other follow-up after that.
Yeah. So basically, co-op is balanced the same way as parties are. So effectively, it's like being in a two-person party, and what that means is that you've got extra life on monsters. We actually have different amounts, like in POE 1. Actually, we do have different amounts of life for different monsters by rarity. So normal monsters, I think, 150%. A unique monster is 100%, or it might even be 110% or something like that. It's like slightly higher, I think, even due to the synergy that you get between players. So that effectively comes down to the fact that when you're fighting a boss, everyone's just going to be concentrating on that one boss. You get very good synergy. It makes sense. Some people are surprised to learn that we don't do damage increases, and the reason for that is because you still have the same amount of life. Like, if a monster hits you, you need to die in the same number of hits. So effectively, that means we don't increase damage, just life. But the other thing, of course, that we increase is items, and we do actually have a different way of doing that than what we had in POE 1. So in POE 1, we have a bonus to quantity and rarity. And there was no real intelligence behind that because it was just like, I don't even remember the number now. I think it might have been like 30% quant or something like that, and some amount of rarity. Now in POE 2, we kind of take a look at this again, and we realized, like, when you're playing with another player, you don't necessarily need more like weapons, because most of the time you're going to be playing different classes. The number of weapons that drop doesn't really having extra weapons is not going to do anything for you. It's just cluttering the ground. But you do need, like, twice as much jewelry, because jewelry works for everyone. You do need twice as much currency. You do need twice as much of various things. And then, like, for the case of armors, usually there's like a little bit of overlap, but not totally. So, for that one, we've got like a 33% increase, for example. So basically, we looked at each type of item that can drop, and we said, like, how much more do you need of that when you're in a party? And then we effectively made it so the drops respect that. And what it ends up being is that you only actually get, in terms of number of items on the ground, I think it's like some number like 13% more items on the ground. But the items you get extra are all the ones you actually need extra as you're a party. So it feels like you're still getting enough. So that strategy just kind of means that that you get a much better experience with regard to the sort of item drops on the ground in party play. The other thing, of course, with party balance is all the synergy between character classes. So that area is complicated in POE 2, particularly because there's a lot more like state that matters between your characters. So for example, like, one character can be freezing, the other player can be utilizing the freeze. One player's armor breaking, the other person utilizing it, that kind of stuff. Also things like the bell. You place down an object, both players can interact with that object. So there's a lot more going on with that. And there was actually a question that came up recently about, like, what is the role of support characters in PoE 2? Like, are you going to have, just like aura bots and so on? I mean, we will have auras, but I think a lot of the time in PoE 2, when you're thinking about how I can support another character, a lot of it's going to come around more to, like, what thing can I be doing that the other player can take advantage of, in terms of like debuffs I can apply and things like that. And not just in a like stat way, but in like an actual, like, I set this up, you knock it down kind of thing. So I think all of that stuff can be a lot more interesting in PoE 2 than it is in PoE 1. So yeah, it's just the addition of a lot more state and a lot more things, a lot more of that comboing stuff, and particularly between classes, effectively allows everything to be, in my opinion, a lot more interesting with regard to that stuff.
So because you guys are having it where it's sort of drop in, drop out, easy enough co-op, right? One of the things I noticed then is you can hit the trade button and just immediately trade something across the inventory when you're playing couch co-op. This was really awesome. Like, this was surprisingly how smooth it was. But it made me wonder, is this going to be the way that trade works in particular? Or I'm assuming when you have somebody else in your party that's not localized co-op, there's going to be a trade window.
Yeah. So there's we've got a trade window just like in PoE 1. Of course, there's also the larger trade system that I've talked about in a couple of other podcasts before, which is another whole topic that we don't necessarily have to go into. But yeah, like we are a game that doesn't like to do binding. We like to have things be free tradable. So basically, we want to have all those different options as far as transferring items between players.
And when it comes to the balance of the co-op, you're talking about support characters. So I mentioned this to you as one of the feedback points. I noticed that what you can literally do is just have like a witch, for instance, summoning minions, and then the witch just goes with you on your map while you're walking and can make it easier. And GHAZZY before the podcast was talking about how maybe what you could do is just have like an aura bot, type of character, like a support character. If there comes out some support builds, it might actually be good just to play 2 characters on the screen with the co-op mode available. Is this something you guys are wanting to be possible? Is this something you're
no? So we'll need to do something about that. I don't know quite what the solution is yet, but you're completely right about the minion in co-op and dragging the other player around thing. It's not okay. So we'll need to find some kind of solution. I'm sure we'll be able to find something. It might end up being a bit hacky, but because it's sort of something that would only come up in an abusive case anyway, like the solution to it can kind of be like a bit random, I suspect. But yeah, we'll work that out. And the same is true of the aura thing as well. We'll just need to find some kind of solution that's going to make that not that kind of, I mean, clearly that behavior isn't really like desirable, right? Like you don't want to make it so the best thing to do is to play in co-op and like drag another player around with you. Like that's not like a fun thing to need to be the thing you need to do. So yeah,
I will say I liked that you had the dragging mechanic in the game though, because my buddy's like, I gotta go use the restroom, and then when we figured that out, it's like he can just go for like 30 seconds, get a snack, whatever. I'm still blasting the game, no problem. It was that part itself was smooth. So thank you.
No, you definitely need the dragging, but it's just obviously there are a couple of abuse cases we need to deal with.
No, for sure. I had a follow-up question on the idea that you guys said that in co-op or multiplayer you'd have a slight increase in quantity items. So this obviously leads into magic find question, quantity, rarity, the functionality, risk of bloat. What's the deal there?
So basically, there isn't any quantity increases at all in PoE 2 except for map mod. No, not map mobs. No, map mods don't even do it. No, just parties. And the magic and the bonus to quantity you get from magic monsters and rare monsters and unique monsters. So effectively, like the amount of the stuff that can matter is drastically reduced. Now, rarity is still a thing in the game, but effectively, I don't believe it will be a problem because it's effectively going to return back to what it was like in the early PoE 1 days, where the amount of magic find you can get was not so high that it actually drove this like kind of, I guess I would say like not so great behavior, where like the thing you want to do is just use all magic find gear. So I still think like I've talked about this a couple of times before, and at the time I kind of hadn't fully formed my thoughts on it, but effectively I do believe that it can be fine to have a little bit of magic find stuff in the game, and the evidence for that effectively is that PoE 1 was fine early on. It just wasn't an issue. So effectively I don't think that we're going to fall back into the same hole that we ended up with in PoE 1. But yeah, the whole way the drop system works is quite different in PoE 2 as well, because the rarity now changes the value of items in different ways. Like when you have rarity, you get higher tier currency. You don't need to increase quant to get more currency anymore. It's not like that. Like rarity will do it, and like that means that like the way the whole drop system works, the way map mods can work, the way like so many different things can work is just so much better, and will just lead to a situation where you don't end up with just like ridiculous screeds of items everywhere. Like you'll just end up with better items, like just stuff that not just stuff you want, obviously, but like. Like putting map mods on items is not going to result in like on like just way more shit. It's going to result in like better stuff. So yeah, that will just improve things substantially.
When you say better stuff, I do have a follow-up question, but for those of you who haven't heard you explain this, could you elaborate on what you mean with better items?
Yeah, so we've got quite a lot of different things going on with it, but yeah, for one thing, it's the currency, just like I said. In the case of we've also done things with the way unique drops work, where like the rarer ones can like will happen as you get more, like as like rarity in PoE 1 doesn't work that way. Like once something's rolled unique, that's it. But in PoE 2 it works differently. There's also another system that we have where the mods on rares can be influenced by the rarity you had when they dropped, and the way that you see that is you'll see a rare drop that says like tier 2 or tier 3 or tier 4 like going up. And what that means is that when you identify that rare, the mods that it can have, well, not that it can have, but the mods that we futs with the randomness in such a way that the rare is going to be better, basically. So if you see like a T5 rare as opposed to a T, like you might be leaving T1 rares on the ground while picking up T5 rares because you know that the T5 rares are actually going to, like have good mods. So this can actually mean that there's more room within a rare without changing the number of affixes that they have to change the value of a rare when you pick it up. And that I think is a much better solution than what we had before.
Yeah. No, I remember you talking about this at the event. I love the idea of it. I really do. It removes the bloat that we have in PoE 1, right?
Right,
Where
right.
loot filters just, hide 95% of the items. But I
Right,
did
right.
have a follow-up question, which has been bugging me since I flew home. Why would the rare items that are stronger have a higher number on the tier when modifiers on gear are better with a lower numerical value? Why the opposite change here?
The reason why that is because I didn't want to, like, you see a rare, right, that has no tier on it because that's like the bottom tier, and then you see another rare when you get the upgrades and it says T6. That would feel weird. Like you kind of need to go that direction, unfortunately. Now you could argue that we shouldn't be using the word tier for this because people are used to mods, the tiers going the other direction. That's kind of that
makes
I will
sense.
say this is something that was brought up by people in the office, and I was kind of like, I just don't think we can do it the opposite way around, unfortunately. What I will probably do, by the way, is not actually even say, like, currently it just says words T6. What we probably should do is put some kind of icon. Doesn't even say the word tier, just so that people don't get confused by that. Like, there's probably some better thing we can do that way. But for now, we just put text there just to make it easy.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll probably do something like that.
Well, it makes sense, the explanation at least. Thank you.
So I got a minion question here. You want to ask the Reaper question, or should I?
I think we did that one already.
Did
we already go through this?
This is what happens. Well, it's so hard to like prepare questions like this since we get the interview and like the reveal and then immediately into the interview. The video was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. We did prepare some backup questions, and I think
I'm also asking about HDR. People in chat, I'm seeing quite a bit of questions about related to HDR native support. Is that something you guys are?
It's actually not in the game right now, and it's something that I would love to do, but we've kind of like we kind of haven't really had great time to be able to really go into that. It's probably irrelevant, but like I've got some like weird thoughts about HDR, and I probably just shouldn't go into it because it's like a whole not really important. But we don't currently support HDR. It's something that I would like to support.
Okay, so I'll do a follow-up about, you were talking earlier about how some of the skills are like fundamentally changing, and you mentioned Righteous Fire, but is this something we can expect from like a good number of skills, which it's sort of in name only it's the same, or they're pseudo changing?
Yeah, I think so. And to some extent, this is just because like when we're designing a skill for PoE 2, we can't just design a skill, like no skill can be, this is the only skill you use, right? It always has to be the question of like, how can this interact with the things? What keywords can we think about? Like there has to be some level of interaction there. And PoE 1 skills are just not designed that way. So just on a very fundamental level, like a skill has to have a sort of some sort of place within the overall ecosystem. So yes, I like to try and bring back the feel of a skill from PoE 1, even if it's not going to work exactly mechanically the same. And always there's going to be crowd favorites. And there's always just the thing of when you're a player, you're like, oh, I wonder how they changed this skill. Like what's the skill going to be like when you see it in PoE 2? Yes, I guess you could say that some things are kind of in name only, but they're still going to have the same kind of theme and overall kind of vibe, I would say, as what they had before.
That's fair. I was curious about the when we talked about the Reaper earlier and the different fantasies to engage with one big minion or all those things. I'd actually like to hear your philosophies around the quantity of fantasies that you'd like to have per class. Is there something like a limit or a threshold you want to reach, or it's just as far as you want?
The quantity of fantasies, did you say?
That you'd like to have as playable approaches, yeah.
So I mean, when we're designing classes, we usually have 3 kind of like overall themes in mind for each class. But of course, there's all the mixing and matching you can do. But in terms of like a sort of solid theme, you've got 3 of them. And in the case of the Witch, for example, the 3 kind of major themes would be the kind of like the minion summoning theme, the chaos debuff type theme, and the bone skill theme. But the intention is there's so much cross pollination between them that you're going to want to use more than one of those when you're actually building. But ultimately, you've kind of got those like 3 sort of like major elements. And that's usually kind of how we're thinking about each class. But as I said, like I don't want to just be that it's the case where you just pick one and just do that, right? Like that shouldn't be the thing. And funnily enough, on the sorceress, we've actually found that it's actually a mistake to only pick one element. Like you want to pick more. Like for power, like there are reasons to use things across elements. But it is a very common thing where people just like, I'm going fire, I'm just going to pick the fire skill every time. And yeah, that's actually something that it's better not to do it that way. Like you want to explore things across the themes as well.
That's interesting because it's like something that PoE2 is doing exceptionally well is providing information. I know you and I talked about this for many times over. Providing enough information so the player can make a functional and progression rewarding decision with that information. Right. Some parts of it, because I feel like a lot of us that are coming from PoE1 that are not new players to Path of Exile has the mentality, like you said, oh, I'm just going to go fire, so I'm going to go fire, fire, fire. Anything that buffs fire, I'm going to use that. So how do you bridge that gap to telegraph that type of information to those players so that we get into the right state of mind, if you will?
Well, one of the things is, just those videos that we've got on the skills that kind of show you, like we are showing some of the cross theme synergies in those videos, and I think that can help. And like a lot of people are prepared to watch stuff like that. So I mean, a great example being like the firewall where you can fire projectiles through, and the demo we do of that is specifically a not fire skill that we're using it with in the video, just so that you key onto the fact that, okay, it would be a good thing to do something across class like that. But at the same time, like, look, if you do just want to go fire, 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 like, sure, you're not going to be as powerful if you don't do that, but it will work, right? Like, you can do that. It's just, like, you're missing out on some other stuff, and I think people will learn that and they'll try things out. And the other thing, of course, we can do is just give you more skill gems than what you need to just pick only fire, right? If you're like, well, I've got this extra skill gem, I might as well give it a shot. Like, there's no harm in it, and then hopefully people will find things that way as well.
Absolutely.
So one of the questions I asked you earlier in LA was about the passive skill tree, and you had an answer where you're responding about how it's fundamentally going to change a little bit. I was hoping you could explain that same concept to the people in this podcast about how, depending upon which class.
That one. Right. Yeah, okay, right. So this is actually another thing. Yeah. So this one's sort of interesting. So recently we ran into the problem, and this was actually another minion problem in particular, where we were really struggling with designing the start of the skill tree to work with both the witch and the sorceress. And the funny thing about this one is that part of the reason why it's hard is because people are really not willing to pick a node that has something on it that they can't use. So if you have a node that's like plus spell and minion damage, then people who aren't minion players will still not want to pick that. Because even though it's the same spell damage that they would have gotten if they had, otherwise anyway. And that's just kind of one of those psychological things that, you just have to live with. People are just like that. So what we decided that we wanted to do was we're actually going to have it so that the starting area of the skill tree of each class is going to have 3 versions. One of them is for the witch case, for example, one of them is if you picked witch, one of them is if you picked sorceress, and the other one is what you get if you picked neither witch nor sorceress. So if you're another class coming from another part of the tree, then the starting area of the witch and sorceress is going to have like a sort of combo of what the witch and the sorceress both get, so that like those things are where you can go to get that. And that actually solved a lot of our problems because it made the starting area kind of now be able to be the case where like all the stuff that's there is going to be relevant to your character, that means that like right at the beginning of the game, there's less kind of like wrong choices. Like when we had the situation where you've got like some minion passes and you've got some elemental passes, it's very easy for a player to just pick the elemental stuff when they're playing a witch or whatever. So that's changed there, like really helped us with being able to sort that stuff out. But I think it's pretty interesting also to have the third thing for when you're not playing either character, because it means we can put stuff there that kind of makes sense and is balanced for when you're coming there from somewhere else. And we've actually had problems in the past in PoE1 with the balance of the initial nodes, because you have to balance them in a way where they're powerful right at the start, so you kind of get the feeling of like good progression there. But that has sometimes meant that the nodes are too powerful when you come from another class to go there and grab them. So having control over that, it kind of lets us make sure we've got that balance lever for the other classes as well and kind of control that a little bit. This is a little thing that we're experimenting with at the moment. As I said, it works really well for the witch and sorceress. We're planning on applying it to all the other classes as well.
quick follow-up question on the skill tree. First off, that sounds amazing. It really does. It sounds like terrible workload for PUB devs, but that's not my problem.
Right.
Cluster jewels. What's your thoughts on that when it comes to PoE 2, hearing these changes?
I think they're cool, but I don't know that we're going to have them at the start of early access. Honestly, it feels like kind of one of those things that would be more reasonable to add in later content as like another thing. But I think they're cool. So yeah, I'm sure they'll come back at some point.
Fair enough. Another follow-up question I had was regarding the idea of the fantasies. We haven't seen any ascendancies yet, and we're still X amount of time away from early access and all those things. So I was very curious if there were plans regards to having more playtests for the classes we still haven't seen and so forth. Is that something you're planning to do?
Right. We're definitely going to be doing more playtests. There's definitely a lot more stuff going on, like with that stuff. Obviously, like it's just that ascendancies are like we really don't want to do them until we're ready. Like we really don't want to show people them until we're really ready for them. And there's a lot of stuff like the balance complexity around them is very high. We don't want to show someone something and then be like, I mean, we did show some stuff at ExileCon 2019, and the balance from then is probably like way different than what they would need to be now. So therefore we just kind of want to be very careful with regard to that announcement. And basically what I'm saying is, yeah, we'll announce them later on. But yeah, there'll be more playtests. We'll do more stuff. Those events are really fun to do. Like getting a bunch of community members over and getting them to do stuff. So yeah, I'm sure we'll do another one of those. And then look, there's other events that we'll go to as well. We'll be at Gamescom later on in the year. Like we'll be around. We'll be doing some stuff.
Awesome.
Someone was asking in the chat earlier, actually, about the Gamescom and asking if you guys were going to have couch co-op available to be played there.
Very likely. I don't know if the full booth design locks down, but I think that I would be keen to do that. I think it'll be a really fun thing to do. So yeah, why not? Right? We should probably do that.
Awesome.
And couch co-op is confirmed. You can factually do this on your computer as well, right? This is not just a console thing. Yep. You can absolutely plug in.
Yep. Anywhere you got two controllers, you can do it.
On the topic of play testing, so we both noticed a lot of changes in the potion acquisition, and that was a result of direct feedback from that playtest, right? And the question is, what was the largest feedback you're seeing from this playtest that you think you'll be addressing moving forward?
Right. I actually think I already answered that one, which was that console controller versus mouse and keyboard switch over thing. But I mean, in terms of other stuff, like, let me just think about that. If there was anything else really large, honestly, like there wasn't that much this time. Like it's funny because last time we went into the the previous playtest, I probably went in a bit overconfident, and we received a lot of like negative feedback about various different things. And this time I was ultra unconfident. I was like feeling, because like from the last one, right? I was like, oh my God, I really hope that we've like addressed everything that everyone said. Like, I'm worried that we're still going to have all these blind spots and we're not going to get things right. And so this time I was like pleasantly surprised to the degree to which things were actually okay. So hopefully I don't then get overconfidence for the next playtest and immediately screw myself over again. But effectively, yeah, like it ended up kind of being that, like, other than like a few like things that kind of aren't even really like sort of major game problems, like, it was mostly fine. Like we did okay.
It was significant. It felt significantly smoother. I don't know, guys, if you had the same experience from when I was testing it, but it felt significantly smoother from the beginning. Maybe it's the potion thing, not having to go back to town all the time. Like I wasn't really going back to town for that, but the majority of it felt just a lot smoother. I don't know if it was the couch co-op or something about it. So I think felt.
So there are three things that I think are the major difference. So flasks are big, right?
Yeah.
The next one is support gems. The support gems change the power of your character significantly, and they're also like a really good moment of just like getting an upgrade to your character, and that like it feels a lot better. And then the other thing as well, actually I had something on my mind, but it's fallen out again. What was it? The other major thing is that there's a lot more side things to find that give you specific drops that make it so you don't fall into the balance hole of like having the wrong gear or that sort of stuff. So we added a lot of that stuff all through Act 1, and as I said, you may not have even found all of it because we put enough in there so that when you're just randomly exploring around, you're likely to find stuff that's going to help you a lot. But the overall balance of the game, other than the flask thing, mostly didn't change very much. It was really just around like making sure that like the supports and the extra stuff defined. That's part of why I was so worried, because I really didn't want to just nerf things. I didn't want to just like say, okay, these bosses are easier now. I wanted to try and find a way without doing that to kind of improve things. So I was very happy that actually worked, because it felt dangerous to me.
Oh, sorry, guys, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I like the idea that the changes that you had with the rare monsters in areas had like specific drops, maybe uncut skill gems or a flask, for example, that would help you handle the next coming challenge. And if you didn't kill that one, that would exist in the next zone.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I wouldn't.
So, that's another thing. So
that if you didn't tell.
Yeah. So we've got some second chance drops as well. So effectively, if you didn't get something in one place, then the next area will make it drop there instead from one of the other places that will also drop something else. So yeah, we've got a few of those things going on as well. So yeah, with quite a lot of effort just to make sure that like the minimum experience is lifted up without raising the top experience, if you know what I mean. Like just try to compress that band a bit, because PoE is a game with like an absurd amount of variance that you can get as far as like good players versus bad players. And so the challenge is like how to push the bad players up. Okay, I say bad players, like it is often not even the fault of the player, right? It's the fault of just like you got bad RNG, or you got like whatever, you just know some particular random thing. So I should probably not accuse people of being bad. But just for whatever reason, right? You fall into a hole. We need to make sure that doesn't happen as much.
This is like why I love talking to you, because you're so passionate about these things. Like I wouldn't have known about that specific detail, right, unless you told me at the event. Same thing with like I experienced desync at the event. I was like, I've never seen this in like 8 years of Path of Exile. And it was a problem that you then had told me existed up until recently in Path of Exile 1.
Yeah.
Never experienced it.
So there was a lot of desync testing we had to do around minions as well. We just found so many of them, and with like a bunch of problems. We're actually on PoE 1. There's a bunch of fixes that are going to come from PoE 2 onto PoE 1 soon to address a bunch of that stuff. Kind of funny how that stuff is. Like it's honestly amazing to me how problems can go for years without anyone noticing them or realizing. It's kind of crazy.
So I have one more question around boss balancing, and then how would you feel about doing a rapid fire section from the chat? We actually give the chat here, as I suppose we're wrapping up. We're getting over an hour.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so chat, go ahead and start putting your questions in there, because directly after this question, we're going to start reading some of these, and we'll rapid fire at them, and this is your opportunity to get some questions in. So around boss design, so the game seems that it's going to be on console, it's going to be couch co-op, cross progression, all that. So I'm assuming you guys are expecting a much wider demographic, and also newer players are going to be associated with this game. Like for instance, my buddy flew from Australia, not really a PoE player, played with him, and we were going together just fine. He was able to pick up the game, no problem, didn't really need prior experience, and he was actually doing great. So like I was impressed how quickly you're able to pick up PoE too, if you're not really familiar with PoE at all. But because of that, you guys are probably expecting more people are going to be playing together than ever. So does this affect boss design when you guys are designing, implement bosses? How often are you thinking this is a boss design, with one slow mechanic for one person, as opposed to, okay, this is going to be trivialized because there's two people? Does this come up in development at all?
It certainly comes up, but I would say that the primary thing that we're thinking about when we're designing bosses is just what's going to be cool. There's usually some way to make it work, no matter what. Like there'll be some kind of workaround. But ultimately, it just comes down to what's cool. And bosses get to take a lot of iteration, like way more than you might expect, and party iteration as well. And I'm certain that there'll be more changes even to the bosses that you played, because like it really takes like just playing against it and playing against it and playing against it. And a lot of the time, you can design a boss and think that you have all the abilities that you need, and then when you actually play it, you find out you need like 3 more, just to kind of cover all the different possible axes, as far as like the most obvious one being range versus melee, but also just like like party, like people where they're standing and so on. So that boss in the video that you just saw at the beginning of this live stream, the Torgal the Defiler, that boss actually has like 4 more abilities it didn't even use in the actually no, I guess it would have used probably most of them in the video you just saw. But when we did the demo on stage for you guys, it like didn't even use a bunch of those abilities, and like a lot of these things are like needed for specific cases where like, oh, you've got a player who's going to do this, and like we need an ability to deal with that, and this kind of stuff, or like, you know, with different people standing around and just that sort of stuff. So like you just end up needing quite a lot of that stuff, and it's especially bad on bosses that are fixed like that, because they don't have the ability to move around to respond to things. They need a like hard-coded ability for every single possible way you could be standing or place you could be or the thing that you're doing. So it ends up being like a boss like that is just like such a huge design challenge. And I mean, there's actually a boss that hasn't received as much love in this regard, that is also a fixed position boss, which is the Titan in the Titan Grotto. And that one I would say is not up to scratch right now. It needs more abilities and more stuff going on. Like it doesn't actually happen when a boss is like that and it doesn't have what it needs, it ends up just feeling dumb. Like you look at it and you're like, why is it just like attacking over here? Why is it like, and like that is actually really immersion breaking. So it can be one of those things that you know, that's very hard to do. And honestly, the skills required to be able to do this kind of design are very, very hard to find. Like Mark, who is in charge of that stuff, is just really, really excellent at this stuff. But honestly, like, it is very hard to find people who have a really good understanding of boss design. It's a very, very tough skill.
I like the boss that you showed in the introduction of the event, which apparently were lacking the uses of a lot of abilities. The guy that's supposed to rip up his chest and spawn my little babies, but we never got to see that. But that fight felt fulfilling, you know, from what we saw, at least, even without that.
Yeah, I mean, but the reason why it does is because he was using the abilities he needed to use for where I was at the time. You know what I mean? It's like it only feels bad at the point when like he doesn't appear to be responding to you correctly, or like things aren't working out right. And so then he would use those other abilities were the situation to come up. You know, yeah, that's kind of what you end up with.
Fair enough. DM, do you have any other questions lined up? Otherwise, we can jump into some rapid fire, take some questions from chat if you're down for that, Jonathan.
I mean, I think we got pretty much all of our questions down. So much we even asked you the same one twice. So I think that I think we pretty much got through everything at this point. So I think what we do is we start grabbing them from rapid fire. Why don't you grab the first one, guys? You can grab them for your chat. I'll grab them for my chat, and we can just get going here with the rapid fire section. Then we'll close it on out, boys. So spam your questions.
Absolutely. So a lot of people are talking about the temporary minions versus permanent minions when it comes to boss fights, and it's a shame that we would not be able to utilize temp minions as effectively on a boss fight as a witch. So the question has a lot to do with a bunch of suggestions of how Desecrate can work. I think the better question would be, are you keen on introducing some sort of way to generate corpses, either through support gems or something? Is that something you're completely locked down on?
I'm actually really not. And I think that Desecrate like hurt the sort of corpse economy of PoE 1 very significantly. It really handcuffed us as far as what we could do. Like I think corpse as a resource, as a mechanic, is pretty interesting. And so you know, like Desecrate just kind of destroys that. Now that said, like as I said, for zombies, for example, there is a way to get them even when you're in boss fights. Like there are a few workarounds that were kind of interesting, and so that's kind of the way that I would approach these on a skill by skill basis. Like thinking about like, okay, is there going to be some way that we can make it so the skill can still work on a boss fight using some other mechanic? But I don't think that just in general being able to create corpses on demand is okay as far as balance goes.
Perfect.
A couple. This one's came up since the beginning of the podcast. People are asking about stances on macros for PoE 2.
I mean, our stance on macros is exactly the same as it is in PoE 1, basically. Like follow that guidance, and you know you'll be fine.
With the rarity, sorry.
No, go on.
With rarity and those things being scaled when it comes to party play, is there concerns that people would have group magic find for the sake of dropping the highest tier rarity uniques?
So rarity actually isn't scaled with party play. So it was in PoE 1, but in PoE 2, it's only the things that I said before. You get more of certain types of items to like make sense of your character. But there's no actual rarity. So yeah, it doesn't work. That will not be a problem.
Okay, then I misunderstood you. That's perfect. Thanks for elaborating on that. Then.
No problem.
Question is sort of an accessibility question here. Someone's asking about reducing brightness and flashing. Is that going to be something for people with sensitive vision?
It hasn't been on our radar, but I mean, I think I'd have to see an example of like, and to understand that fully. Like, I don't think I understand enough to be able to clearly know what to do about that.
Sure.
You mentioned Necromancer, or Witch rather, being the Sue summoner class.
Yeah.
A lot of questions are about the fantasy of engaging with other types of fantasy summoner types, such as an actual Sue, Druid minion builds, for example. We've seen wolves. Is that something on the map right now?
Well, there will certainly be more than one summon for the Druid. You've seen wolves already. There'll be other stuff.
Awesome.
One of the questions here is in relation to hardcore. Is balancing done at all around hardcore, or what's your philosophy on balancing in relation to hardcore?
I would say that it mostly isn't. Like, we do bear it in mind sometimes, but I wouldn't say that our concern is hardcore. Like, hardcore is one of those things that you should do once you are like once you've gone. I wouldn't play hardcore the first time you're playing, especially not in PoE 2. But what I will say is that the overall philosophy of the boss design in PoE 2 is such that I think hardcore is eminently possible once you learn the boss abilities. There's actually even a problem that we've had in the studio of like, you get too good at the boss fights and you start to believe that they're easy when they're actually not. But it's just because you've learned the mechanics to the point where it's now feels easy to you, and it actually can be hard to tell the difference between just learning it and like, people will literally say, "Oh, you nerfed the life on this monster," and it's like, well, we actually didn't. You just got better at it. And I even had this mistake this morning where I was complaining to Mark that I thought the early game had gotten easier in the last version, and he says, "Well, we've changed nothing, so it's probably just you're good. You got good."
I felt that way about the worms, so I know what you're talking about here. I'm gonna slip in. I'm gonna slip in one more quick one here before I send it to GHAZZY again. So, is there any plans to add animations for character rotations, like instead of just having them sort of spin when you're rotating your character, or is this an issue?
So we fiddled a bit around with this, and right now we're in a situation where we are effectively maximizing the snappiness of it, and in exchange for that, it means you can make your character look dumb by like doing things where you spin the thing around or like move the mouse real quickly and stuff like that. But in practice, like, even though that is possible, like, it feels way better with the things tuned the way they are. So I sort of prefer it. There was a couple of other things we've tried. So there is some stuff that's gone on with rotation. Actually, you can see it if you use click to move more. So in click to move, the character doesn't rotate as fast. It doesn't need to, because you don't have the same situation with regard to the way that it controls. So like, your character can like rotate more slowly as it goes from place to place. So if you actually were to look at click to move, you'd see that there is actually some interesting rotation stuff going on. But yeah, like, overall, we prioritize the gameplay and snappiness over the kind of over the like the possibility of making your character look bad. So that's kind of why it is the way it is.
Fair enough. I got a lot of questions lined up. Some of them are in the same ballpark. It's about early access. I guess the question, I can try to summarize all of these into, when do you think the game is ready for early access? And when I say that, I'm talking about, is all the classes going to be available? Is that when we're going to play it, or do we need all the ascendancies?
So I don't think we have to have absolutely everything in early access, but we do have to have enough of the game, and by enough I mean like most of the game, ready. Because if we don't, then we're not really going to get the feedback that we need to get. So, like, I think that the minimum is like, you need you need almost all of the acts. Like, I don't think we can really live without that. I think you need most of the character classes, so that you've got sort of something for all the different archetypes, at least working, even if you don't have every single character class. I don't think you necessarily need every ascendancy, but you certainly need to have every class in the game have at least one ascendancy. Otherwise, you don't have the power that you would have gotten from it. So we'll try to get as many as we can in there. But yeah, what you need basically is enough so that you can actually play the game from beginning to end to the greatest extent possible. The economy is correct. The balance is overall mostly correct, and so on. If you don't have that, I don't think you can really do the testing you need to do. So yeah, you'll get it at that point. I don't think that point is that far off. I think we're getting much closer. We've got, obviously, internally when we believe it's going to be. We could still be incorrect. We don't want to say a specific date just in case we're wrong, but we're pretty certain. We're almost 100% certain. I mean, more than almost. We're very certain it's going to be this year. We will announce a proper date later on. But basically, yeah, we need to make sure that there's enough of a game. I don't think it's acceptable to just be like, oh, here's Act 1 and 2, go play that. Like, that isn't enough. You're not really, that's more of a demo than it is like an actual early access feedback period. So yeah, that's why we need to do that.
I'll ask you one more, and then I suppose, guys, you can do one more, and we'll wrap it up and get you out of here. So one of the questions I saw in chat was in relation to rare mobs. Like, they're pretty scary early on in the game when you see rare mobs. Are they expected to effectively, by the end of the game, have transferred into like the trash mob level, or are they going to keep up that level of threat continually?
I think that they need to keep up some level of threat. What we don't want to end up with is a situation where it feels like rares are better than the bosses, which can be an issue sometimes in PoE 1. So we need to make sure that's not the case. One thing I will say is that I think there's a lot more that we should be doing with rares. I have found that I want to play around a bit, and we haven't done this yet, but I want to play around a bit with mods and what will combine in certain ways and what don't, and like what mods can appear on certain on monsters and so on. I think that we could be better here to make the average rare fight more enjoyable. Yeah, I think we can do better here, and we'll still have more stuff for that to come. But basically they should be strong. They should feel like a thing.
Sees.
Yeah, certainly they shouldn't feel like they're beating the bosses of the area.
All right, guys, why don't you hit him with the last one of the day?
So it's a classic. People want to know what happens to Cyclone. Can you share anything about that?
Sorry, what happened to what? Sorry,
Cyclone.
Oh, Cyclone. Well, I mean, we are going to have it, but we haven't shown the class yet that we'll have it yet. So yeah, there's you will see, I suppose.
We will see.
But it might be unsatisfying, but generally speaking, if it's like that sort of stuff, it's going to be a little bit. But yeah.
Awesome.
All right. Well, thank you for coming on the podcast, answering all of the questions,
no problem,
million different minion ones. It was a pleasure to meet you in person, and thanks for inviting us for the play test. That was fun as well. And console couch co-op is going to be great.
Yeah, really, really fun podcast, and it's great to be here. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate you. Yeah. Guys, any last words before we head on out?
I guess not. Right. So just play early access when we get there, and then thanks very much.
Early access later this year. All right, cheers. Bye bye. Thank you, sir.
Bye. All right. Let's do that. And let's do that. And let's do this. Let's do that. Give me a second, guys. Let's see what DM wrote. Give me a second. Yo.
Can you hear me, sir?
Mic
there
check.
he is.
Mic check.
Mic check 1 2.
Dude,
so
did you pick up on the we will? I
I must have missed. What I miss?
So I play Escape from Tarkov, or I used to play Escape from Tarkov, and their like main guy Nikita. Yeah, there's this really funny clip where he's Russian. He's trying to say "we will," and he got stuck saying "we will." So when he was stumbling on the words, I was so close to just bursting out laughing. It was so funny. That clip is hilarious. Oh,
dude,
man.
I felt so bad. We asked him the same question twice because we duplicated the questions on the list. And I was like, oh, fuck me. Like, we asked him the same question literally twice. I didn't hear the Reaper one. I didn't realize we'd already asked him.
We did it twice. That was one. And then I just did, I did the full read through. I was like, oh, because I completely missed it. I was like panicking. We didn't get enough questions.
I know. We had that. We actually burned through a huge. We had more questions this time than we ever had in the other ones. But bro, he answered that shit fast. It was like, oh no, dude, we went through
speed running
like 30 questions. It was speed run of all the questions. Dude, we actually got like a lot of. Did you get all the minion info you wanted? Because I mean, we damn threw in every single one of those questions.
I was keeping like leashes on me, like restraining myself with the questions, so I didn't have them all in a list because I would just not be stopping. So I was like. And then when we went through though, I was like, I should have added more. But no, I think, we got the most important ones. We got them out of the way. And, oh, man, the fact that they were talking about the possibility of more playtests, it just gets me super excited because this was so fun. Like, not just playing the game, but like meeting up with everybody. I'm so excited, man. I can't even express myself.
Yeah, you got literally all of the questions you wanted to ask him, and the backup questions, and the chat, dude, in an hour, and all the chat questions.
Was that only an hour?
It was an hour and like 15 minutes. Like our other podcast was almost 3 hours or whatever, and this one was an hour and 15. I swear to God, I had more answers than.
You remember the one we did with Adam Jackson, right?
Yeah.
And that was like, I thought we were effective there because that was good as well. We got questions answered, right? But it was
Adam. To be fair to Adam, like he did a good he did a good response though. Like he blew through those.
So the motherfucker is an armor. Like he went through them fast. There's zombie summoning, and it's like stacking, giga chat. Hold on, I got alerts screaming at me.
Welcome. You got alerts screaming at you. All right, I'll mute the thing real quick. So much
already, man, I feel old cackle.
There we go. Now I can hear again. Sorry about that. But it's like we got answers from those, right? And then we've had other podcasts before, and it's just the same thing there. Like we got a lot of answers, but not this effectively. We just powered through it.
My stream kept lagging though. Like everyone was complaining the stream was lagging like the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is it still lagging, boys? Because I'm thinking what was happening was the Twitch servers are acting up. Because it started right at the start of the interview, shit started lagging for me, and so I was like, "Go watch the restreamers," and then later on, people stopped saying it was lagging. So,
okay. No, I'm not sure if I noticed. I remember last time I was reading chat too much, and then I came off the way I came off last time, so I was like not reading chat at all. I just tried to completely ignore it. I didn't want to do a repeat of that. So I didn't notice any of that personally. I felt this was really, really good. Like, I love talking to Jonathan. He's so passionate about what he does. And he's just sitting there with a smile on his face. And it's like, hit me with your best shots, right? And we're just throwing in these questions. He's just like eating them through like it's nothing. I absolutely love it.
We went through like almost all of the chat questions too.
Yeah,
All right, well, W podcast. I'm gonna go back to playing Elden Ring now.
Do that.
Now
Good
that's
luck.
Done.
I heard you died a lot to falling. Is that true?
Falling? Actually, not as much as you might expect. I think 4 deaths to falling.
Fair enough.
Something like that.
All right. Well, I'll leave you to it, man. Could you send the file in my group chat?
It's already uploaded.
It's
already uploaded. It's the same link as always. It's gonna go to the same one. So it says it's to be about an hour. Till it's done uploading because my internet's dog shit. So.
All right, I'll keep him updated.
All right, cheers. Shout out to GHAZZY.
You take care. Good luck in Elden Ring, man.
Later, bud.
Here we go. Get some music. Let's get shit back out of the radio. Okay, let's start this because you guys are fucking unbelievably unbearable when it comes to alerts. There you go. Have fun. Miss Soul with a €690 dono. Thanks so much. 55 months and Slickmaster. Raider Rudy for talking to Try. Thanks so much, dude. Pleasure meeting you at the event, man. Thanks so much, Try. Miss Soul had a 1K bitty titties. I do love myself some bitty titties. Appreciate that a lot. Kitty Long with the 20 months as well. 25 months, Miss Soul, earlier before the podcast got started. Appreciate the support, guys. Thanks so much.
Sucks dick here. What's GHAZZY doing? GHAZZY, massive dick sucker.
All right, I'm gonna get shit sorted here. So whilst I do that, I just want to know: are you an Alan fan or a Steve fan? And you guys can get that shit out of your system by actually spamming those things in my stream whilst I get my shit sorted. All right, great. Glad we're on the same page here.
Alan, D. I don't think you have the facilities for that, big man.
Alan. Alan! D! Alan! Alan!
Welcome to the crew. Alan Orban.
All right, let's see. How is the sound, guys? Okay, let's go. we go. Try, how you doing, man? Try says hi. What's up, GHAZZY? Welcome in, boy. Scoot coming in with a 72 months sub. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you. What a personal plus guild task go over to POE 2 or just the guild? I actually don't know how they're going to handle that. I don't think that will transfer, actually. Great interview, dude. You got to eat now. You do that. Say hi to the wifey. And thanks again, man. It was a pleasure meeting you and IRL. Hope we'll see you in the next playtest, and I hope. I really hope they're going to do one sooner rather than later. Thanks again for the raid as well. Guys, give Talking a try. Follow. Right, I'm going to make sure that we get a little shout-out over to my co-host, Mr. Darth Microtransaction as well. Make sure you guys do that. All right, let's see what I also missed. Sound was good after Dia got turned up. Overall was great. Great. So normally I don't run the whole overlay thingy, so I might have been a little delayed on the desync on the voices and whatnot. And that's because the main stream is covered by DM, and the main channel for YouTube VOD later will be my channel, so that's why. But when we come to Path of Exile stuff, I will be live during those podcasts. And he's doing some highlight reel on his YouTube channel when it comes to Diablo stuff, because that's his former main game as well. So that's basically how we balance that, basically. Let's see. Give me a second. Let's see. What was that? 7, 10. Give me a second. There we go. Sorry about that. We're getting spammed here. So I'll play minions, right? Fuck yes, dude. I got so much I want to talk about, boys. God damn. Spectres, dude. It looked fucking amazing. Podcast up when I wake up. If there's issues, I'll try to edit it up anyway. Night, guys. Have a good night, KKs. I'll catch you tomorrow morning. Why your pants wet after watching that POE walkthrough? Dude, I've been playing it. I've been waiting to talk to you guys about the fact that I've been fucking playing it. And the Unearth is so fucking cool. That's why I was so sad when he was like, no, we want to limit it to not being single target. And it's going to be like a clearing ability. And I'm like, no! The Scorpius looks insane. Now you see where the video is. We have it here somewhere. Let's see. Path of Exile. Let's see. Oh, man. The Wraith Lord himself. Let's see. Where's the Unearth? Let's see. Good. Okay, sorry. So the Unearth ability. Let me pause the music. There. You see, like, there's some bosses, there are some corpses, and most of them have some ads, but you don't get, like, a massive army of them, right? So they'll stop climbing the walls and talk. I know! When he said the other classes would focus on one minion builds, do you think he meant the Synesy of the Witch, the Druid, or one of the new classes that we don't know yet? I don't know. I don't know, but he did seem to lean into the idea that a Druid summoner might be a possible fantasy, and I think that would be absolutely insane. And then he said, like, the big minion would not be for the Necromancer, or the Witch, rather, and maybe we'll see something like that from a Templar, maybe. You know, who knows? We'll see. There's a lot of questions about AG when we asked for the rapid fire. For those of you who missed it, the AG is currently not in POE 2. And it's something that Jonathan very much likes with the way it is. But they haven't designed it for how it's going to be in PoE 2 yet. So I really hope they're going to make some adjustments on that end personally. But let me find the Unearth. It was somewhere around here, right?
You can also order your minions around with a dedicated button. Earth.
There. This shit. Look at these look at them. Look at them!
Or if it hits
I had stupid amounts of these when I was playing. Now, mind you, this character is level 2. I had, I don't know, 15, 17, 18 minions, something like that, when I was like level 4 or 5. I just like walked around, I was like, yo, baby, I'm a goddamn summoner. I just started playing. It was insane. Absolutely insane. Right, Temple still has summon. Maybe Monk takes that role with Holy Summons. Not that I saw, now that I'm allowed to fucking talk. Shush. Does it feel like a Necromancer way more like D4 Necro, very skelly focused with different variations? I saw 3 different variations of skeletons. Seems to be more later on with Reavers, Skeletal Warriors, Reavers, Skeletal Archonists, Skeletal Snipers. I just posted my video covering a lot of this as well. And it's just... I don't know what to say, man. Absolutely fucking insane. Skeletal Mages. There were the Skeletal Priest, the Cleric. And the, what else? It was a Skeletal Lightning guy. The Frostman. I was like, what the shit, dude? There are so many different variations that, like, build diversification and diversity just within the Witch. And I'm like, give me. So it's really cool. If you look at the bottom right, not all of them, but the ones I know of, has an on-usability. So the Skeletal Sniper has an on-usability to create a poison cloud. And then you have the Skeletal Mage, that can pop, for example, the Arsonist can detonate low HP minions. And then you have the Skeletal Mage that did the Lightning. They would basically use dead skeletal melee minions, or skeletal corpses, to blow down a lot of lightning abilities. This allows you to have an active gameplay that is beyond the active gameplay of PoE 1 minions. And suddenly you have this interactive engagement in fights where you have to look at what's happening. And if your minions dies, who gives a fuck? Because all you have to do is run around a little bit, dodge some abilities, and boom, your entire army is back. I love that mechanic. It felt so good when you played. You didn't have to stand still being like, skeletons back. Oh, mana cell. Fucking mana potion. Get some more. That wasn't enough. Let's have some rum then. Okay. Okay, there we go. More minions. Let's go. You know, oh, now we can move, boys. You didn't have to do that really frustrating part of it because of how the revive mechanic worked, right? And it just made you feel so fucking good. Oh, man. I really hope that my personal opinion, just I love doing bosses, right? And I like builds that the entire design of a build is meant to do more than just clearing, right? So I'm not sure I'm happy with the Unearth being only for clearing, but then again, you have so many abilities and so many 6-links that you can have the lower damage supply stuff for the Unearth and only have that for clearing and utilize that as debuffing or something. Because if you do, there will be corpses on most bosses, to my understanding. Corpse generator either already there or some ads are spawning. Now you can utilize that corpse generation for 1, 2, 3 of these bone constructs for that debuff being applied even versus bosses. And now that fulfills a purpose in those scenarios. And instead looking into, type of mechanics that will allow you to scale the approach of more single target focused minions, like permanent minions. But the specters. Oh, man. I didn't get to play the specters. I actually did not get to play them. Oh, man. Here it is. Look at this.
Like this.
Come on. Where you at? Is it here? Is the specter already here?
The minions, but it certainly seems like it might be worth it. Such a powerful enemy.
summon Spectre, Faridun Impaler, and you'll be like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have all my minions be this goddamn Spectre. And the coolest thing with this, because everybody knows how frustrating it is to summon Spectres when you're playing Path of Exile. Everybody knows the frustration that comes with that. These motherfuckers, all you do is like, oh, they died? They follow the same functional revive mechanic that is of the permanent minions, not zombies, but permanent minions like skeletons. They are just gonna resummon themselves. Spectres! Like, oh my god, dude. That shit, I was like blown away. I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be so cool. Can you imagine the amount of different builds you can do with this? I'm like, come at me, bro. Oh, it's gonna be so good. And if you're worried about the too many keybinds, some of these abilities don't have unused skills. So if you do a Spectre build, you actually have fewer abilities to use. And therefore, your abilities would be more in the utility front, like Bone Spikes or Bone Storm, as it's called. You can have the other abilities from the other skeletons. And perhaps you only want to have like one or two other types of skeletons for the sake of buffing, like the Reaver, whichever it was, to buff the other minions to do more damage. Have specific skeletons from the actual Scepter for the sake of fodder to impale those sons with the Bone Spear, but the Pain Offering that they showed earlier to further buff the efficiency of your Spectres. It just looked phenomenal. I don't even know how to express myself. And still, we've only seen up to like level 30-ish content. And I'm already being like, what the fuck is going on? What is happening? I need more. I need to play this. I need to engage with this way more. Just lock me in a basement, Jonathan. Please, let me play this for a week. That's how I feel. And I don't remember the last game I was this hyped. Look at the quantity of different minions. And this is not even all of it. And you know, if you go crit scaling, throw in a couple of Druid Wolves. When they howl, they increase damage taken from critical strikes to the enemies. I don't even know where to start. I'm like, just let me have it. Holy shit. SRS, for example, same thing there. You iterate on the tiers of support gems, or you get that wrong. Essentially, what he's talking about is this. Sorry, let me get that cursor away and that mouse. There we go. So what he's doing is there was like a little menu you popped up, and in here there would be like a little window here where the different classes. They said that they're going to change this a little bit, but the way I saw it working was that there would be a there would be a class here, and then there would be another class here, and then another class here, and another class here, and what the fuck? Another class here, right? So now we're looking at this one here, and in here, this skill would then have, let's do it this way. It would be rank 1 supports like this, rank 2 supports like this, rank 3 supports like this, 4 supports down here. And what then would happen is if you get a rank 1 uncut support gem, you would be able to choose from these different supports. And the way the current system was that the game would tell you that you're looking at this ability, now it will recommend which supports you should or might want to get for that ability. And you could disable this to look at all of them, but this is how that menu looked during the playtest. But if you had a rank 2 window instead, or uncut support gem, let me do it this way. And maybe it's only, maybe there's 4 down here, and there's only 2 down here. So let's say you have a rank 2 uncut support gem. Now you can choose from, now you get to choose from all of these because it's rank 2. So you can pick any rank 1 or rank 2 uncut support gem and make that, or from the uncut support gem to make a support gem with rank 1 or 2. Same thing when this turns into a 3. Now you can choose from this list instead. So the higher the support gem rank, the new options becomes available, but you don't have to choose those. So that's how that system worked during the playtest that we did. Get some music. And where's my YouTube chat? Where is my music? Hello? There we go. Let's see. All right, there we go. Now I have Twitch chat available again. YouTube chat, sorry. Would you hope for a Witch Doctor Ascendancy with a focus on spiders like our Kali and Army of Frogs, or however they decide to do it? So my hope is that they enable a larger quantity of summoner archetypes or fantasies. I would love to see a Druid Sioux summoner where you're looking at wolves, bears, birds, snakes, crawlers, whatever the fuck, right? Having that as a summoner type one can engage with or mix and match with the undead occult approach of the necromancer and chaos, like the Contagion Essence Trait, for example, which is actually funny because Essence Trait Contagion, I've said this before, one of my most popular build guides I've ever made was Essence Trait Contagion. When that was popular, I had the most popular Essence Trait Contagion guide in the community with 25 million views on the forums. It was insane what that did. It had more than any of my summoner builds. And it wasn't until years later that my Spectre guides kicked up and took over that role, which is absolutely insane. So now that they're combining those two, I'm like, yeah, baby, let's go. But I would like to see that. And we talked about this before the interview as well. I would love to see like the Templar having sort of like a minion fantasy focus of Crusader-like minions, like Absolution, like Dominating Blow, and having that be the kind of thematic of minion builds as one of the ascendancy choices of a Templar, and then having another one on the Druid and another one on the Witch. I would love to see those different versions to increase diversification. That's what I would like to see. Let's see. There we go. Let me just respond to Hannah. Right, okay. This song was actually really good. All right, there we go. Where was I? Twitch chat, YouTube chat. Let's catch up in YouTube chat. Let's see. YouTube chat is saying the witch class looks so good. Yes, Skeleton Boss of the video looks so crispy. Yes, indeed. You still put skill gems in items. Each item has one socket, so you can put 9 skill gems. You do not put skills in your items. But yes, essentially, I guess you could translate it to that, but you don't really put them in your gear anymore now. Support gems going to the gem, not the gear. If you're fusing on the gem and increase number of sockets, that's correct, yes. But the skills have no correlation with your gear. But you can have 9 in total, right? Which is equivalent to the 9 slots you'd normally have, but it can all be traded 6 link. Catching up a Twitch chat. Let's see. Duelist with a dog with a story mouth confirmed. That's not what I said. No, that's crazy talk, sir. All right, sit back down again and take your meds. I really want to see the Temple Flail animation. Me too, yeah, for sure. And the trap thing they were talking about as well. I also really love that each mob is individually balanced with different differing spirit costs. Makes it so that it isn't just one simple as X's best Spectre. Sure, you could have 5 Crush Dust, and that'll always be better than 5 Act 1 Summit, but have 20 Act 1 Zombies, 30 at some point, quantity becomes quality all its own. Also very true, and also something that I like to refer to a lot in PoE 1 is area coverage. Like how much area are your minions actually covering with active output of damage. That's why ranged minions are normally better than melee minions for the sake of clear speed. And having fewer minions is normally better if the damage is higher for the single target, as long as they can get to the target quicker, whereas other builds with a vast quantity of melee minions would have a harder time to get that damage to work. But area coverage is definitely a big thing. I also really love that each mob is, we did cover that, and then some quantity, yes. Like Templar Seal, Templar of Purity, and so on, yes. Targeted try already with a video in the recommended. Sure. We have a video as well, good sir. Look at this. Look at this. That's the wrong one. I meant this one. Look at this.
Hey guys, GHAZZY.
This is the one I meant. So this is the video we just posted with the witch reveal, which launched at the same time as the interview started. See what I'm saying? Fast. 35 comments. I never clicked on a video so fast. Shush. All right, let's see the comments here. Fact that most minion rest automatically respect incredible. Yes, sir. And you're talking about PCs like a real level in this minion goodness. Bro, say no more. If you would be so kind and bat your eyes, like throw your eyes up a little bit on top of the Twitch chat or in the YouTube chat, you'll find this magnificent link to what is allegedly the best PCs in the entire universe, who right now actually released a limited edition as your only case, which looks phenomenal. So you want to play minions at the highest level in PoE 2, this is the beast you want to get. That was pretty good, right? Let's see. It's really interesting that with the spirit system at the late game, I have enough to build a decent army.
You know who really sucks?
That's the thing,
here?
right?
In
the late game, you have a decent-sized army from like level 3, level 2. You already have a vast army at that point, which is so cool. It's nice meeting you at the event, even though I was there on behalf of my company. I couldn't give you a creator name. Oh, shush. I met this guy? Wait, hold up. What? I think I get more hype than this. My God, PoE2 is gaming as it peak. How I wish I would be 60 right now. I'll play the game for 16 hours a day. This class reminds me a lot of the Tech Adept in Warhammer 40k Inquisitor. The class was busted as fuck. I hope his minions here are as good or better AI than the 40k. The AI was spot on. Spot on. And the fact that you can have player agency control over them just made it so much better. It's beautiful. Very impressed with this class so far. Slaving the spirits of any enemy is awesome. Now I can do it at bosses. Citizen saw Witch was real. I knew this video had to be out there. Awesome review. Can't wait to play. Awesome. I hope you're cranking. I'm always cranking, baby. Yeah, it seems to be super passive most of the time. The character's running in front of the minions. That's because we were learning the controls. That's fine. You have to use the actual active telling them where to go. If you want to directly attack a target, they will be so responsive to it. Second after killing a pack. Overall, it looks amazing. It feels like shit. I do like the choosing between more minions or more auras. That's true, actually. I like that balance approach to it as well. Play on PC. Yes, we talked about this. I was here. Well, that's good. I can see you now, Mr. Knas7468. I have noted that you have been here. Another huge fan of the push to make some of the playstyle more active. I actually was so concerned about this, and I feel like they really hit the spot on it. They actually made the active feel to it very good. Play some actors that don't have to be active. You can play it in a way that makes it less active. Minion builds in ARPGs has always been one of the most active build playstyles in the entire game. Always have been. And if someone's coming up to me and they're telling you that, hey, all minion builds are lazy as fuck, they've never played a proper minion build. That's just the way it is. There are a handful that are super lazy. Most of them more active than ever. PoE 1, the number one goal when you play the minion build, when it comes to progression, is automate as much as you can so it becomes less active, because otherwise it's too much for the highest endgame content. That's why we use a trigger wand. That's why we use those type of approaches to avoid pressing those fucking keys. That's why we even have the AG doing a curse for us to avoid that. But you don't get that until you get higher budget. So before that, you were super active. I can't take the impression everything's so slow. The boss fights go at a crawl. That's PoE 2. It's a different game. What do you mean with witch reveal? We already have the witch. What? Can witch finally get minion staffs? I like the staff aesthetic so much more. Interesting take, though. I now dislike every game that is not this. Minions are already an archetype to settle on and never needed anything else. Yet having something new every time. This triples or quadruples the amount of possibilities, and the gameplay is just like my favorite type of Sue builds. I promise that I'll be working day and night from day one of beta to break the game as much as possible for a minion build. What? Okay. Do they still do this gender lock stuff in PoE 2? Why is this a question? Do they still do this gender lock stuff in PoE 2? do people actually care about gender lock-in in an ARPG? That's a thing? Am I just getting fucking old? Or what the shit is happening? What did I miss? Next gen issues. All right. Can you tell whether or not this is a dude or a girl? Enlighten me, chat. Is this a male or a female? Sorry, I have to make sure genders are included. Does this individual carry the male or the female genitalia? I'm just saying that as soon as you start playing this fucking game, you're not going to see your character. The only thing you're going to see is MTX. So who gives a fuck? Who, like, really?
That would just make life complicated.
I mean, it's a chest flatness level 9,000 on this witch, but I mean, I guess you can hear her voice lines, I guess. I mean, Jesus Christ, this is... Fuck. Can you tell? Can anybody tell? Does this character carry a cave or a stick between the legs? Jesus fuck, man. Some people, dude. What the fuck, man? No, I don't have a rum. I'm out of rum. Why is the rum gone? I don't know. I just don't care. So, how did you guys like the interview? Did you guys like it? I like the character creation. There's a lot for the feel of ownership of your character. True. I agree with that. I just don't give a shit about that when I'm playing an ARPG game. I would care if I played an RPG game. Awesome as usual. Amazing. Love it. Thank you, guys. Thank you. 10 out of 10, boss. Interview was nice. It was awesome. Y'all did well. Thank you. Well, thank you, guys. Did actually watch how the game is being made. He wouldn't ask the question. The amount of work towards 3D animation teams would go enormous to make features that add nothing to the game. Gender unlock. I don't know, dude. Start. Did that work? It's up. Good. We solved it. Good. Keep me updated if that happens again. It was easy to restart, actually. All right. Sorry about that. I'm not used to streaming on two different platforms. Still trying to get used to it. So, And I'm really bad at answering questions on YouTube, so bear with me. Gender discussion was too much. Yeah, YouTube was like, you gotta stop this, man. Shut that channel down now. Stat. Bye now. You need to message Chris and ask him about the World of Exile, World of Rayclast. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I'll send that straight to Jonathan. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Uh, 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 um, 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 let's see. Uh, um, uh, more than 10 years. Let's see. There we go. I sent it over to him. I had to mention it. Are you feeling happy? I am feeling ecstatic. Absolutely ecstatic. That's how I'm feeling. Oh, so keen for next ExileCon. Oh man, me too. Oh, and when Jonathan was like, "Oh, we're definitely gonna be looking into, more playtests." That's something they want to do. Obviously, that's an investment cost, and there's a lot of planning going down to those things. But I really hope they're gonna do it. Just meeting these people in person and having these conversations with them. Words can't describe how amazing it is to have a conversation with these people, such as Trevor, Jonathan, Octavian. Like, Octavian was one of us, one of the streamers before, and he's now working with DDD. And it's just, I don't know. Like, I've been around for just over 10 years now, and they've never changed. They're all down-to-earth gamers with a burning passion for this. That's why it's so awesome to just be there and just talk to them. I absolutely love that. So I really hope they're going to do more playtests. Are they going to Gamescom? That was their intention, yes. I can't answer for them. I believe they said yes, that is confirmed, but I don't want to say that out loud, like, just say that it's confirmed. But they say that that's their intentions, yes. That I know. Like, yeah, I can have so many different minions. That's just on a 3-link. I was blown away with the way they've approached minions for the witch, and I'm very excited to see what they're going to do with that on other classes to allow people to engage with different types of fantasies when it comes to the minion build specifically. Let me just change the battery in my headset. Give me a second. Holy shit. Jonathan said that he didn't hadn't seen the booth layout plans. Pretty sure that they'll be there. That's how it sounded, right? Yes. I have to catch up on YouTube chat here. And a stroke, basically. Well, guys, I don't know if he reads chats. What was the question? Do you think you can equip in? You think you could equip it in one or the other, but not in both at the same time? I tried dual wielding scepters in the playtest. I was unable to. I was concerned with the weapon swap. I played a wand and a scepter, right? I was concerned that when you do the weapon swap, that would kill the spirit thingy, but like Jonathan confirmed that you can lock one item slot. So when I did the weapon swap, only one of those items would be swapped, so I would keep the scepter. And I think that's fantastic. So Jonathan confirmed that each class has a different tree. Only in the starting nodes was the idea that they would have different starter nodes to make sense. And I think that's a really cool system. I was like, whoa, they actually did that? 3 different ones. One for sorcerer, one for witch, and one for if you're not playing any of those classes. That starting area of that specific position would be different. YouTube stream died again? Really? No? Looks like it's up. No. Okay, good. But the beginning is actually different. Yes, that's what Jonathan said. And I was like, whoa. I mean, it's such a cool solution to this specific problem. And that's why it's so cool to hear these things, because it's like, those are like problems that you don't normally see or engage with. And that is so cool. I don't know. I actually absolutely love it, the way they're doing it. I can't wait for this game to fully release. And, wow. How are gold respec costs? Pretty forgiving. Never felt the need to engage with it. Never tried it, actually. That's one of the things I actually regret not checking out. Let's see what else I missed. Purest ambient for gaming, you know. Not all the fake bullshit that we're giving those days. We're having those days. It's just people that are having this burning passion. And it's reflected in the quality of the products that they generate, that they create. Like, you can tell their heart's in it. And that's why I've been playing Path of Exile for over 10 years. I have no intention of leaving. I hope that Path of Exile will be the game that I continue playing and see the development and the progression of the game and the company for many, 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 many years to come. It's fantastic. Like, I can't see myself doing anything else as my main game. I don't mind playing other games here and there. I don't mind that, but it's rare to find this level of commitment and passion. They started off as an indie game company, and here we are, a long time, further down the road than I ever thought I'd actually still be playing this game. And it's like, there's no stopping these guys. It's fantastic. Last Epoch go a long way too. Go a long way though. Absolutely. They're just in the starting pit. They're just getting started. We'll see how they do, for sure. All in all, there's only one question there that never got answered: is whether you can empty a Ray Spectre gem, or if you need 600 Ray Spectre gems in order to test all the different specters. I would assume that you could empty them. It also means that you could collect a shitload of them, so you could switch around when you need to if you get a bunch of them, right? So that's pretty cool. The only thing I have against POE is there's so much game there. I need time to play other games too, but it's hard to pull away. I mean, there are a lot of people play at a league for like a week or two, maybe 3 or 4 weeks, and then they play something else till and wait for the next league. And what's really cool now with the cycle of ARPG content is like we have POE 1, we have POE 2, we have D4, we have Last Epoch, we have Torchlight, and there's even other games I'm not even mentioning, where those are like the games that I feel like I'm going to be rotating around. And then you should play POE 1 before 2 go out. Yes, if you recommend me a build and class, I would recommend that you type !! build and see if you find anything of interest in my build guides there. I have a huge hub which caters not just build guides, there's a bunch of other guides in there as well. So I definitely recommend doing that. I don't think that you need to play POE 1 to play POE 2, not at all. I was surprised to hear how my friend, who's not a gamer at all, had an easy time learning the game, which was like mind-blowing to me. It's like, whoa, they've actually succeeded in providing. This is something Jonathan has been very adamant when he's talked about this in the last couple of years when it comes to this, as POE 2 spawned from the ExileCon like, discussions and whatnot. And it was like the idea that they want to present players with enough information so that the player themselves can make a sound and progressional rewarding decision for their characters without being handheld and fed with a silver spoon. And my friend, who's not even close to a gamer, was like, I had a good time. I learned the game. I understand it. And he had a blast playing. He was like, he even said, I might even make time to play this when it launches. This guy hasn't played games in years. And he's like, this was such a cool experience. I'd like to engage with this. I'm like, what? He said, what now? So that was so cool to hear, actually. And that literally, to me, confirms the level of quality that they're putting into the product. We're so spoiled for choice. Now I know. Well, we're spoiled for choice, but in reality, there's very little things happening in June now. Then everything blows up in July. Like, I'm going to go see... Oh, by the way, I'm going to see Rammstein live in Copenhagen Friday, the 5th of July. Last time I saw Rammstein was in Gothenburg, and we had a bunch of people from our community and a lot of other people in the PoE community that actually went to that show, and we actually met up, which was amazing. So I'm going to see if there's a bunch of people doing it this year again. So 5th of July, I will be in Copenhagen watching Rammstein live. So if you're going or if you're in nearby, let me know. We'll meet up for some beers, and we'll have a good time. And so that's on 5th of July. And then 9th of July, we have Last Epoch launching. 18th of July, the announcement of the new class for Spiritborn for Diablo 4. And end of July, we have Path of Exile 3.25. It's like everything in July. It's going to be so cool. Props to Chris Wilson. He put the dream passion first and let money come afterwards. Definitely part of the reason it's so good. I'd absolutely agree with that. POT will be free, but will early access be free? So they're going to have like a supporter pack to engage with it. But nothing's set in stone yet. Last time they did this, they allowed people to have, like, they were raffling out invite codes every hour at a forum thread, I believe it was. They also gave it out free directly, instant access if you bought a supporter pack. And they also had a system that if you've already spent X amount of money over the years of you playing or on your account since the dawn of time, you would also just immediately get access. So that's how they did it last time. I find it odd that Jonathan mentioned MF wasn't an issue in the beginning of PoE. I quite clearly remember there being an item quality support gem and item quality actually being a rollable affix on anything, not just unique. So they squished it. I think before Act 4 and beyond really realized, but it was a thing. Imagine having like 100% quant just for a support gem and having quant in every item slot nowadays. Yes, I mean, back then it wasn't as pressing of an issue as it is now because of the loot system. And now you can't have that amount. It's just not feasible. But what happened in PV1 was fully stacked up Matifan colors, people doing multi-boxing. I remember Manocean back in the day running multi-boxing Dominus runs. And it was just crazy to see. Absolutely crazy. So it definitely turned into an issue. And the way they designed the system now in PoE 2 looks very, very interesting. And I like the idea with these better rares, right? Because now suddenly items on the ground becomes attractive again. And I missed that in PoE, in PoE specifically. And now we're getting back to that for PoE 2. Did you encounter some cool uniques? One that I questioned to Jonathan, I said that doesn't really make sense. It just feels like it doesn't really have a place, especially in that early stage where it's supposed to be used. I might have used the word shit. And he immediately sends a message to the guy designing it saying I said it was shit. And I was like, don't say that. Don't say I used that word. You know? Oh, man. I did a tweet. Let's see if I can find it. Posted a tweet with the Black Doubt, this one, which we dropped as well, which is pretty cool. Better rares like Diablo where it has normal, sacred, ancient. No, it's just that the tier on the modifiers themselves would have a better rolls on those higher tier rares. So it's more likely that a better tier rare item would have stronger modifiers, allowing it to be a better item. Additional info you can provide from the screenshot now that the NDA is over. So that's a witch. This is not a marauder, which we really tried by having him actually having access everywhere. That is a warrior. That is not a minion that some people thought. That's still a corpse, by the way. What else was there? No, that's about it. That's it. That's an uncut skill gem or support gem, one of the two. But that's a witch. Holy shit. Look at us. Look at how confused we are. We're like, what? What? Oh, man. That's hilarious. Nothing increase the optics tier floors like cuts. Like, I don't know exactly how the system works. I guess my guess is that we're gonna get a deep dive on how this will actually work moving forward. Till then, I'm on I don't know. The shocked and reveal was a witch. Yeah, I was so surprised that it was a witch as well, Diana. You're right. I had no idea. So no such thing as genders, two sexes, and infinite personalities. Yeah, let's not dive into that topic. I feel like that's something I'd rather not have being a thing on this stream. We're just gamers in here, and we slay monsters for a living. That's what we do. Will you upload the full gameplay of you playing the witch? So what's going to happen is Kikis had to go to bed, and in the next half an hour or so, the footage for the podcast will be available for me and Kikis. So my editor Kikis will be uploading the podcast tomorrow morning, so in about 7 hours. It will be available in full VOD on YouTube, and after that, we're going to Kikis will sort. He has to cut out some things that's NDA'd or that they don't like. We shouldn't be showing. And there's also some times where I'm talking to Octavian or Jonathan or some other people, and we're just standing still. So we're gonna see if we can cut out most of that from the footage, clip them together because it's a bunch of files, render that, and then we need to have that gameplay approved. And then I will upload a massive video of you're gonna watch me play minions. There was a little bit of targeting issue though, so I felt the damage was lacking. I was a little surprised when Jonathan said they had to lower the damage because I felt the damage was a bit lacking. but I feel like there was other ways I could have played to make my minions do more damage. But I was playing with my friend who was very, very fresh at the game, as I've talked about before. And so the progression is a bit slow, if you will, but we're going to upload that gameplay so you guys can see it in action for a few hours of footage. So that's going to be available on YouTube as well, which is including the Witch. What time is it? It's almost 2 a.m. Right. So today is Tuesday. Tomorrow, we're probably going to cover more of what we talked about at the POE 2 stuffs, go through any questions you guys might have and all that thing. And then on Thursday, my editor Kikis is actually coming by to my home to visit for the day and for the night even. So we're going to have some fun with that as well and see if we can do some funny things. And then after that, I'm not really sure what the plans are for June month. I mean, shit, it's like I said before, not much is happening, and it's like middle of June, so we have about like 2 weeks or something before Last Epoch takes over our lives. So I'll figure something out, see if we can do something fun. I've already spiced up this month by adding a pretty crazy sub goal. So if you type his Mace Max sub goal on the Twitch stream, you'll see some pretty nasty shit, I guess. So I said that if that ever hits, then I will be I'm gonna get something big, inflatable, to use for that if we hit the sub goal. So we'll doing that. Either way, boys, I'm gonna go in. Hannah had some troubles with her daughter. Gonna help her out a little bit and then head to bed in a couple hours from now. And I will see you guys tomorrow. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed the show. Hope you guys had fun. I had a blast. This was amazing. Can't wait to go through this deep dive and answer all the questions I can tomorrow. So till then, as always, stay safe, keep rocking. Have a great fucking night. I'm gonna find someone to host. How about I throw you guys over to Captain Lance. Y'all give Captain Lance a big one welcome. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Till then, as always, stay safe and keep rocking.
How much to get a roll that doesn't suck? 20k?